Since I was born, but now I am getting old. If you never voted for P2B, you're even denied from Holy Communion in Roman Catholic. The president of today, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, he stood against the military. Him and the few of them were the only people who could stand the military. They formed Radio Freedom, being run by Ayo Fayemi, former governor of Ekiti State. He was the director of the radio station. It was from that radio station they were fighting the military in Nigeria. Everybody today will come and tell you democracy, democracy. Who fought for this democracy? This president, it is the first time that those who actually fought for democracy are ruling Nigeria. Everybody who had ruled Nigeria previously never fought for democracy. Many of them were military apologies, including Babangida, including Obasanjo, and the rest of them. They were all military apologies. This is the first time a true Democrat who fought for democracy is ruling Nigeria. And you know my anger as I speak to you now. The president is not properly being marketed. People are just seeing the president as the former governor of Lagos State. Before being governor of Lagos State, the president was somebody who fought for democracy. Why is that story not being properly documented and told? I studied political science education from University of Ibadan, so I can be able to defend what I am telling you now. Politicians are very funny people. Even if they are still going to lose, one lawyer will still tell them, make we go, you go win. Of course, if politicians don't go to court, how are the lawyers going to earn their salary? The man won the election. It's just that people are being blinded by emotional sentiments. So the military in Gabon are just waking up to slumber. You understand me? But in the case of Nigeria, Nigeria is not a private company where you can change the managers and directors overnight. I dare the military boys, let them try any shit of taking or causing any infraction in this current democracy.
So there it is. So I excuse me. So I've come back just as I left, coughing and splattering all over the place. I thought I was shaking it off, but there it is. But good to be back. Good to be in your company. Of course, always a delight. I've missed the last couple of days. Ajande Coco banished me from online for 2 days. He says he doesn't want me coming online to be coughing and splattering and spreading germs all over the space. So I've adhered to instructions and I'm back, hopefully with the bank. So back with the bank. But going forward, just a bit of housekeeping. We'll be making the sessions a lot shorter. When we started doing the live streaming, we used to do no more than 4-hour sessions. So we want to go back to that space, 4 hours, and really at a very good conversational space, no more than 5 hours. So I will not be so that and that's another instruction from Ajane Coco by the way. So a bit of changes, and we want to also make the conversations a bit more coherent. The interjections, they are the raison d'etre, the shtick, the USP, yes, unique selling point of this platform. So we can never take the interjections away, but we are going to even be moderating that space as well. So the interjections is just a short, sharp insertion of a counter narrative or an embellishment of an ongoing narrative. It's not an invitation for the interjector to take over the spot from the person that is in play. So a lot of minor changes. So for one, so we just wanted to be a bit more sleek, a bit more savvy, but still keeping the sassiness of it. So sleek, savvy, but still sassy. So nobody has yet managed to achieve that, but I trust your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. So I will bring that to bear. So bring that to bear. So a lot has happened in the news cycle. And another thing that Ajale Koko recommended, which I'm also going to try and take on board, is that my opening phase, I should condense it as well. So I'll try and condense it, but that might well prove to be a struggle because I like the sound of my own voice, as you all well know. But no, good to be in your company, good to be back. So good to be your company, good to be back. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you've never been on the screen before, then we're especially looking to hear from you. We're harvesting new brains, but not in a Dr. Frankenstein sort of a way, in a sort of a talent search sort of a way. We're harvesting new brains, but not in a Frankenstein sort of a way. But there it is, right there. So look at this guy. Don't worry, I'm going to deal with that, your Simon Nicol. Anyway, I'm going to find a space to corner that guy on a platform where he doesn't have, and then I'll take him on. And by the way, I know his adherents are anytime that Simon Ekpa wants to have a civilized, moderated debate, I always have the room for that. You can come here, and I'll even hand over the moderation to a third party. That guy is taking you on anyway. You know, a fool and his money are soon parted. So I see you there, Tima Jack. So yes, So yes, but that Simon Nipa comment by Tima Jack threw me off guard somewhat. For people who don't know him, this Simon Ipa character is some somewhat borderline cross-dresser, southeastern now resident in Finland that prints and peacocks online and invites the gullible to empty the content of their wallets into his. You say, what's different from what I'm doing is probably, but no, it's just some comedy guy that's now happened upon a streak that is using rather to milk the gullible. So yeah, back to it. What are we talking about? So let's get straight into it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that thing that says that dollar sign right there, it is there for a function. You're meant to click on it and empty the content of your wallet into mine, Simon Ekpa'S style. I don't know, it's almost rude. People come on a platform, they don't even think to super chat to the host. I would never do that. But no, all of that. So let's get straight into the conversation and let's kick it off with this. This was just submitted just as the session was starting, by the way. Somebody submitted this. I thought it was strong enough of a headline, and I'm going with it. So that's how it works. Yes. So that's how it works. If you have a strong enough of a news cycle, a bit of a tidbit that you've come across as you're strolling about, mooching around online, just pop it to me via Instagram. Let me send my everybody should have my Instagram link, because that's how these sessions work. So if you as you mooch around and poke your nose through every odd space within the internet sphere, and you come across something that you say, oh, this would be a good thing to be discussed on one man's platform, just send it to me via Instagram, and I'll have a look at it. And because we take from the sublime to the ridiculous, the weird and the wonderful. The only criteria is that it has to have a quirk, because we like quirky stuff here. We like something a bit, a bit, that makes you feel a bit. So it makes you feel in a particular sort of way. Let me put it like that. We like quirky stuff. So all of that. Let me stop the noise making. Pardon me. Let me stop the noise making and get into the news reading. So, 2024 budget, federal government to generate 298 billion from sales of national assets in 2024. So yes, we are now getting to that. There was never a point. There was never a time, rather, that we would never get to that point where we will start selling off national assets. Anybody that's been on this platform for more than a minute, you already know my take on that space. Government has no business in business. I've always thought that. The only way government works at its best as a regulator. That is the sole function of government. Regulation, defense, monetary policy, and foreign policy. Any government that is functioning outside of those four parameters, they are not fit for purpose. Yes, they build infrastructures as part of their social responsibility, because they're not building it with their personal funds. They are building it with the sovereign wealth of the sovereign state, to the benefit of the citizens of that sovereign state. So that's fine. They're there to build roads, so they can jolly well build roads so we can drive on it. But they're not there to run train services. They're not there to run airlines. It only really works, that sort of a system, under a monarchical sort of a system. Government as an administrator only really works as a system under a monarchical sort of a system. In a democratized sort of a system, government as a business sort of person running businesses, it has never worked. So there it is. So I was looking forward to this happening, but I was hopeful that it would not happen under the Buhari administration, because the one thing is, they will not understand the value of the assets. They will undersell it and then gift it to themselves, and then the assets will rot away. So we also that with the disco, with the electricity space. So now civilized, serious people with high functioning minds now in charge of the country, this is the best time to hemorrhage some of those national assets. So hemorrhaging national assets, 2024 budget, federal government to generate 298.4 billion naira from sales of national assets in 2024. The federal government is looking to generate 298.4 billion naira in revenue from selling off certain government assets in 2024. This was contained in a breakdown document of the 2024 appropriation bill. The item listed as a financing item was the sectorial allocation details released by the Chairman Senate Committee on Appropriation, Solomon Adeola, and sent by correspondents. The move is believed to be an attempt to finance public debts as well as reduce the fiscal burden on the part of the federal government. The document also indicated that the government expects to generate 2.8 trillion naira from the government-owned enterprises as a net surplus in the 2024 fiscal year. The 2024 budget proposal of 27.5 trillion, sorry, how much were they hoping to generate? 2.8 trillion. You see, if only we are able to quickly dollarize these amounts, then it will make more sense. That might well be under $3 billion. Hopefully, they are not selling Nigerian assets for under $3 billion because that would be a fire sale. The document also indicated that the government expects to generate 2.8 trillion naira from government-owned enterprises as a net surplus in the 2024 fiscal year. The 2024 budget proposal of 27.5 trillion naira was presented to the National Assembly by President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday. The budget, christened Budget of Renewed Hope, contains national revenue estimated at blah, 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 blah. Are they telling us the assets that they're looking to sell? Okay. It doesn't actually go on to give us a list, or does it? But the upshot of it, the main crux of it, because if it doesn't even give us, then it opens the window for the conversation to suggest then which assets should be liquidized or not. Yes, it's liquidized, not liquidated, isn't it? Because to liquidate it is to hold an AK-47 to it. So there's that. I was going to go to this story, but I thought, have we overlabored it? Igbo pioneers of modern Lagos or Hanese won't defend illegality. So in the course of being away, there's been somewhat of a retraction of the saber rattling and the chest puffing and the peacocking that we have been seeing from the Southeast. Because when this guy, the fat guy that runs the Southeast, their chairman, this fella here, when he first broke onto the news cycle regarding these demolitions going on in Lagos State, he was preening and peacocking, like I said, feathers flapping, just priding up that the Lagos, that Lagos was a swamp, and then the Igbos tamed the swamp, and this, that, and the other, and it will build hell, it will bring hell and firestone down the governance of all of these sort of fanciful words. But then when the documentation started to actually, I'm going to share something with you. Apologies for the somewhat scattered. Yes, I'm going to share something with you, which somebody sent to me, if I can find it. So when the details started to come out, as I searched for this thing, when the details started to come out as to exactly what transpired within that space, what has actually emerged were that a good 90 some, in fact, not 90 anything, all of the houses demolished, especially those demolished by belonging to the Igbos, all of them, they had no documentation. And not only did they not have documentation, they had 3 years prior warning. And not only did they have 3 years prior warning, the government, as far as early back as 2021, had been going around those buildings, putting red marks. You know what the red mark means within the Nigerian space? Putting red marks on those buildings and marking clearly for demolition and putting the dates that they came in to assert that notice on them. So there's been somewhat now, not quite contrition, but because these people, they don't do contrite, but so that's just the latest development in that space, a bit of a silliness. So a bit of a silliness. Let me show you this only as a headline. My degree certificate, others useless. Edo graduate who burned credentials. So let me give you a few paragraphs actually. My degree certificate, others useless. Edo graduate who burned credentials. Uh, what is your academic background and what do you do for a living? My name is Alvin Elenre. I studied history and international studies at Ajayi Crowther University, Oyo State. I have been out of jobs since February 2022. So I just hustle basically. You know, that hustle word is a catch-all phrase within the Nigerian space. So when they tell you that I just hustle, maybe I just hustle includes I live off my girlfriend. I'm doing some cleaning job in some office where I wear a face cap into and I sneak out of the back room after. I work on the building site. It can be a myriad of anything. So, or I'm a 419 guy, which is what everybody really sees as hustle. So I just hustle is a catch-all phrase that enraptures so many weird and wonderful stuff. So my name is Alvin Alimre. I studied history and international studies at Ajayi Crowther University, Oyo State. I have been out of job since February 2022. So I just hustle basically. Before then, I had done several things here and there, but that is it for me. Those things I did before. Right now, I am unemployed. That is it for who I am for now. You were seen recently in a viral video burning some documents which you described as your certificates. Did you truly burn the certificates? Yes, of course. I burnt my certificates. I burnt them because I was going through. Yes, of course, I burnt my certificates. I burnt them because I was going through some things and I needed to give myself closure. That was why I burnt them. What were the certificates you burnt? I did not know where I dropped my secondary school certificate amidst all these, but the certificates I burnt were my university, primary school living, and National Youth Service Corps certificates. Also, there were certificates I did not burn. I need to state that I am a minister of God, a trained minister, even though I won't mention my ministry. I did not burn the certificates for the ministry because I was impacted by the grace of God over there. I have never burnt those, but I burnt the educational certificates that are useless in the country. What were the things you were going through that made you destroy their? So we all know. So let me leave that there. But really, it brings forward really the frustration of that space. But the frustration, one thing, but is this too far an extreme to go to? So that's the thing. Has it gone too far going to the extreme? Yeah. So has it gone too far to the extremes? I should say. So that's that. And then let's go into this one. I won't benefit from federal government reinstatement of Intel's contracts. This is Atiku Abubakar. So this is quite a niche story anyway, but just for the people who are within that loop that have an understanding of it, the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, said he is not a beneficiary of the federal government's reinstatement of integrated logistics. Let's do that again. The 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, said he is not a beneficiary of the federal government's reinstatement of integrated logistics services Nigeria Limited, both pilotage monitoring business. National Ports Authority, in a letter by Port Manager Charles Okaga, dated November the 30th, addressed to all shipping companies, announced the reinstatement of Intels as the authority's services both operation, monitoring, whatever it is. That's just getting so much convoluted. Okay, so right, let's go. Let's pick it off. Right. Let me pick it off from. Actually, let me. Yeah, no, let me read it all the way through. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, said he is not a beneficiary of the federal government's reinstatement of Intel's pilotage monitoring business. And Nigerian Ports Authority, in a letter by its manager dated November the 30th, addressed to all shipping companies, announced the reinstatement of Intel's as the authorities boat operation monitoring provider in the pilotage districts. In the letter, this is to kindly inform you that sequel to the presidential directives dated the 18th of August 2023 and the consent judgment of the Federal High Court Lagos dated the 21st of September 2023, the authority has extended the service boat operation contract between it and Intel Nigeria Limited. Further to the above, and to support the authorities and the federal government's drive to increase revenue generation from the service boat operations, Masters Intel's Nigeria Limited has been directed to resume service immediately. This is in line with the terms of the extended contract contained in the managing agency agreement conveying the scope of etc. etc. A few Nigerians alleged that President Bola Tinubu had reinstated the former vice president's business, Intel. You know, I'm only bringing you this because there's more to this than at first read. But let's see where this goes to. Atiku, who debunked this in a statement via his official Facebook page on Sunday, explained that he sold his shares in Intel in January 2021 to Orlean Investment Group, the parent company of Intel. The former vice president added, the first sale of these shares that commenced in 2018 peaked in December 2020. Intel also made public my exit from the oil and gas logistics company, meaning that a different entity now owns those shares I sold. He revealed, my divestment from the company that I co-founded has not been reversed. Consequently, I cannot by any stretch of the imagination be a beneficiary of the reinstatement of the boat pilotage monitoring business that was taken away from Intel by the federal government. Atiku described the insinuation that he's a beneficiary of the decision to rescind the cancellation of the contract between Intel and the federal government as untrue and mischievous. So Atiku tells a half story there because there's still elements to that story that might not immediately be in the public glare. Let me bring you this as a headline. Julius Berger hands over second Niger bridge to federal government. Okay, so let's leave all those. Let's leave all those. Let me play you a clip now. Then I'll play you the Kegite music, and then the conversation commences. So let me play you this clip, and I will take it from there. So now this now clip. Oh, do I want to do that? Okay, no. Let me just play you this. So this now next clip, it speaks to the headline of this session. So this clip now speaks to the headline, the lead story for this session.
House to him, I will commit suicide. I will. If I'm someone from Yoruba land and someone comes to my city and I'm struggling, the person comes there, just within a space of 10 years. I will sell my father's land, my father's house to him, and then use 70% of it to do a wambe, and then use the other one to smoke, and then in 6 months I'm back to Omonile. I will commit suicide. Because it has shown that I am useless. It has shown that I cannot have any good impact in this world. And that is what happens with greater percentage of people that live in Lagos. I heard what someone said here. The truth is that most of all those people that drag Lagos are not even Lagosians. They don't even know where they are. They are like slaves. They are like slaves. Some of them, they don't even know their mother because of the nature of the cultural exhibition and phenomenon of Yoruba culture. They are promiscuous in nature, that they don't protect family lineage. So the person that they call father may not even be their father. So they've been living in Lagos, and when you ask them, where are you from, they will tell you Osun State. Where in Osun? An average person you see will tell you he's from Ijebu. When was the last time you went to Ijebu? They can't remember. That is not the case of an Igbo person. So they find it very hard to understand how these people build two lives. An average Igbo person builds two lives. One is in the east and one is wherever he's based. Because there's a saying in Igbo language that says, Ebonye bikona wachi. Anywhere you see an Igbo man, he will be well established. At the same time, when you follow him to his village, you will know he's an Odogu. The name Odogu is not just a fanciful name. It's a name that stands for a man that really understands the nature of Igbo-ness in him, knowing that whenever we are done doing all these things we are doing in the city, follow me, go back home. You will know where I'm coming from. So it's beyond their imagination that since the war ended in 1970, they were thinking that they will have an advantage over these people that were given 20 pounds, but feet growing exponentially. So their parents had this grudge, this beef against Igbos, and they fought not just themselves. They hired Britain, Russia, Egypt, and other countries, and yet they couldn't really decimate these people completely. So they are upset that their fathers failed in establishing themselves. Now they are in their youthful age, and they are seeing exactly the same pattern of life that their fathers failed is manifested in their own life. So sometimes when you look at it, it's not really something I take too personally. I see it as a bunch of failures. So that's why you will see someone that is living in gutter, living in areas in Lagos. Lagos is a cesspit. Lagos smells like an abattoir. Anybody that's walked in Lagos and have lived in Lagos will tell you. The reason why people come there is because of opportunities. So do not even see it as people really like coming to a place where they wake up 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work before 8, and then leave their workplace at 8 to get to work to get home before midnight. That is not life. An average life of someone living in Lagos State is actually 47 years old. So if you are in Lagos and you are 47 years old, you're already an ancestor, because you should have died. That's how bad that city is. But then people glorify it because there is no other option in Nigeria. That is why you will see someone that is on the timeline dropping their OPay or PAMPay account, but then is standing on a mandate of a man that is utterly useless. So when you see these things, don't really feel so sad. Feel sorry for them. Feel sorry. Because in every aspect of human index development, you cannot match whatever that is going on in the south to what is going on in the southwest, excluding Lagos, because Lagos has that preference. Do you know the reason they don't want to build the Apapa Road? For the last 10 years, they've been working on Apapa Road. They know why. Do you know the demurrage if you send your container to Nigeria today? Do you know the demurrage you're going to be paying in that Apapa? Because by the time the trailer that will take your container out of wharf will get there, we're paying demurrage of 50,000 per day. So they are making money for the people that feel they own Lagos. So they are not going to make things work. My last point. The reason why Nigeria will never work, and for you to have a system where there will be equality, is because they know once there's a level playing ground, Igbo people will be at the top. The only time Nigeria experienced exponential economic growth was when you had the Igbos in the civil service. And that was the reason they were upset. And that was the reason Shagari said that if they can't find another white person, they would rather find an expatriate, someone they will pay, but they will never allow Igbo people to come into power. They know that the moment an Igbo person comes to power, an average Igbo person is a Republican. And that's why people say that, Igbos will prefer to pay or bring in an outsider instead of bringing their own brother, because an average Igbo person will want someone that can do the job, regardless of if you're an Igbo person or not. It is only Igbo people that do like that. They want job to be done. Every other person, including Yorubas, I worked in Lagos for 10 years, and I can tell you this categorically. They will bring their brother. They know that this brother is lazy. They will keep the person in the office to be constituting nuisance. An Igbo person will sack you the next day. Even if you're my brother from the village, if you're not performing as you should, I will sack you the next day. But they will not do that because they want someone to be doing the ballet, babami, morning, afternoon, night, constituting nuisance. I'm not saying that this is every one of them because I've worked with I have friends that are of Yoruba extraction, but I can tell you that the majority of them, when you say majority, then you can do the math. Probably. Maybe there's no figure because we don't even know how many we are in Nigeria. That's why they claim that Igbos are minority when Igbos are not. You can say that our landmass is small, but in terms of population, we are not minority. Things have happened to prove this. The last election proved it. If you have a decent, free and fair election in Lagos State and Igbo people support one person, the person will win with a landslide margin. They know this thing, so they are afraid. All these things, 1 minute, okay. All these things you are seeing is just their manifestation of the fear they have in them that if you allow these people to keep growing at this rate, that they will wake up one day and they will chase them down to Chad. Because if you give Igbo people more 10 years in Lagos, I can tell you categorically, the Yorubas will become minority and they will turn to complete beggars. They will be beggars littered all over Lagos. And this will be the people that call themselves owner of Lagos. I'm not saying you don't have wonderful Yorubas. I'm saying that the minions, the twats that are on social media making noise and saying that they are standing on mandate and supporting all forms of abuse, intimidation, harassment, killing that is going on in Lagos State, these people don't even matter in the grand scheme of things. Let me yield here. Thank you for the opportunity. Imperfect.
Thank you. So there you heard it right there. How to make friends and influence people, Biafran style. How to make friends and influence people. So this is it now. This is how they integrate into a space that is foreign to them, you have to say, because it's not their space. So to integrate, they want to chase the indigenous peoples away to Chad, and the ones that remain, they will turn them into beggars. So there it is. How to make friends and influence people. But be afraid, though. Be very afraid, because they come. They're not speaking empty word, though. They are not speaking empty words. They come bearing teeth, as in teeth. But a more potent one. Let me not talk in abstracts. Let me show you this. These are people with intention. So I called him. I said I called him. That's fraud. I called him the cross dresser from Finland earlier on. You may mock him, but he comes with intentions. Watch this.
I don't know. Now somebody is 911. Watch me say that.
But one day, who is Shaka? And who's Abubi? How do you join them? Tell them how you join them, and how you left them. Let them left.
They just speak loud. So, to be sincerely speaking, I joined them based on they told me that they are paying every month, that they are paying monthly salary. I said, how much? Okay. The salary then that they told me was 65,000 naira. I said, okay, I will join them. Then I now joined the ESNG.
Who train you? Who train you? Who train you? Who train you? Where do you get the training? Who train you people? Who train you people that camp?
ESN don't have any training ground. Nobody trained ESN. Nobody trained ESN. You don't have any person that said, okay, let me train you people. They showed me a video.
Listen to me, calm down. These are journalists. How many camps do you have in Umogu and Mbise?
It's a base camp, Umogu. That's Igbos.
All right. For the benefit of the conversation, that was a cache of weapons intercepted by the authorities. It says, remember the DPO and his orderly who were killed by the IPOB ESN Igbolani headsmen at Ahiara Junction in Mbese. The Banza you are looking at, you are seeing here is known as Ichaka and his boys. They did it. Remember the joke of the joke of a parade by the Simon Ekpa faction of ESN. See their uniforms there too. They even have their own POS machines. I wonder why they did not ask their victims to pay them in Biafra pounds. So there it is right there. So caches of weapons being smuggled in, and you see it right there. But it is a peaceful protest, they'll tell you. But this is what peaceful protest looks like. So these guys, they are coming. They're not coming to joke. Yes. Is Ike's thing getting in the way? All right, hold on. All right, so that's all that. All right, so that's all that. Let me play the Kegite music. Enough of my rambling on. Let me play the Kegite music. I'll bring the panelist on, and then the conversation commences. But then, of course, first the Kegite.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Bishop. Good to see you, Bishop. Oh, let me realign this. Yeah, joining us, Bishop. Good to see you, Bishop. Solly joins us. Hopefully, he's still staying away from the weed, so he's as coherent as we know him for. Father of the bride, Ajale Koko, and Thomas is here to co-pilot. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Happy to have you. So let's kick it off. Let's start the conversation off, and let's kick it off with Bishop. Bishop, you're up first. Good to see you.
Good evening. It's good to have you back.
Yes, good to be back.
I don't want to talk it now, whether I see people at home. Can you let me come next? I'm actually driving. I want to.
Yes, I was going to say that because the connection is not that good.
Yes. I have the connection, but the sound of my wing. So I'll try and pull up somewhere, but I'm in a super highway now. So let me come next after the first speaker.
All right. Let me go to Solly then, who we've not heard from for a while. Solly. Otemuboyo, look at that. Solly. All right, let's kick it off then with Ajale Koko, who I'm sure has never he doesn't even know what Igbo looks like. Ajale Koko, good to see you. ó sọ fún wa kó wọn mú gbọmọ ọgbọ tó ti lọ́lọ́wọ́ ètò mọsí
ó ti ṣeré lọ.
ó ti ṣeré lọ.
No, I'm still here. Oh. I just came back.
Is there a person
ó ti lé ọmọ lọ.
but it's
I
a
just
person but not in
burúkú ó
spirit.
fẹ́ gbọ́ra nù.
Wait, is it me they are talking about? I just
You
came back.
see, àwọn bàbá ṣe lé flu.
ó ti lọ́mọ lọ. ó ti lọ
Are you ready to go or do you want?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay,
I was
go
here.
ahead.
I was here. I just had it on
Really?
mute.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, all right, go ahead. Good to see you, Solly.
Yeah, so I took a break. I've been busy, and I was seeing a lot of things on the internet. I was just trying my best to ignore it, but it was just everywhere, and it just didn't even make any sense to me. So yes, what are the topics for today? I see that they said
The one that is really headlining is that viral thing from Twitter Space that they would chase the Yorubas that they would chase them, they will run all the way to Chad, and the ones left behind, pardon me, that they will turn into beggars in Lagos. So also there's that, and then of course there's this cache of weapons caught linked to the ESN Simon Ekpa'S space.
man, I just don't understand this thing. It's just quite ridiculous. It's like trying to argue with a 3-year-old female child. You know, she's not trying to be logical with you.
Why female though? Why not just a 3-year-old child? Why do you have to qualify?
Female because she's emotional. It's women that are usually emotional.
Even at age 3.
Very, very emotional. Very emotional, especially when they are teenagers. Very emotional. Most men are not emotional, but you know, this movement is usually a very emotional movement because they prioritize their emotions over logic. Because when you bring facts, you see that voice note. If all those people sitting down there, you actually took what the guy said, proved him wrong with facts and proof, you will see that all those people in that group, they will know that you are telling the truth. They will know he is lying, but they will rather choose him because they are going with their emotions. And that has been the problem with this whole group movement. Me, before I used to say they should not let them go, but we should do referendum. And you know, because this is a ticking time bomb, you know, we should really, really do referendum for Igbo people and give them their Biafra land. We know they will be begging for visa to come back to Nigeria in less than a decade. You know, because this method of trying to bully people psychologically, emotionally, not really physically, because they don't have the strength to do that, they can only bully themselves, only works in that region. Nobody hates you. Nobody is even thinking about you. It's just a way to manipulate themselves. And they're always manipulating themselves all the time. The person oppressing you is yourself. All the time. But you want to allow it to continue because is your tribesman saying you are Republican, you are this. Do you have any proof of that? Do you have any proof of anything you are saying? No. But you are manipulating your own tribesmen emotionally. You are emotionally blackmailing them. I heard in some areas they are still doing sit at home on Monday. Can you imagine? Can you imagine still oppressing your own people? But you claim that other people are oppressing you. It doesn't even make sense. And what has happened to Jubril of Sudan? Have they left that venture? Because if they really, really believed it was Jubril of Sudan, they should still be on that topic right now. But all of a sudden, the topic has gone down. You know, so this method of bullying.
Yes, what did happen to Jubril of Sudan? It's
all of a
unbelievable.
sudden,
You know, I'm just looking forward to the alter ego that they'll give Tinubu. Mudashiru, they are experimenting with so many names now. Mudashiru Akande or something. I wonder what alter ego they'll give Tinubu. It can be Jubril. It has to be something from. Did they say it's from Guinea? So they have to go and look for the name from Guinea. It's just funny.
But in all seriousness, because I'm actually getting old and I'm seeing that this thing is not a joke. These people actually believe. I'm not saying it's all Igbo people, but majority of Igbo people in the East, they actually believe these things with their full hearts. It's not like I don't think they're pretending. I actually believe they believe what they are talking about. Because when you go to other platforms, they sit down, they keep quiet. When you prove them wrong, none of them argue. If they are saying something against this one, you say, "Oh, everybody has bad eggs." Yes.
Sorry, Sully. Thomas, keep the conversation going for about 5 minutes or so. Carry on, Sully.
Yes, everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello,
Go on,
Thomas.
Sully.
It has been
How
long.
are you, my brother?
I'm good.
How are you?
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
So this thing is becoming very serious. Everybody has bad eggs. Yes, we all agree to that. However, if I'm going to call out the bad eggs in my own group, you two should also call out the bad eggs. Not that when you see the bad eggs in your group, you keep quiet. That is very, very scary. It is very, very scary because this is the kind of thing I always relate it that happened in Germany, that happened in Rwanda. All you need is a simple Google search. Look at the history. You are behaving exactly like these people. Exactly like these people. Is it all German people, all German people that committed that thing? No, but they sat down and they kept quiet and they allowed it to happen. Is it all the Rwandan people that did that thing? No. This thing, they are pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, and it is becoming more and more serious, and none of them are standing up to it.
Sorry
It's
for cutting
becoming
you.
very serious, and this thing is going to go against you because you cannot fight government. All this grandiosity, all these things that Simon Ekpa is using to siphon money from you, he will leave you by the desert. He will leave you in the dust. It is becoming very serious. You have never won anything doing this thing since the beginning of your history. This method has never worked. Definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting something different to happen. You have no example of where this strategy has worked since the history of this tribe. No example. So why continue it? Only is you shooting yourself in the foot every single time. Every single time. I don't know why. It's a backward thing. And it actually favors every other tribe. If you don't know, it favors every other tribe. Because if everybody is afraid of you, nobody will want to put you in power. That's just the truth. Fear does not work. Maybe it works in the East, but it does not work for everybody. People will run away from you. That's what fear does. You can't scare people into following you, especially in a place that has a lot of tribes. It will never work. You can go and ask Abacha.
Sorry. One day when all this fight with Tinubu started, I asked one question, but I think one man don't want me to further that question that day. I said, do you guys think the fight against Tinubu is fight against Tinubu, really fight against Tinubu? I said it that day that this is fight against Yoruba versus Igbo. And you can see in this conversation, the guy doesn't even mention Tinubu at all. You will see what is in his mind. That is what he's saying. And this is the mentality of many. Thank you. I am thanking this guy that speak on that audio. That is the mentality of many of them. What do you think?
I just think it's not.
All right. I hope you have not turned it into Igbo bashing. Let's not do Igbo.
No. Me, I've never come here to come and lie about anything about Igbo in my entire life on this platform. But many of them have come here to come and lie just to insult. I never lie, never insult. I only say the truth. However, you take it is based on your own emotion, and the only person that can control your emotion is yourself. You can't force me to make you feel good.
All right. Let me take you to a different space, Solly. 2024 budget, federal government to generate nearly 300 billion naira from sales of national assets in 2024. So, what do you make of that headline? And is this something that you are in accordance with? Are you in accordance with the government selling national assets?
I'll be in accordance with it if they want to use it for infrastructure. That has always been my main issue with that country, infrastructure. If they are going to use it for infrastructure, then no problem. They should sell whatever they want to sell. It's not like they were using it in a proper manner anyway. What has the government really run properly in Nigeria that has really benefited people? Nothing.
Would you recommend that they sell these railways that they are, or is it too early into the spend for them to sell it? Would you recommend that they sell it, all these railway lines, or is it assets like the National Stadium, the National Arts Theatre, all those sort of softer, sort of nondescript assets?
I believe they should sell things that are being neglected, like that national stadium. They are neglecting it. They are really neglecting it. It's just a poor stadium. The grass is very, very bad. It injures players, things like that. If you give it to a private company, at least they'll be able to be held accountable. They are not really neglecting railway. So I believe they should keep that one, because if you give it to Nigerians and you put it in their hand,
But it's running at a loss, though. That's the thing.
Which railway is running at a loss?
The Lagos to Ibadan one is running at a loss, and I suspect that the Kaduna to Abuja one is running at a loss too.
So if it's running at a loss, well, what can we do? This is bad business. If we are focusing on other resources, it's supposed to compensate for that loss. But this is where we are. Infrastructure is a very, very big basic need, because people need to move around. They need to stop being ignorant in that country. It's just going to cause another, problem. Infrastructure is what they need to focus on. So that's my. I don't know what they are selling the asset for. Hopefully, they are not going to steal it, as usual. But if they are putting it in infrastructure, I don't care what they sell. They should sell it. They should not sell infrastructure to build infrastructure. They should sell something to build infrastructure. That's my own. But my fear now is, what do they want to sell? That's the sneaky part. That's the sneaky part.
And who are they selling it to is the sneakier part, because it's usually paddy sales, which usually in often instances never goes to open tender. That's just what happened. And all those moribund refineries, they should sell them off as well.
I don't think Tinubu has the antecedent of selling to paddy. They've tried to do it in this government. It didn't play out well. They've been trying their little.
What do you mean it doesn't have the antecedent of selling to paddy?
What did he sell to a paddy previously?
What did he not sell to paddy? What has he sold that wasn't to a paddy?
Can you give me examples?
What has he sold that he's not? Do you know anything that he has sold as a Lagos State governor?
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't. I don't know.
So you can't say he doesn't have the antecedents if you don't know.
If he did, they would have surely brought it up by now. Is it not this private?
What about that is Alpha Beta, which is some sort of insider trading. And by the way, he sold Lagos State properties to himself as part of his retirement package when he was living. He does it as well. So don't say he doesn't have the antecedents. It does.
I'm talking about doing it frivolously.
One man, the location of his TV station used to be Lagos State property. I think it was Lagos State University.
Was it not a nursing school or something?
No, it's where he have the headquarters of his TVC was formerly a property of Lagos State Polytechnic. So that one is there. And the nursing school in Falomo Road, I think that's another one that maybe he sold it to himself or to some of his friends. So solely, they have sold a lot of things to his friend and himself too, some of the state property. Continue.
But what I'm looking at is notoriously doing it like Atiku. That's what I'm comparing it to. But yeah.
Not the why that of Atiku was in the limelight because the federal government, and that one was very, it was, that one's attracted so much attention back then because there was a lot of government-owned enterprises, big giants that were in billions of dollars. So it attracted so much attention, and that was why that one was, so huge. A sanction to all eyes across the country. So that's why. For his own, limited to Lagos State, it doesn't concern people in Ogun State. It doesn't concern anybody around the country. But that of the federal government, it was a big deal to everybody across the country. So.
And also, you see this headline on the screen, which I was when I was reading it, I said it's somewhat of a niche space. I won't benefit from federal government's reinstatement of Intel's contract. This is article. So this Intel right here is a company that handles. It was the company that handles the logistics at the port in Nigeria. A very one of the juiciest contracts within the Nigerian space. It used to belong to Atiku. But then when the government were punishing him, they cancelled all the contracts for that space. But Atiku had subsequently divested his shares in that space, and it divested it to a company. And a lot of people, it is widely believed that that company that he divested it to belongs to Tinubu. Now Tinubu is the president. He immediately, swiftly reinstates the contract. So Tinubu very much an inside dealer.
Can I ask one question?
Mm-hmm.
Him doing that, did he affect majority of the citizens?
How do you mean?
Did he have any negative impact on the citizens?
For the president to be dealing the deck to himself?
It's just a yes or no question.
What do you mean?
Did it have any major negative impact to the citizens?
It does. What sort of a ludicrous question is that?
I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to be skeptical. I'm just trying to understand what kind of negative impacts did he have.
All right, let's just carry on. If you don't get it, then I'm not the person.
Then you explain it to me now. I'm just trying to understand. I get that it's illegal. It is a criminal act. I understand that part, but I want to know how it affected.
Well, that in and of itself affects the people. And by the way, this is not the first deal. The Malibu oil field, which is the juiciest oil field within the Nigerian space. Do you know who owns it now?
Who?
Oando Oil. Do you know who owns Oando Oil?
White people.
You must be joking. Since when did Tinubu become a white man?
Look, he owns Oando Oil.
Just settle down. You don't know what's going on. So
one man.
Talk to me about Mohbad. I think that's more. Yeah, talk about Mohbad. Talk about Mohbad.
Does he own Oando Oil?
Hey, he's asking if Tinubu owns Oando Oil, and you call yourself a Nigerian.
He owns his only.
No, totally. Just talk about Mohbad. I think that's your territory. Talk about Mohbad. You're asking if the president who deals to himself from the national deck, if that is a negative impact on the populace. That was the question you asked.
And you've given me an answer now. I know.
Well, do you really? Anyway, it's fair enough. They say there's no such thing as but I know. Let me take you to this last space actually, and then we'll move the conversation on. Peter Obi reacts to Tinubu's government's. Peter Obi reacts to Tinubu's government sponsors 1,411 delegates to COP28. We must stop the waste. So this has been one of the most controversial within the last 2 days or so. So some climate summits holding somewhere, I think it's in Dubai, and Nigeria having just perhaps one of the largest delegations within that space, 1,411. So is that justifiable? We're talking about overblown government, but this is more like an obese sort of a governance. What are you making of the controversy wrapped around this 1,400 delegates to COP28?
I believe it's getting as many investors as possible. My main concern is, did he fund, was the trip for the 1,400 people funded by the federal government? If it was not funded by the federal government, then what's the issue there? That's more people to come and sit and learn. You know, was it funded by the federal government?
Sorry, good morning.
Morning. It's not okay. Yeah, it's money for me. Yes.
It's money for me. Yeah. It wasn't funded by the federal. Not all the 1,400 funded by the federal government. I think the federal government funded about 200. So the rest was the rest funded themselves.
No, they didn't fund themselves though. They're satellite agencies that's somewhat affiliated to the federal government. No, sorry, mute yourself again. Hold on.
One man.
Yeah.
Yes, the satellite agent. We do satellite agent and everybody.
For instance, the Niger Delta commission, they sent yeah, but that's still somewhat that's quasi government, isn't it? It's not.
Yeah.
Not
with those numbers, there are some that went. It's about 200 and something. As we speak, my cousin is there. I told you he's secretary to IMF African branch. Their side is five people that was allocated. Because we were talking about it.
You're breaking up.
So, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. The government is a UN organized program, and some few countries is not. Not recognized. But countries give people how do they put it? They give people permission to go there, but you will take care of your bills, fund yourself there. Meaning it's a special visa. So country have to.
No, you're breaking up, man. We can't hear you.
Really? Oh, okay. Somebody else should check. Let me try and check my speaker. Let me look at and log in again.
So
yeah, it's chopping up heavily. Unless it's my system.
I was
yes, but
so were you hearing me clearly?
Yeah, yes. There are questions.
Was having this static, whatever.
Okay, wait, hold on. Can you hear me clearly now? Just want to know.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Somebody's having a quickie voice. Fast. Is it that Bishop? Bishop, mute and let me say. Yeah, okay, let me speak again. Let me see.
I can
hear we can hear you. I don't know which between you and Bishop who is breaking up. I don't think it's me because somebody can hear me clearly.
We're hearing you clearly. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. You sound very clear, very clear.
Okay, so my cousin, for their own delegate, they have five. They are five. They are approved for. It's a special visa from UN. So for you to get it, a country have to approve it for you, but you pay for your funding. So from Nigerian part of it, from what I got what I got from him. For the Nigerian part of it, I don't think Nigerian delegate in total in Nigeria Nigeria is taking care of paying for. It's not like 280, but others Nigeria approved them to go. They'll take care of their bills. That's what he was telling. He's in Dubai, as we think. He was just putting a deal that.
Are you saying that? Sorry, Joe, we're hearing ourselves back from you. Are you saying that the ones being paid for directly by the federal government is X amount? Because that's not the conversation. We're talking about the delegations taken by the totality of Nigerians. So the federal government may be paying for X hundred, But then the Niger Delta Commission, which is a quasi-governmental organization funded by the government, they are paying for a portion. And then the Northern Forums type space, who are also victim of that climatic change, who want to go along to do their own presentation, they are somewhat funded by the government. And all of these quasi-sub-national organizations that take their stipend from the central space, all of them pulled together 1,400 plus.
That's why I said no. It's not with those natural data. Those that's important insight from what my cousin told me is about 200 and something. The rest you can go one month if you have interest, and they'll give you a slot, but you pay your bills. It's just a climate summit. Nothing really special, but you have to go through a country. Country have to fund you, just like long term. You have to go through a country. Either countries are recognized by UN. So people that went, a lot of people that went, it was just opportunity for them to put it on their CV. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. But it's okay. So maybe somebody have a different opinion. But my cousin is there. He's talking to me. They went there, and they have 3 countries that sponsor them: the UN, I think America, and African Bank or something. So I don't know what's the big deal, but what my cousin was telling me is that our jury should be fired. He said it's not a big deal. Our jury should have come out and explain to the public properly. Yeah, the number might be big, but there was an opportunity for people to go if you have the money and if you get the slot. It was the visa. So that's it, one man. Probably somebody else know better. I yield the floor.
So basically, let's just assume that most of the payments that were made, most of them sponsored themselves. However, this guy is going to come and pile up the whole thing and put it with misinformation.
I'm not sure that we can say most of them sponsored themselves. So, but if we have to micro into the numbers, then we see how many. But if there is some national body that still gets their fundings from the central space, they're still part of the government delegation. Unless there's some NGO that go under a Nigerian banner, then even if the government funds that, they still come under the government delegation. 1,400 for just a climate talk shop.
A lot of them used it as business opportunities. I watched the videos, I saw the pictures. They were just using it to. It was like a way for them to interact with more business people and look for more business. That's what majority of them were doing. But my main issue is enough of this propaganda, because when we now actually have serious issue, we will not know.
Is it propaganda for 1,400 delegates to go to some climate summit just from one country, a third world country that is hemorrhaging heavily under a financial push?
The third world country is looking for investors any way possible. So is it a problem if they have so many people running around looking for ways to invest?
1,400?
Whatever it takes. It's better than doing nothing.
One second, if you don't mind.
No, let me just finish. My main concern is enough of this. Let us focus on something we can have proof on. Let us focus on a real problem that we can.
You don't consider this to be a real problem?
I consider
this off the back of the 160 million naira per parliamentarian.
I don't consider it as a problem because they are just using it to push a narrative of bad government. What is the solution?
Is it not bad? Okay, embedded in that budget was a 15 billion spent to build the vice president's house, and in the supplementary budget there was 2-point-something billion to renovate his already existing house. All of that double and plus the budget on something meaningful.
Does that have to do with the COP28 that they went to?
No. You are saying that people are just picking at needly little things, and they're not focusing on bigger problems. This is a big problem. if the government is spending without any indication of an awareness of the financial situation that they've described to us that the country is in, that's a big problem.
They are going to look for money, and you spend money to make money. That one I do not really consider it big. But the one that you say they are taking billions to renovate vice president's house, this one, that one is a serious issue. That one is something that we can look into. What I'm trying to say is they put things that don't matter that much and things that matter, they jumble it around, and nobody knows which one to take serious. Nobody knows which one to take serious action against. Nobody knows which one is propaganda. Nobody knows which one is crying wolf.
Hello, sorry.
Everything is being picked out. Okay, we look at the vice president spending billions. We look at them taking 1,400, and then they now added in, oh, the president is saying bala blue again. They are mixing all these things and putting all of them as high priority. How am I going to take them serious? Me as a Nigerian, how will I take them serious when they don't know which one is the main priority? To them, everything is the main priority. If somebody is going there to give a gaffe, what does that have to do with Nigerians really? How is that affecting your infrastructure and day-to-day activity? They went there to look for investor, and he didn't even give a gaffe. That was just used as propaganda, just because they couldn't understand what he was saying. However, it is put as top priority. Mixing the wolf story, the crying wolf with propaganda, with main problem all the time. Can we just focus on main problem only? Then, if you bring main problem only, I will agree with you. I will take it serious. But we're talking about somebody spending billions on villa. Next day, we're talking about somebody spending gaff. How will I take you seriously?
But that's opposition politics now. That's how it's done.
But it's too much. And you know, I will not know which one you are serious about. I will not know which one is propaganda. I will not know which one is serious. I will not know which one you are crying about. Everything will just start seeming like propaganda to me. That's what I'm saying.
Solly, yes, that, like, it's politics. People pick up anything that we use. But the problem is that I think our Nigerian government have misplaced priority during this because of this situation we are. Yes, the 1,400 delegate or the 2 billion, like you said, 20 billion you said. I think that 20 billion should be more important to Nigerians to the 1,400. But again, our government don't inform the public properly, and our citizens are wrong with anything they just see, like a blind man with the chicken intestine. But for the optics, that 1,400 is too much, because even though they went privately, you are a poor nation looking for money. At least the government have to show some seriousness that we don't really have the money. You know, people just went there on their own to build their CV or whatever. But the government and the private sector give them the opportunity. The visa I think it wasn't issued by UAE. It was issued by UN. So you make provision for you to go there, but we should pick what is important to us.
Can I come in, please?
All right. Hold on. Yes, come in, Joel, and then after Joel, wrap up that space, Solly, and then we move on.
Sorry, Baba, how are you doing?
Adio.
You know they smoke that thing anymore, or so.
For real? Okay, that's good.
I've drastically reduced, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes I go days without it.
All right, well done.
Beautiful. So, and to what piece? I'm sorry. I think you guys don't really get the real information. It is really pathetic. The numbers are out there. They denied that they did not go with about the 1,400, and the government did not pay for the 1,400. But they accepted about 500. Let me put it in proper perspective. They're going to be there for 13 days. The cost to fly them, the 500 people that they agreed, is about close to 800 and something billion with today's rates. When you put the extra code and when you put the hotel bill that is that they are going to pay within the same period, you understand it is becoming one too many. Now, what piece? Your brother might have gone under probably Niger Delta or whatever. But I think there's no national consciousness on spending. Because I see no reason why Tinubu will go there with 500 and some. How many people spoke there? At the end of the day, who was needed there was Tinubu. The only person needed there was Tinubu. That is the fact. What is those people following them doing selfie? You forget that it's on social media. These people are taking pictures on social media, posting it on social media. Right? These are side pieces, and some of them are side pieces. Some of them call themselves influencer. Some of them. What nonsense are we talking about? And sorry, with all due respect, you are so wrong on this one. You're so wrong. Get the proper info. People are not shouting not just because they want to shout. They are shouting because this government is becoming financially irresponsible. You need to listen to what Wike said, because it's like there is no coordination. There is nobody bringing everybody together to say, this is what you are following. Everybody spends money as they like. Of course, it starts with the head. So go and look at the numbers before attacking those shouting about this number. We had no business having 1,400. We had no business having 500 people out there. What are they? What do you mean by business? Business to go and do what?
That delegation should not be more than 30. Why even 30?
That is for even
15. They should be more than 15.
You remember?
A couple of specialists, a couple of government functionaries, and a couple of bag carriers, and that's it.
Exactly.
Can I interject, please?
I'll be 1,400.
You know, one man. Let me just say this to you, right? You remember prior to the election when I asked people about climate change. You remember the answer he gave. Many people did not understand the answer he gave. But let me tell you, low key, that aspect of Tinubu is what I was telling you then. I said, man, I like that question that you gave.
I saw that. I saw the answer he gave.
The church right.
One at the Lagos Summit.
I think it was they had this meeting somewhere. I don't know where that gathering was. It was in Lagos, I believe.
No, it wasn't in Lagos. It was with the Arewa Consultative Forum. Yeah.
Okay, it's true. The one he was sitting down. So they now asked him about the climate change. He now gave the church right response. Right? So we were now saying it is good that we have seen somebody to talk to the West. My brother, the same thing you gave a church right excuse for was the same thing you took 1,400 delegation to go to. For what?
No.
When Tinubu was speaking, can I just finish? I don't like this here.
Sorry.
I just land and so the next person will go through.
Sorry, let me mute everybody so that you can speak. Carry on, Joel.
So you understand what I'm saying? So when you look at that, the same people, the same topic is the same reason why we send 1,400 delegates. One man, look, there are other agencies of government sending people over there. What I am saying is this, one man. Look at all of them. What business do they have there? If there is anything that Tinubu is going to go there to get, if he gets it, then he comes in and distributes it to the different ministries or apply it to the ministries that are involved. Do we need to go with 1,400? No. So one man, I leave the floor. I'm still in the background.
All right, back to you, Solly. Sorry, let Femi come in. I think Femi wanted to come in.
Thank you very much.
I thought you said, sorry for 1 second. I thought when you started, your opening was how to moderate, share the time, and to minimize lengthy interjection. You just went back. You have not even started one back.
You see, that's the thing. The thing overruns me sometimes.
I'm waiting. I pulled over. I'm waiting for my turn.
All right.
Okay.
Let me have that interjection. Solly ran this off.
Okay. This is what I want to say. Okay. This is what I want to say. That Brazil take over 3,000 people to that conference. It's not about, we should not just talk about Nigeria from the federal government post. Nigeria take, I think, 400 plus, not 500. It's not up to 500. We should just move away from 1,400. Did Nigeria pay for Dangote or $10? No, Nigeria didn't pay for their money, didn't pay their bills. Many people go there voluntarily. It is something that one man can register himself. If one man register that I'm from Nigeria, I'm Nigeria nationality, they will add you as one of Nigeria candidates in that conference. 1,400 people. These are not Nigeria government did not finance all the 1,411 people. We should move away from it. About Wike allocating 12 billion to renovate, not to renovate, to finish the project of Vice President, Vice President apartment. They have already spent 36 billion on that project before, and it is abandoned. It's better they complete it. If you say that you did not complete, it will just be waste. And later in future, that project will be like a project that you just waste money. It's better they complete it. And for Wike to complete, it's something that we should give him kudos to, not to just disparage him on this kind of thing. People argue on things, but we should be fair when we want to say something about Nigeria is our country. We don't have any other country. You can have a resident citizenship in another, but Nigeria is Nigeria. America, they will call you Africa, Nigeria, America, be British America. Nigeria will be among it. We should respect our country, and we should leave politics out of it. This is 2023. Politics is to the next 4 years. That's 2027.
All right, Femi. I think we get the drift. All right, thank you, Femi. So, Solly, just a couple more words, and then Bishop after that. Solly.
All right. So, if they actually spent that money, 1,400 people, that is a waste. The cars they got, that is a waste. The money they said they want to spend on villa, that is a waste. However, you can't say, oh, they invited 1,400 people. That is not good for optics. No, you can't say that. We are not 100% sure they spent this money on 1,400 people. I'm not going to be outraged about what I don't know and what I am not sure of. Get your things together, get your acts together, get your facts right, then I'll join you in the outrage. However, I will not join you based on what I don't know, because that will end up making me look bad. Because 1,400 people are going there and the country is claiming to be poor does not mean anything. The moment you enter Dubai, before you even carry your bag, people are already pushing business ideas to you, trying to sell things to you. That is how they do business there. I don't think those people will see it as bad optics to them. Like they said, China came there with over 1,000 people. Brazil came there with over 3,000 people. So what is the issue? And from what I'm hearing, some people paid themselves. Nobody has concrete information that it was the Nigerian government that paid for everything. So I am not, you are trying to make people get outraged on what you are not 100% sure on. And if people get outraged and they come out to protest and they end up being wrong, who is going to look foolish? It is definitely not the government. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I talk about propaganda. It's the same way they made people come out on the streets for Mohbad for no reason whatsoever, just because they wanted people to be outraged on what they are not sure about. When you are sure about it, when you have your 100% proof that the government was wasting money, then push it out by all means. If you like, let it run for 10 weeks. I don't care. At least we know that we have something concrete and we are going against what is not good. But I will not join you in what I don't know or what is floating in the air or ask around or ask that person. No, I will not do that. To me, that is propaganda. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So Bishop, you're up next. Yeah, as I see him, I go play him later. Good to see you, Gideon. I'll go play it later. When the moment comes, I'll play it. But Bishop, here up next. So the spendthrift governance of Tinubu, this sort of accotilator sort of governance that we're experiencing. Have we entered one chance after all of the hope vested in this guy, over bloated, over ballooned, almost obese in terms of style of governance, going around spending money like some Arab prince?
Okay. Good evening once again, gentlemen. Please click on the live buttons as you come in. There are about 150 persons watching now. Only less than 50, about 40 likes. The last time I checked, about 41 or about 42. So please, if that's the only thing you would do to welcome one man back, click on the like button after this sabbatical. One man, I'll just say something on the question. This topic you brought up now, because it's been, I think it's 6:20. It's 6:20 p.m. here. So please, I want to maximize my time. Number one, we don't have all the facts, but I will tell you the facts that are available. The government did not sponsor 1,400 persons. One, the government have come out with their list, the people that were associated with the government at 422. But I also know a couple of persons that are there, and their names, at least I know two. In fact, I've gotten to know the third person that are there, that their names are on the names of the Nigerian list, but they have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with government. In fact, one of them was working in Nigeria with Johns Hopkins University Research, which is, I mean, he's moved from Dubai to US now. He's in Washington, D.C. as I speak. He arrived earlier overnight. So the government did not sponsor 1,400 persons. And Lagos State delegation was there. Lagos State went there and they were able to make some good business, whatever. Federal government did not sponsor Lagos State. There are organizations, there are NGOs, there are groups. Yeah, if we now want to say, okay, request that
I think you are cracking a little bit.
Well, there was a ban on visa. Am I breaking? I'm on. My network is good. There was a ban. Am I still breaking? Okay, I actually passed. Maybe it was just me. Okay, there was a ban on visa for some time, and so many Nigerians were desperately looking for how to. So when this opportunity opens, and you can actually, like somebody said in the course of the conversation, that even you yourself can open the something and apply. People saw it as an opportunity to apply for visa. A lot of people in that Nigerian list has nothing to do with the COP 28. They saw an opportunity because of the visa ban over time. So if we want to be objective and want to criticize the 422 that government sponsored, let us bring that list out and say, okay, what value is Mr. A? What value is Mr. B? What value is Mr. C adding? Not necessarily to just rile up people. The 1,400, and a lot of people that applied and were granted did not make it, either for personal funding or they just wanted to use the opportunity to take the visa and the rest. A lot of people did not. So there were no 1,411 Nigerians at COP28, much less being sponsored by the government. But as many other things, the facts will begin to emerge. Maybe they are a little bit too slow in responding. In a couple of days, those facts will come up. And if they say it as and they realize that, look, yes, even let us assume without considering that it is just 422, can they justify that 422? If they cannot, then that anger will be justified from the people that, okay, let us assume that it is not 1,400.
Do you think 422 even is justifiable just for a climate summit?
Look, the truth of the matter is this. I mean, I really did not put much to it. to a great extent, we've been shortchanged. So if they can, that's why I said I don't have those facts. If they can justify that we need this, and that's why we went with this, we went with this, we went with this. People in civil service and government always want to take advantage of such things. You know, some of people were lobbying, they would have, so there will have been a little bit of undercutting that people will influence to make sure they are there. Some people will put their people there. Some people will put. I mean, when I read Peter Obi's statement earlier today, I laughed because I remember when a couple of years ago, and I will round up with this. The governor of Rivers State, then not Amici, the one before Amici, Peter Odili, was on national television boasting that he's the only Nigerian that sponsored the highest number of Nigerians to pilgrimage, both to Mecca and to Jerusalem, when he was trying to, to win people. Let's go and check the record of Peter Obi. How many people did he send to Jerusalem on government money? So if they cannot, then we can criticize them objectively that, look, the 400, if they are not adding value, that outweighs whatever we are spending. But the 1,400 is not true. I can move on. That's for me. So next thing, woman. Maybe I should just jump onto it. This issue of the clip you played, I did not hear it very well, and this is my take. I've had some snippet of it earlier on.
It's all over the social media, by the way.
I know. What I'm saying, that when you played it, the audio was not loud enough for me. But I've read some snippet of it. My reaction to it is this. It is obscene. It is offensive. It is ridiculous. It is outrageous. And I have not seen reasonable people condemn it, especially from that part of the world. And there is a limit to what you can push a people to. I think on that space, our Igbo brothers have pushed us to the limit now. So any reaction, and the king will come someday that will not recognize Joseph. Any reaction by Lagosians or by Yorubas is justified, because that thing is not just an empty talk. On that space were more than 500 persons, and it was a consensus that is what they intend to do. That is what they plan to do. They said some of these things before the election, before the gubernatorial election. So if any king come now, by king I mean literally any leader in Lagos, and shut down Alaba market, I will clap for that person. And let me tell you, heavens will. No, don't interject yet, please, not yet. Okay. Heavens.
I just wanted to mention that most of those people in those tapes, they do not live in Lagos. So just so you know.
Unfortunately, they have made that, they make their opposition popular.
Sorry, Bishop. The unfortunate thing is probably a lot of them don't even live in Nigeria.
Well, I don't know. There's no way for me to verify whether they live in Nigeria or not. They are just re-echoing what Chief Iwanyanwu said a few days ago. And I'm particularly pained that there has been no reasonable leader in Lagos elder, that is sensible enough to give Iwanyanwu the kind of reply he deserves. Because sometimes when you let this thing low, people take advantage of it and they begin to push that narrative, and gradually over time,
it won't be long before somebody like Sani Kayode starts to,
So for me, I think there is no need to wait for those. It was not just one space. There are about 4 spaces that were held, and the narrative is the same thing. The hatred is so palpable, you can practically touch it. And they said something similar during that election in spaces like this. At least I listened to a few. And look, it is taking a life of its own. It is becoming a reality. And when you push your host to react, don't come and cry victim. So I will submit by saying one day, and that one day is going to be very soon, A king will come, a madman will become ruler and governor of Lagos, and will do the needful. He will shut down the Alaba market and bulldoze it, and heavens will not fall. He will close all those markets. Let's close it and see the Lagos economy crumble. Let's close it so that they can take those investments to Nnewi and Oka and Onitsha and whatever market, so that the Lagosians can be beggars on the streets of Lagos. Let's close it so that the Lagos economy, that they are the one that are building and they have established, they have turned swamp into cities. Look, we are forgetting some things. Lagos State was already a flourishing state before it became the capital. Lagos State was just made the capital maybe in 1967 or 68, if I'm not mistaken. Lagos was not capital from the beginning. That's number one. Officially, Lagos ceased to be capital in 1976, even though they did not move it because of the delay. Abuja was established in 1976, and they moved Lagos in 1991. So people saying, oh, it was because of the capital. Imagine somebody saying, let them remove the airport from Lagos. Really? Was it the capital that built Lagos Airport? Or let us remove the two ports? Was it the capital that built the ports in Lagos? The ports in Lagos have been there before Lagos was made the capital in 1967 or 68. Somebody can fact check me to confirm. So, in summary, I think we are at that bridge now. This Rubicon must be crossed. This once. Somebody somewhere should, as a matter of necessity, give a robust response. And the Lagos state government must do something. They are demolishing houses that people do not have evidence. The second man with Chief Wanya who was talking said he went there and they did not get, some people get, but he did not see anyone to verify. People have gone to investigate. If you have your papers, bring it out. They've been serving these people, some of them, for 3 years. Just the attitude
to be fair, Bishop, to be fair, I think they are starting to reverse their position the more the facts come out. Let me play you a 1 minute clip.
Our people have built extensively in this place. A number of them have papers. A number of them have only numbers awaiting certification from Federal Housing Authority, not Lagos State Government, as a matter of fact. That zone, the entire place, is Federal Housing Authority, not Lagos State. I was there the whole of yesterday. And it's really very painful. Some of them built with a hard problem. Some of them, I saw one that was built quite close to the road, so it was demolished. So, no problem on that. But many others, they say they have papers, I didn't verify.
So you can see that the tone is starting to change somewhat. They were threatening and peacocking, but then now they are saying the facts. And I've got other documents that add even more. There's certain notoriety of people building without documentation, and the National Bureau of Statistics have always documented these things. So we actually know what's going on. But now the facts, the facts are pushing back.
Okay. So the truth is this: it is sad, extremely sad, that we are even having this conversation, giving ethnic coloration to law enforcement. That's how low we have sunk. Oh, they are demolishing houses, and that narrative is very popular. Oh, they are demolishing Igbo people's houses in Lagos. That is the narrative that a lot of people believe, and that is part of the narrative that is giving rise and encouraging the kind of spaces that people are hosting, that is insulting, denigrating, disparaging our womanhood, our mothers, disparaging our fathers. Somebody said they will pursue us to Chad and claim our land. So all this coming is not by accident, that they just want economic prosperity. It is a planned invasion, and it is playing out, and we are folding our arms Not anymore.
Hey, Bishop,
Not
can I ask you a
anymore.
question quickly?
You can ask a question.
Yeah, to you and one man. Do you guys even know the person that made the video or the audio recording?
It is not audio, it is a space. And the people were identified. We know them. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, so who's the person? Do you know the person? I mean, is it? I
don't know him personally. I know him online.
Are you talking about the host?
Oh, so the guy
or the commentator?
The video we heard, is that the commentator or the host?
No, that was the commentator. The Twitter space works similarly to the Twitter space works similarly to this sort of a space that we're running now. So you have an anchor, which is somebody like myself, and then you have the topics, and then he then samples opinions. But that space is very popular amongst the obedience, especially that Twitter space. And and Bishop was just saying now, over 500 plus, all in concurrence with those sort of, and that's not the first time, by the way, that sort of commentary has come out of that space.
Oh, okay, I see. So they had somebody there, like Rational Mind, expressing himself. That's okay.
All right. So are you saying it's an outlier? I think there's a Bishop.
So unfortunately, I mean, I listened to some of those things. There were 3 of such spaces yesterday, and there were others today, and it is provocative. It is vexation. I don't know. I cannot find that adjective. And I will end by saying, when you sow wind, you will reap whirlwind. These guys have sown wind. A governor with balls, not the timid Sanwo-Olu that we have there. We need a madman as a governor in Lagos one day, and he will do what Wike did to my 3 Ikoku market, and the heavens will not fall. When other people want to cry victim and say they are being victimized, we will ask them to go and ask the likes of Iwanyan, that is encouraging and pushing the narrative that Igbos came to come and liberate Lagos. They saw swamp and they developed the place. It was even attempting to rewrite.
One man, please. Can I interject, please? Can I interject, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Bishop, you have to tone it down with the way you talk about the Igbos, please. I don't know the side that you guys are talking about. So this is about Twitter. So from what I'm understanding. Hold on, please, let me finish.
No, I did not. I withdraw my permission.
Hold on, Bishop.
Come and say what you want.
Bishop,
you can come and tell yourself.
Hold on, Bishop. Let him land since you've already opened it to him. But make it short, Joel.
Okay, one man. I wanted to know what you guys are reacting to on Twitter. That is what you guys are reacting to, right? So
yeah, it's a Twitter Spaces clip that's gone. There's nowhere on social media that this is not been discussed.
Exactly. So this is a Twitter space of people or non-people, like people that come on your show and they make statements. No faces, no nothing. And Bishop is here fuming about a faceless people on internet speaking their mind. Is that what it's all about? So because of what happened on Twitter, oh my goodness, what is the difference between Bishop and those Amajiris that hear that they call Mohammed in Denmark and start killing Nigerians? What's the difference? It's a shame, one man, we're having this conversation in the first place. It's a shame.
Okay. Can I have my space back? Can I have my space back?
Take your dead
I honestly will not. I won't dignify you with a response.
All right. All right. Before you continue, let me add this to the mix as well. Just something you were saying earlier. A lot of people send me a lot of stuff, as I said. This is the population of Lagos State as at very, very early, 18 something or the other. 1891. And this is what this is in 1891 census of Lagos State. It says Lagos Eco tribe, so they were about 20,000, and then the Ogubadagri axis, they were about 13,500. The Oyo people were short of 10,000. The Ijebu, 9,400 thereabout. The Aworis, who we thought were the main indigents, they were just under 8,000. The Egba, 5,100. The Ijeshas, 3,700. The Egbados, 3,100. The Nupe Tapas, so those are the northerners of that sort of the Nupe tribe. 1,000 short, just approximately 1,600. The Hausas about 1,600. Then the Liberians, so those are the returnees, 1,180. The Ekitis, 1,500, and then other Yorubas. It says Ilori, other Yorubas, 1,200 and odd. So you have to say anybody outside of this sort of list, they are just new entrants into the Lagos space. But carry on, Bishop. Bishop. Oh, did we lose Bishop?
Can I speak?
Hold on, you've spoken already. Let me see if Bishop dropped and is back. Oh yeah, Bishop dropped and he is back. So Bishop, carry on. Bishop, you're back. Carry on. Bishop, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You spoke with Sonny right now.
Yeah, no, yeah, Bishop is there, and I'm asking him to carry on. But
maybe his network. It's not connecting.
All right. Okay. Let's move on. Well, yes, we move on. But before we move on, we come to you next. I'm holding Ajale Koko till later. We'll come to you next. But before we go to you, Joel, let's stop over with Titan, who I think is joining us for the first time. Titan, unmute.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good morning. It's morning in your place. Titan. I've been a member of this show, but I'm usually on the background and in the comment section causing havoc. So I'd like to respond to some of the things Bishop said, a lot which I do not agree with. There's no difference between this show, Radio Biafra now, if Bishop is going to go on with things he sees on Twitter. Because towards the election period, I wish I still have some of these pictures. Like sometimes I go on like some of these Instagram comment section, or I go on Twitter and I try to like trace the background of people making some of these serious ethnic, like, you know, ethnic aggressive statements. And some of them, I find out that most of them are just like, they are more like bots. They are more like, I don't know if people understand what bots are. They are more like fake accounts that they just use to like stir up things on these spaces. A lot of them are not even real people. Some are real, but most of them are not real people. They're just, you know. And then again, it's also the prerogative of the government to go after some of these people, inciting some of these things, but the government don't do it. They are quick to go after some other people, and tell me why they are quick to ignore some other people that are like spreading fake news, spreading some of these insidious comments. So with the I believe Bishop should be educated. Like, he can't just go around with someone's Twitter and just say, hey, someone says this on Twitter, and then again you now go around with it. Like with the issue of, like, I think there's Adeyinka grandson that was charged for terrorism in the UK.
Oh no, that's Joel's friend.
So obviously, I don't pay that guy so much. I'm Igbo, but I don't pay him so much, you know. He has a lot of followers. There are a lot of people that believe in him, but he even came out to say Tinubu is his leader. But will I go out and say that's fact? No, I won't say that's fact. Like, that's just a disturbed human being. And in this program, I see a lot of people saying, hey, Igbos this, Igbos this, Igbos this. You have to understand the Igbos did not choose to be with Nigeria, you know. We all left, you know, we carried our bag and left. It was Nigeria that came after us. So this whole issue of Igbo this, you just have to get used to it, man. These are the people you fought for, you know. You don't have to lie, but they are the people you fought for. You guys are the ones that you are the champions of one Nigeria, even though as it stands with one Nigeria, the major people against the unity of the one Nigeria are the people that usually shout the one Nigeria the most. We all know why there's one Nigeria. It's not really because of the people in the Nigerian space, but because of the resources they can get from Nigeria. So that's the main reason why the one Nigeria is not working. The one Nigeria is not because of the resources. If the one Nigeria, if the one Nigeria was because of the people, the one Nigeria would be working, but it's not because of the people. We want the one Nigeria, but we want people to be in their own part of the Nigeria. That doesn't make any sense. Like, if you want one Nigeria, it has to be one Nigeria. It's not one Nigeria, but stay in your own part of the state. Stay in your own part of the
Yes,
country, you know?
The reason why some people may be getting fed up at Titan is this now continuous ethnicization of everything, and we're seeing it in too many instances. So they asked Alaba Market to clean up, and they did that to Tejoshua Market and about 4 or 5 other markets. But then, of course, that flared up into an ethnic narrative. They are trying to attack the flooding that is perennial in Lagos by moving people off those waterways. And to that end, they demolished quite a vast amount of properties in Oboronjoke, about 3 months, and all over the place. But then when it gets to a place predominantly of a certain ethnic stock, it gets ethnicized. And then you start to hear all of these sort of narratives on Twitter. And then if you set it against the backdrop of Lagos is no man's land, you can see how all those things coming together will start to irritate people.
One man, like, there's no smoke, there's no fire without smoke, or there's no smoke without fire. You were here when what's the name of this pastor, a popular pastor in Nigeria, was complaining about the Igbos buying all the properties. He was saying it in a meeting, and everyone were complaining about Igbos buying all the properties there. And then again, you can also see the way APC government run elections. It's always tribal, like, hey, we're gonna do this. They only galvanize votes, not by what they do, is by stirring up the ethnic distinct that Igbos want to take up Lagos, and that's how they charge up their people to vote for them. You know, then Yorubas always go into a frenzy, like, hey, if we let this happen, Igbos will take over Lagos. You know, that's what they did. You can say whatever you want to say,
but now is made up, and this is tiring.
Hold on, Solly, do you mind?
One man.
Just hold on.
I stayed for everything Bishop was saying. You know,
can you hold on, please, Solly? Solly, can you hold on? Solly, do you mind? Solly, can you not hear me? What's going on? What's going on? Solly, I said hold on. What's going on? Hold on now. When I say hold on, sorry, Titan, carry on.
Yeah. It has been happening in subsequent election, you know. I'm just saying that these are just things that happen, like, and I don't know whoever is talking, whether he likes it or not, that's what happened. They ethnicized the election and came up with this thing, you know. They also
do you know who the first person to ethnicize the last election was?
Thank you, one man.
Sorry, I will remove you if this carries on. I've told you to hold on, please. Do you know who the last person to ethnicize this election was? Titan.
I don't know. I believe you want to tell me.
It was Atiku Abubakar.
I don't know. I don't follow articles politics.
Well, yes, because you said the APC they used ethnic narratives. Atiku Abubakar, when he was campaigning at the north, he frontally told them to vote for him instead of a Yoruba man or a northerner. So,
Yes.
So he was the first to do that, and then the second person to do that was Peter Obi. He did that in London when he brought out, and I can bring out the clip, when he brought out the infamous apparent messages that somebody forwarded to him, and he was telling his followers that, look, they are saying, oh, the Igbos, they will take over and they will buy up every, they want to do this and that. And it was, somebody was reading the text in one great hall in London. So that was another direct ethnic thing as well. And he added, of course, the religion to it as well. So I'm not aware that the APC frontally used ethnic tonalities, but you might reference MC Oluomo and his Mama Chinedu narrative and all that.
No.
But certainly,
I'm not going about that. Those are just talking points. That's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going into that. Even self, I won't even go to Tinubu Yoruba Ronu speech like Yoruba Lokon. I don't. Those are just this. I'm talking about the attack during the election. I'm talking about boys going around saying Igbo should not vote. I'm talking about people saying that, going around beating people up, that if you're Igbo, you shouldn't vote. I'm talking about people going around the distance saying we're going to deal with Igbo people. So that is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about these small clips and things like that, you know. All those are just this thing. Even though I know what you're talking about with the whole Peter Obi, this thing, he was just showing something that he saw in this thing, and that was a talk between him and someone else, you know. I won't even go about the part of the. I won't go about the part of the president's wife also talking about Igbos don't like them. You guys don't go blah 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 and things like that. All those are just, I don't care about those things. I'm talking about.
Hold on. When was that? When did she say that?
One man. Are you saying she didn't say that?
No, I didn't say she didn't say that. I said, when did she say that?
That was even last election, not this last election, the one before that.
Yes, that was in the Ambode cycle.
Yeah, that was in the Ambode cycle, you know. That's not this thing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about people going around chasing people away from ballot box. I'm talking about people going this thing, you see. If she could say something like that, I'm not in her mind, you know. I won't start saying, oh, this person is bringing ethnic coloration, because obviously these people make a lot of speech and they talk a lot. There's something that you could misconstrue about it, you know. But what I'm talking...
Titan, let me ask you this. In especially because it was quite a peculiar election, the last one, which was essentially a Wazobia election. Can you envisage how it would not have been ethnicized in some way? A northerner, a Fulani Hausa man, a southwesterner Yoruba man, and an Igbo man. Can you imagine circumstances under which ethnicity would not play out in that sort of an election?
What I'll say is that they actually tried in the initial stages to make it a issue-based, you know, a clean election. But then the thing was that I think PDP and APC saw if they don't go this other route, they might actually lose the election with the momentum the Labour Party was gaining, you know. Initially, what they were accusing Peter Obi was that he's stingy, he's this. But then again, they found out, hey, you know, this is he's becoming so popular that, you know, if they don't do something about it, you know, so they start going towards IPOB, his IPOB. And obviously with the case of maybe like Bayo and Onuga, they had to like That's what they did to win. I'm not saying any of them, Tinubu or this. If you can see Tinubu's appointment, you know that he's not a tribal bigot. I'm not going to say that. I don't believe he's a tribal bigot, but I believe he did it to win the election.
All right. Let me ask you one follow-on question, and then you have to promise to hang around because it looks as though you have good conversation in you. But I want to get to Joel, who yielded to you. But let me ask you this: in terms of the numbers that came in, who do you think benefited the most out of ethnicity in this electoral cycle? We're talking about numbers now. Who do you think benefited the most in terms of the numbers in this electoral cycle?
Ethnicity.
In terms of ethnic, with ethnicity being the factor.
Also to a large extent, Peter Obi, because no, I think in a way if you're saying which ethnicity voted for who or whatever, because Peter Obi got vote from Benin, he got vote from the Benin people of Edo. He got Edo State. Obviously,
which ethnicity did other candidates not make inroads into?
Yeah, I'll obviously say Peter Obi, but then again, that's after they muddied the whole election, campaign thing to make it towards a tribe or something. Because everyone knows, like, if an Igbo man contests, no matter if it's Jesus Christ.
But Obi, even if it was, and even as ethnicized as it was, Obi won Lagos, Atiku won Osun, and all of that. And Tinubu won several northern states.
Tinubu also won Rivers State, and he won the Middle Belt. He won Benue State, which I don't get it, to be honest. I don't get how he won Benue State and Rivers State, and obviously those.
So how much of looking at the numbers, how much of a factor did you think ethnicity played? Because the only space that you can really say that ethnicity played a part was in the Southeast. But anywhere outside the Southeast, it was a mixed blend of surprise results.
I think it would be a mixed blend of surprise results in the Southeast if the other two candidates were people will aspire to be, or people would say these are like candidates of my choice, or these are candidates that can improve Nigeria. We obviously know that Tinubu or Atiku have nothing to offer Nigerians. They didn't have anything to offer leading to the election, and they'll obviously not have anything to offer.
So why did millions of people, or are you claiming all their votes were rigged? So why did
I'm not claiming all their votes were rigged.
If they had nothing to offer, why did millions of people vote for both of them?
Atiku or this thing?
Or Atiku, you said we obviously know Atiku and Tinubu have nothing to offer, yet millions of people voted for them. So why would millions of people vote for them if universally the consensus was that they don't have anything to offer?
One again, like those two people have a big campaign budget. They are from a big party. There's no way people would not vote for PDP or APC. And then again, like the Southwest, people see APC as their party, a party that represents them, in the North, people also see APC because of the CPC alliance as a party that represents them. Because I also said in the North during the election, election that Jonathan won, the election he ran and he won, and in that election there was also PDP delegate and whoever there was saying people should vote for Buhari CPC, you know. They saw CPC at that time as their own party, a party that is going to represent them and champion their causes. You know, that's the same way people in the Southwest see APC, which was then AC. That's the way they saw AC as a party that is going to champion their causes and whatever they aspire to be. So, and then again, you could also say the power of incumbency works, because obviously who is going to do the major rigging in election is going to be the governors and his henchmen, you know. You can see that in the case of the current Imo State election, that the governor, who is by no means popular in any form or shape, APC won every single position in Imo State, you know. So you can never, and you can also see that in the case of River State, the way Wike was able to galvanize votes for Tinubu, and he's obviously reaping his rewards now in Abuja.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Titan. Like I said, let's go to Joel of Nashville and let him take the floor. So, Joel, thanks for you. You say it was just as well that you did. A delightful contribution from Titan there.
One man.
Equal delight.
One man. One man.
I hear you.
I know this. I said, good.
You're driving. Okay, I can hear you. All right. Let me go to Ajanle Koko then. Sorry, sorry if I was a bit abrupt then. I just didn't want you to stop his flow.
Can I speak now?
Only for a microsecond, because I don't want too much interjections. But yeah, go on.
Sorry. Let me just greet Ajale Koko. He's also
is he your favorite? Is he your favorite?
He's everyone's favorite.
I know.
You
This
know
is
by
it.
now. So
nobody even knows I'm here. But look at that. No love for one man. No love for one man.
No, we enjoy Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
He's like the unbiased, you know, anchor in this program. So everyone likes him, you know. I don't agree with everything he says, but I can actually
you don't find him too left wing, too socialist, too.
No, I'm not a socialist. I'm neither a capitalist.
No. You don't find Ajale Koko too much of a socialist.
During his time, that was what was in vogue. Like, you know, during the early 70s,
it was everything to go to the people.
They were all socialists, you know. Most governments were socialists, you know. And I think that was the time people even had the best. It was during the socialist period that Africa had the best, you know, the rise of. How will you say no?
The government doesn't work under that. You know, the best way that government works is for you to keep the people slightly hungry. You know, you can't have them feeling well fed, and you know, let them feel the people must be under some sort of constant gnawing pain, and that's how government works properly. So that their root out of that pain is how you get more out of them.
That's what rich capitalist men that enjoy for capitalism tell the people to believe. That's not true. Like, if you look at the indices, like Africa had the most development during the early socialist era, like the times of Nkrumah, Moluta Mohammed, and co. Even to the extent of Awolowo, you know, that was the best generations of most African states was during the socialist period. Like, I don't see capitalist states providing anything but, you know, suffering and just a few people like reaping the rewards, you know. Then again, people say they hate capitalism, but yet we all go on roads that, you know, major highways that without toll. Those are socialist infrastructures, you know.
All right. Titan, let us Solly have that interjection. We go to Ajale Koko.
Sorry, Solly.
No, it's fine. I'm trying to see who your voice reminds me of. It is Posh Collins, isn't it? It is Posh Collins. Yes. Solly, yes. Go on.
Yes. The reason why I burst out in all those incoherent shouting that I do sometimes is because I feel mentally insulted when someone comes, takes half truths, mix it with half lies intentionally, because this happens over and over and over and over again, in order to spew propaganda. It is very insulting. Nobody is doing that to you. So why insult our intelligence by continuously doing all these things? If you want to complain about something, complain about the truth. But you see that there is no truth to complain about, so you mix it with lies. What is the purpose of continuously doing that? If you want to actually create unity, you will not be mixing lies. But the main purpose is to push this unity. This is what we are talking about the Twitter thing, coming back again and again. If somebody wants to avoid this kind of thing, you have to totally avoid the whole Nigerian internet space, which is what I do personally in order to have mental peace. Because the moment I pick up my phone, the next thing I'm seeing is truth mixed up with lies to create disunity every single time, insulting people's intelligence. And when you are giving facts, instead of saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong, it will be trying to misdirect, trying to dribble, trying to Maradona, changing the topic, changing the subject, saying, oh, that's not what I meant. Oh, this not. Then why did you mix the lie into it? Why? What is the purpose? When I said, like a 3-year-old female child.
All right. Don't. Just help us with the time, Solly. Don't. Yeah.
I've said my piece, but I know it will not stop. It will still happen again.
All right.
If I correct one information that the last speaker, not Solly, but the guy that had the new guy that had the floor. Titans, yeah. You know, we have to start correcting this thing that people say that the Yorubas fought to keep Igbos in Nigeria, fought war to keep Igbos in Nigeria. Now, that's not true. Now we have to. That's not true. I mean, if we want to talk about the Biafran war, you want to talk about Yorubas have fought that war. It was more of a self-defense because Ojukwu invaded the southwest and he's threatening and dropping bombs on Lagos. People have to fight for it. Was more of a self-defense.
But the Yorubas were part of the Nigerian army as well.
No, you can't. It's soldier in the army. It's like today, Igbo soldiers are fighting in Zambiza forest. They are fighting against the Kanuris. I mean, if someone doing his job in the army.
You're breaking up, Mike. It's quaking somewhat, but
one more back. Can I, if I may, I can go.
We can hear you, but it's intermittent. It's like that grainy sound of a bad connection. Now we can't hear you. No. It's like
let me step out his garage.
All right. All right. All right.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you better. Yes, have that.
Okay. I'll step out.
It's gone. All right. I was
let me go.
Okay. Ajahn Koko, let's let's go. Okay. Yeah, Joel. So Joel, don't dabaru everything, because that's what you usually do.
I would. By the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville One Man Show. Like, share, subscribe. One Man. We are in an unfortunate state in Nigeria, and I'm going to put a face to it. We are in an unfortunate state in Nigeria. And we live in a Nigeria where nobody wants to say the truth. And it is bothering. And by the way, today is my birthday. But Nigeria never gives you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Nigeria never gives you any time to celebrate yourself. It's always, even if you're celebrating, you're feeling bad. But, one man, the issue that we have is something. We do not tell ourselves the truth. Bishop came up here, as low cautious as he is, coming up here to make it look like everything that is bordering on ethnicity in Nigeria has to do with the Igbos. It is wrong. And let me bring us back, because sometimes when thank you, the mogul. Sometimes when we look at Nigeria as it stands, because of the hate we have for each other, we do not appreciate the little things we have done. We've been able to accomplish as a group. One man, the last time I said I was going to ask you to play the thing I asked you to play. But the reason why is that, does it really matter? It doesn't matter. It's not going to change. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to change. One man, let me tell you, Lagos is what it is today because of everybody in Nigeria. All Yoruba did not be Lagos. They did not. In fact, in my own very eyes, these places you're talking about, we used to go to Lekki Beach. For those of us who say they live in Lagos State, because most of the people talking here, they don't even stay in Lagos State. Used to be swamp. They were all swamp.
Joel, it was the master plan of Tinubu.
People, hold on, please.
Let's stop.
Hold on, please. There was swamp. Was Lekki swamp or not? That's my question.
What?
Was Lekki swamp or not?
What the hell are you talking about? Lekki swamp.
Was Lekki a swamp?
First of all, the master plan of Lagos is what the Lagos state government is going by. We are developing on. It's not.
You're not just.
Second of all, wait, Joel. Second of all, there's no ethnic group that's developing anything, or only a section of. There's no ethnic group developing anything.
The number does not correlate what you're saying. What we are saying is just this. What we are saying is this, Mike. What I'm saying is this. Enough of the begging. I'm not going to beg you. I'm not going to slide for you. The issue is this. When they say that Nigeria is going to be one Nigeria, it's one Nigeria.
Okay.
You hear me so? One Nigeria. If you say the Igbos should use Nigeria, then Nigeria will break up.
If what?
We have to break up. Yes. If you say yes, that's what I'm saying. So that is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
But you guys are not discussing.
The moment, let me tell you. The moment, let me tell you, we wanted to leave.
Hold on, Joel. You know what you just said there, and we just glazed over it. It's actually true that if they want to leave, let them leave. If the Igbos leave Nigeria, then Nigeria will have to break up. You know, because there's nothing else holds it together.
One man, let me tell you something. One man, let me tell you this. I have thought about it. Who are you going to live in Nigeria with? They're not. No. It's not going to happen. The moment the Igbos go out, some other ethnic groups, especially the South, they move on their own. I am not saying they're going to join the Igbos.
The thing is, if the Igbos leave Nigeria, Joel, then the Nigerian map has to be redrawn to exclude the Igbos. And then it has to be recalibrated as well. And since a lot of people are already halfway out, they will just use that opportunity to be all the way out. The Yorubas will quite easily,
But the only time I will be begging to come back will be the Igbos.
Bro, let me tell you something. We the Igbos, we don't beg you. I don't know every time you say the only person is going to beg. The only person is going to beg.
You guys are already begging right now.
You cannot sophisticate anybody's property.
Is one Yahoo not begging right now?
Mike, he's not begging. He's telling you the obvious.
You are begging us to stop. I'm telling you to leave our land.
Forbid him to beg you. Who are you? He's begging you. Somebody built property with his money. And you're telling me to beg. Beg you for what? Somebody is stating the fact. You say beg you for what? What are you begging? In Nigeria, when you are like you're living abroad, are you begging for where you're staying? What is the problem with our senses?
But I'm not the one agitating to live abroad.
No. You are the one making subsidiary statements. And I am telling you. The way it is today. No. Let's get this straight. Because I am sick of this nonsense. One man, you know what? One man. If you don't mind, play this clip. Play that first clip I sent to you. Because some people come up here and say that the Igbos are fighting the embers of discord. One man, play that video.
Which one?
That's when you told me that the guy was in jail. Play that clip.
Sorry. When did you send it?
One man, you said when I sent you the clip, that was last week. I sent it to you. You said you were going to play it.
Is it the grandson? Okay, the grandson one. Okay, I can play it. I can play about 2 minutes of it. But
one man, let me quickly land it before I went out, before I played the video.
2 minutes, please.
Hold on, let me just land what I was saying. First,
who's speaking? No, I'm not.
No, I was saying something before my internet went off. Let me just line
just for order. Yes. Land it and then I'll play no more than 2 minutes of it.
I won't take. Yeah, I was almost done before my internet went off. So let's get one fact straight. Regarding the 1960s events and the war, Yorubas never in the history of Nigeria fought to keep Igbos in Nigeria or agitate for Igbos in Nigeria or to say we're fighting for Nigeria to be one. There's never been, ever. If we're talking about the Biafran War, first of all, on one point, Ojukwu wasn't fighting for Igbos to leave Nigeria. Ojukwu was invading people's territory, invading everywhere, claiming land, trying to form his own country. That's not Igbo living Nigeria. He didn't say we Igbos, we are living Nigeria, forming our own country. He was invading other people's territory, invaded the whole South, invaded Southwest, and people fought back as self-defense, and they crushed his rebellion. That's what that war was about. That war was not about keeping Igbos in Nigeria by anybody. So let's stop going around saying, let's stop going around saying, Yoruba, you fought to keep us in Nigeria, so we'll come to your land and do whatever we like and disrespect you because you are the one that fought to keep us in Nigeria. That's rubbish. Thank you.
One man. The issue is this. One man. Prior to the issue is this. What was the war about?
Hold on. Do you want to go? Because if we open that space, then
I know. Play the clip.
All right. I'm not quite sure why you're asking me to play it.
I want to play it, one man.
All right. But no more than a couple of minutes of it.
No, just 2 minutes. I don't want me.
All right, guys. Do you guys see the news as far Mr. Buhari and then the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa? Now, both of them made a joint statement, and their joint statement was targeted at Igbo people in South Africa. Buhari specifically stated that foreigner cannot go to other people's country and take over the petty jobs, petty trades, like barber shop, hairdressing salon, mechanic shop, car dealership. When the president of South Africa spoke, he said that they don't want small businesses of Nigeria in South Africa. They want the bigger player, slightly large companies from Nigeria coming to invest in South Africa so that they can create jobs. The president of South Africa simply stated that they don't want Igbo barbers in South Africa. They don't want Igbo hairdressers in South Africa. They don't want Igbo mechanic. They don't want Igbo car dealers in South Africa. These are small businesses that the citizens of South Africa should be doing. So Igbo don't go to any countries to develop the space. They are just messing up these countries. It's the same nonsense they do in Yoruba land. They come to Yoruba land to come and be selling pop-off. They come into Yoruba land selling spare parts. They come to Yoruba land to come and be dispensing drugs. They come into Yoruba land to come and be doing food bank, to do catering services. These are petty jobs, small businesses that Yoruba citizens should get involved. Igbo are into Yoruba land to sell second-hand clothing. They are involved in car dealership. These are jobs they should be doing in their own space. These are jobs for them to do in Igbo land. They come and do here.
All right, so
Okay,
there it
thank
is.
you, one man.
A
One
little
man.
snippet of
Yeah, a snippet. Right. If you went further on that clip, you will see where he was saying, take them out, do this and do that. Why did I ask you to play that clip? The reason why I asked you to play that clip is that most of the time we always make this statement that the tribal bigotry is only from one aspect. Now, am I going to judge the whole of Yoruba based on the rating of this idiot? No.
Joel, let's give it to perspective.
No, hold on. Let him just do his bit. Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying, one man? So that is the issue. If we must address the issue of Nigeria, we must speak the truth. I have never said that Lagos is no man's land. And I've never seen any prominent Igbo man or prominent Igbo son that said it's a no man's land. This narrative was pushed by those people that stayed in the southwest. And it resonated. So the election, like the last guy, the Titanic or whatever his name, Titan said, was not about what you're going to do, but about this. People want to take about Lagos, want to take over Lagos. If Peter Obi was not in that election, it wouldn't have arisen. So we have to address the issue of tribal bigotry. And whenever we stay, if we decide that the Igbos are going to leave Lagos, then that day Nigeria ceases to exist. Whether you want to recalibrate it, you don't want to recalibrate it, that is your business. I am telling you from the facts that Nigeria will cease to exist because every group, including the middle belt, can I just stop, please? Can you just shut up for crying out loud? You're not a girl. So every group in Nigeria will find their way to leave. And let me tell you this. Let me give you one more. Do not be deceived. If we leave, or if the Yorubas leave, that they're going to be hungry. Nobody's going to be hungry. We might fight a little bit because probably we're trying to realign, but we'll be fine. The one I am telling you that the way Nigeria is structured, coming to the main topic today, with the kind of wastage that we see in governance, with the despicable amount of wealth being laundered by our politicians, I do not think that Nigeria is where it ought to be. Now, we have to speak up as we are doing and attack the real issues and stop attacking tribe. So, this issue about 1,411, you go to Punch newspaper, go to Vanguard. It was all reported. It's not an Obi narrative. Obi did not send anybody there, or Atiku or PDP or anybody. These people went there. They went there on the backings of the Nigerian government for a chunk of them. And in Punch newspaper today, they calculated the amount the flight will cost the Nigerian government for the 500 that they agreed that they sent to Dubai. And it was coming up, it was running up to about a little bit over 800 billion naira. 800 billion naira. Is that not a sin in itself? In a country where we hardly feed, where most of the roads, most of our infrastructures, even agriculture is bad. One man, if you take that money and you put it, you just agriculture in Nigeria, one man, we're going to see the results. It is unfortunate and it's a shame that people come on this platform and try to dilly-dally or try to rock and take over it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. In this Nigeria we are living today, if we are going to stay together and make Nigeria progress, we must do the right thing. Nobody is going to power anybody. Nobody is going to threaten anybody that Nigeria is, you have to leave off. No, it's not going to happen. Unless we want a civil war, it's not going to happen. Because I am getting things about this whole thing going on in the Nigeria space. So, let me go to the next topic.
Before you go to the next topic, no, don't interject. Sorry, you can't interject every single, otherwise we'll be here forever. Let me play you this before you go to the next topic.
Mentioned that you registered, although you didn't get to attend, but just to prove to them. But let's talk about this process of registering. You mentioned that you registered, although you didn't get to attend, but just to prove to the people, what really is the process?
I sent the video over to your, let's say your studio, so probably you could play it as we're speaking. But you just go on the website, it's very easy. If you don't know the website, just go on Google and type in register for COP28, and then you go on the website, right there, slapdash on the website, you're going to see a link, register for COP28. You click on it, you put your name, you put your organization, you put who you're representing, and then the two most important questions they're going to ask you, your country of residence, and then your country of nationality. You put whatever it is, and then if the country of nationality, immediately you put that, you're going to be added as a tally to that country. So for instance, if you had, like maybe today, because don't forget that COP28 has not really begun. What you've been having all this while are just speeches by heads of state. The real COP28 is going to take place between the 7th and the 8th of December. So even you, Abosede, if you go right now and you register, you're going to be added to Nigeria's tally. It's that simple.
But then the individual will be recognized as representing the country where they actually reside. Let's talk about...
No. You're not going to be recognized as representing the country. You're going to be a delegate from Nigeria. You will be representing like maybe whatever organization you put there. So for instance now, maybe you are going there with someone like Abdul Samad Rabi. So you're going to be a delegate from Nigeria representing BUA. Maybe you're going there as somebody from SERAP. SERAP is a very popular, well-known non-governmental organization. You're going to be a delegate from Nigeria representing SERAP. So all of those 1,411 delegates from Nigeria, they are not all representing the federal government of Nigeria. Many of them are representing, in fact, most of them are representing private organizations, non-governmental organizations, and then also maybe like bodies, youth groups, associations, professional bodies, and stuff like that.
All right. Now, in the midst of this, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the last election, Peter Obi, actually likened Nigeria to China. What's a reaction to that?
I mean, it just shows ignorance. It shows ignorance of how COP28 operates. And then this is a serious question on his ability to govern a complicated and a complex country like Nigeria. Because if you do not understand the difference between a delegate and somebody representing Nigeria, then how can you govern this country? I mean, this is a man, like I said before, just last week he was condemning the Lagos state government for demolishing houses that were blocking waterways.
All right, it's going somewhat into other topics, but I think you get the gist of it.
He's not a man of honor. He's a useless man.
Not yet.
Let me address one point first. There was something that he said about, oh God, I just missed it. But anyways, one man, 422. That is what they agreed, right? 422 for COP28 was a waste of resources. That is the point. Now, he's talking, this is federal government. You are not talking about other parastatals like all those NNPC. They were not part of the federal government delegation. So, whatever way they want to spin it, we are spending close to $1 billion in transportation. Now, when you add the extra code for this 422, for the 422, that is where they calculated the price of ticket, the extra code, and the hotel for 13 days. So, how much is it going to be? And I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. Lastly, I don't remember what I wanted to say. The issue that he mentioned there, which is, I don't like even mentioning his name because he's asinine. The issue of demolition, I have never seen one Igbo person, even me on this show, we all condemned any house built on drainage system, or close to the drainage system, or any house that seems to compromise the waterways through which the gutters, what they call it again, those canals could go through. We all condemned it. What we are saying, it was another video I sent to you of a man that actually was interviewed and on TV, and he was stating that he has his papers. He was paying them money. In fact, some of the tenants or some of the house owners were asked to pay something that was what he used, like like a penalty, and that he was paying, and he has his receipt. These are Nigerians. Take away the Igbos from them, and then you will see humanity. It's a shame that we are still talking about this issue based on ethnic basis. And it is not a lie that most of those houses that were being demolished were Igbo houses. And there's no equivocation about that. So when you see people talk, they are talking, and they are saying, stop listening to TV. Go to actual TV.
No, we're struggling to hear you, Joel.
Oh wow, I don't know what it is. But that is the issue, man. I don't wish to take much time. But we must start telling ourselves the truth in Nigeria. It is very, very important. And that's the only way we can heal. If we cannot heal, then let us break away and go our separate ways. We shall be fine. Do not think that if we break away that we will not be fine. We shall all be fine. In fact, I promise you, in the next 10 years, we shall be competing with whoever that got his act together on who visited the space. Who visited space first. The brains in Nigeria are still there. They didn't go nowhere. It's just that we say we are not going to be in the same country. That's it. So we have to make a decision whether to stay together or we take it. But you cannot threaten people to just leave. We are not leaving. And Bishop, I wish you are the governor. You will come and do that your responsibility in Alaba and nothing will happen.
You don't even know where you start.
Nothing will happen. Who want to leave? I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave.
Why are you saying you want to leave? You want to leave? You want to leave? Make up your mind now.
I'm not leaving.
All right.
If you are leaving, if you are taking, if you are not taking in Nigeria, you are just mad.
Maybe if you Joel, can you move your device around a bit? Maybe that I'm not quite sure why we can't.
Oh. Why you can hear me? Well, anyway,
we can hear you. It's echoing. All right. Thank you, Joel. So thank you. Let's go back to Bishop who rejoined us. I wanted to push you a bit, but the audio quality was just so poor. Bishop, are you back?
Yeah, I am. If you can hear me, let me slow down a little bit when I pull up. Can you hear me?
Or do you want me to come back to you when you get?
I will pull up somewhere and I will send you a message.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, we land on you again.
Thank you, woman. Hello.
All right, yeah, we can hear you clearly. You know, when the voice quality is not so good, it doesn't really make for the fullness of it. But yeah, Ajanle Koko, so to the conversation, where do you want to start it off? Do you want to start it off with this call to, this statement, rather, it's not even a call, of the federal government now wanting to let go of some of these not generating income federal assets?
Yeah, thank you. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me first of all thank our brother that came on the platform tonight.
He's still here, Titan. I like the quality of his voice, so maybe we'll keep him.
Yeah, Titan. I think I want to commend you for your courage to come and join us today. It's not easy to be on the platform because the level of basketballs and the sentiment and everything is not easy, but your contribution, I think, is quite meaningful, and I want to encourage you to always come and let us, enjoy you here. I believe others at the comment section too, your people that you used to mingle with back there, I believe they will be proud of you with what you've done tonight. So thank you. You're welcome. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So let me, look, one man. Yes, people will tell us that government doesn't have business in, it is not government business to run business. Yes, they could be right to some extent, but they are not right in totality. There are some sector of the economy, some sectors in the economy that government must run. If government doesn't run it, then we're not going to have a country. So they've been selling our national asset since 1999. What have we got in return on those assets? The proceed of the realized from the sales of those assets, has it been well put into the development of the people or the country? As what have we achieved from the sales of?
If they tie the sale to a particular infrastructure to say that we will sell XYZ to build ABC, would that work?
Look, I don't agree with that.
Because a lot of those things, they're just white elephant projects. None of them have ever really generated, like the refineries. Till the world freezes over, Nigeria is not going to make a cover from those refineries. And as soon as they sell it, whoever buys it will start to turn a profit. So things like that, they can just cut them loose.
Well, yes, it's because you have bad people managing the resources of the asset and the resources of the country. Highly corrupt people. And that is why those assets never achieve the set purpose that they were aimed to achieve. And let me tell you, when we had good people, patriotic people, selfless people running those national assets, those refineries, it recorded growth, economic growth, financial surplus, and we saw the development that was recorded in the country. When we had selfless people running Nigeria, they built all those national assets. They built them. And they had vision that building those national assets then could propel Nigeria to be one of the greatest countries in the world, economically, industrially, financially, militarily, anything that you want to talk about. But look, corrupt and bad people, group of corrupt, highly corrupt people, even when they don't even have no asset to run, they won't still run the country well to benefit the people. That is just the fact of it. They will still not run it to benefit the people. And that is what we have in place now. We have group of wicked, bad, corrupt, selfish leaders across the country at all levels of government running the state. And they're running it with impunity, that nothing can happen to them. And that's why the country continue to record losses at all fronts. Losses everywhere. Where is the sector you want to talk about that we are doing well? Even in areas that we have the potential to do better, they run it aground. So let me tell you, this asset, I mean, they didn't mention those assets involved. They didn't tell us how they want to sell it. They didn't tell us what it aims to achieve, selling off this asset. So it's just one of those things that they've been doing since 1999, and they want to continue, no different.
What about assets that are drained on the country's finances, like Baba was just asking?
Asset, like which one is that?
Like the refinery. The refinery is a good example. The refineries.
Look, let me tell you one man.
Or even that on the National Theatre, which is just rotting away. They put a skeletal staff there. It has a budget. It doesn't generate anything. The refineries don't generate anything. Just very few assets. I'm not quite sure there's a government asset that actually turns a profit.
Yeah, the reason is that we have corrupt people running the state and never allow competent and people with, people that are competent to run those places. They allow
So given that is the case, then why don't they just realize those assets and then let privateers who can run businesses run it, and then the government regulate them?
One man, yes. Has it worked for us in the past? The one they did in the past? How did it work? The one they privatized. The one they sold in.
When they privatized the telecom space, is worked a treat.
That's a good one right there. How many, other than telecommunication space, name me other that was sold, that are transformed like telecommunication? Even the telecommunication you are telling me today, they still don't run well, efficiently, in comparison to what we have in some other part of the world. Tell me. They are ripping off Nigerian people, even with the telecommunication.
Yeah, but that's where regulation comes in, and that's where the government should come in.
Yeah. So other than telecommunication is good. One man, I cannot say they fail in that area. I cannot say they totally failed. No. They still have to do better, make it cheaper, make it run well. But tell me other sectors that they privatized or sold, assets that they sold. Tell me what they have brought in return for us. So our asset has been sold off by politicians for them to make money, enrich themselves, and ended there. Nothing for the people. That is our commonwealth. One man. These people are selling us our
are they our commonwealth or our common burden? If they sell, still sticking with the refineries, if they sell them off and then they take the cash to do something else, what loss would that be to the country? Because those refineries, for decades and administration after the other, they've never gotten it to work for reasons of corruption, etc., for whatever reason. It has never turned a profit, but it's always been a drain on the country's mega finances.
The politician running Nigeria are the common burden for us, not those assets. How can set of people governing the country destroy the asset that the founding fathers built for the greatness of the country? What are they doing? I'm not saying that, look, to privatize is not good in order to achieve efficiency and, it aims at achieving efficiency, continuity, and to generate revenue for the country. Asset, you cannot throw away your asset. You can't lose it. You can't destroy it. What these people are doing to us in this country, they are destroying the asset to the foundation. These are the asset base. These are the assets that hold the country together, that gave us the little development that we had in the past. These are the assets that enable us to achieve what we achieved in the past. But these people are destroying it. They are destroying it. They are selling it, and they're going to bankrupt the country. That is what we're going to have. We're going to be a country that has nothing. And some of the assets, they are using some of those assets to collateralize for loans. Loans that these people will loot. Tell me all the railway and all the... One man, tell me, can anyone, for the past 8 years that Buhari run the country, can anyone told me how much that Buhari borrowed? I can tell you. And tell us and show us what they achieved and what they built with how much they borrowed. When they came into government, how much was the debt of Nigeria? Was around 9 trillion naira or 10 trillion naira. Today, it has gone up to almost 90 trillion. Show us what they have been able to do with that loan. Has that loan been able to put in place structure for production for the country? No. Has those loans been able to use and alleviate poverty? Take Nigerian people out of poverty. Build our educational infrastructure well. Build the road well across the country. And other infrastructure and water and everything. What are we saying? And even some of the revenue that be coming from some of your assets that we have today have been collateralized for loan. Some assets like the energy revenue that be coming from there has been collateralized for loan. So the revenue coming in is going for loan payment. This is not the way to run a country. This is what these people are doing to us. They will continue to destroy the asset base of the country. They want to destroy it. All these assets will be gone. It's going to be a time, we get to a time when Nigeria will own nothing. Everything will be gone. And there'll be nothing again to show off, to say, okay, this is who we are, this is what we have, this is what they are doing to our country. I am not saying that it's not a thing to prioritize, but the one they have done in the past, what have we been able to achieve with it for the common good of the people of the country? But rather, what they have been able to achieve is to, you know, inflict a big economic body.
Can I have a quick interjection?
Okay, go ahead.
Good. I mean, yeah. Sorry, once again, good evening. I heard what you say. What the question is, how do we move forward? Do we want to retain those little assets that we have that are rotting away, that are not adding any value? Unfortunately, corruption has played a very big role. So I agree with you to that extent. But what is the way forward? We had one agency a few days ago, that they said they generated 6.5 billion and they spent everything, still had debt of 250 million. That is how they have been running those government corporations. We know how Nigerian Airways went down, civil servants and ministries. We who know how Nigerian Railway Corporation went down. We know how NITED, we know how MPA went down. We know how all these things went down. Do we want to continue in that trajectory, and they don't make any return? When you invest, there's supposed to be return. We don't ever have return on this thing. I know when NAFCON was, I know when petrochemical, Ajaokuta, Okuiboku, Iwope, all of these assets were just a burden. Do we want to continue in that trajectory? The federal secretariat, one of the assets that federal government is listing, is there wasting away. Look at the National Theatre, the one they said they are spending humongous amount. So I agree that there have been errors in the past. The question is, what is the way forward? Do we want to continue in that way that has not worked? The way they ran MPA down, the way they ran Nigeria National Shipping Oil, the way they ran NEPA, the way they ran NITEL. I remember when they wanted to sell NITEL. When they wanted to sell NITEL, and they initially sold it, and they said, they sold it to their allies, and they withdrew it and resold it. Eventually, from 750 million, it was sold for 242 million. Can we continue to allow those things to degenerate and degenerate? So if we are going to make a decision, the question is, do we focus sell them and know that private people are running them, let them employ people and generate wealth, rather than, because most people that are head of those agencies, all they do is just, as they used to say, Yoruba, Masako, they are just feeding fat on it. They are not returning any benefit to the Nigerian nation. And can we continue in that trajectory?
Okay. All right. My point, I want to repeat. I am not saying that privatization is not good or commercialization is not good. But what we are saying is that they cannot tell us that we don't have competent people in that country to run things good. Politicians cannot tell us that we don't have competent hands that can run those government enterprises or transform it for better use for the country. But when you have incompetent people, when you politically appoint incompetent people to run government agency, this is what we got. And it's because we have people, group of people in a political party that have no vision for the country. No vision to develop the country, but vision to loot. They can never do anything well for that country. That is my point. All those privatization or the asset they sold in the past, they told us all sorts of stories. That, it will be, when they sell it to private hand, He will run efficiently. He will, government will be in charge of regulation, will be generating revenue, will be taxing them, and government is not going to be burden on the government again to be pumping government money into
Adale Koko, if they sell assets that are a drain on the country's finances, and the privateers they are not able to run it, that's their problem.
One man, that is not the way it works. You cannot sell to people that doesn't have the capacity to run it. You must look. We are talking of the national asset that we have invested billions of money to build. This is a national asset that contributes, make impact in the running of the state. You want to sell it, but you don't want to sell it.
Can you cite an example of such an asset that was sold but was not run properly?
They sold this. What do you call? Is it Oshogbo rolling mill? Is it what is this other ones in Delta? There are a lot of assets that Obasanjo administration they sold that Atiku Abubakar sold. That what do we have today? They've all gone. They sold it for cheap. Those assets that worth like 10 billion, or let me say $10 million, they sold it for like less than 150 or 30 million naira. They sold it for cheap for themselves, and they don't have the capacity to run it. But they believe they can, buy it, then run it for a while with their incompetency, and then sell it off or do whatever they like. They will make their money. They will use that process to get some, what do you call it, maybe tax rebates from the government. And that's a lot of, these shady deals that characterize that privatization process. So it is, they are, I mean, what these politicians are showing to us is that we are people that lack capacity to do anything good for that country. That is what they are showing to us. But this is where we find ourselves, and maybe after some times, all eyes will open clearly, and we know the kind of people we're going to vote into a position of power in the future. But for now, what I'm saying is unfortunate. These people lack the capacity to govern well. It's a party with group of people with a mission to destroy the country, and they are showing it to us that they are destroying that country every day. Some people defend them; they destroy the country every day. They will come out with something that will look nice, but they know what they are showing to us is different from what they're going to do behind the scene. So they're going to sell it cheap for themselves, and after some times, it's going to be bankrupt. And then who's going to be the loser? The people, me and you. We won't have that structure again to function for the well-being of the people of the country. So let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant, Adale Koko. A brief commentary on this next headline. Julius Berger hands over second Niger bridge to federal government. So, 6 months after the inauguration by Buhari, the project finally completes, and is handed, pardon me, and is handed over to the government. So what are you making of this? You were querying earlier what they did with all those endless loans. So here is at least one thing that was done. Dave Umahi extremely impressed. So a good news story from Nigeria, Ajale Koko.
Okay. That is good. I mean, that is a
And in time for Christmas for the Easterners as well.
Yes. That's a good project. We know the importance of that project. It's a project that's been called for several years. It's finally completed to run for the economic well-being of the country. It's going to bring development around that corridor where we have that project established. It's going to open up that space there, and it's going to make reduce traffic congestion using the first that only bridge, the first Niger bridge to the east. We're going to have alternative routes now, so it's. I think it's good for the economy of both Delta and Anambra State. So, and I hope that we put it into good use. It will be well protected. People should open their eyes very well.
Do you think it should be told? I think they are going to toll it. Do you think it should be told?
Why must it be told? It should not be told.
To try and recover some of the expense of building it, of course.
What expenses? What expenses did they put on it? That's our money they put into that thing. So they should leave it alone for the people. This is what
I think they should let them have Christmas for free, but then after Christmas they have to toll it, surely.
That is unnecessary. It's going to be an act of stupidity and ignorance and insensitivity if government should toll that place. They should leave it open. Let Nigerian people use that road. In this time of economic hardship, they should not inflict more hardship on people. It's been called for long time. Nigerian people have been promised this long time. Now that we finally have it, why do you want to restrict people? Because if you told it, what we are going to see, a lot of people will not pass through that place. They'll be passing through the other one that is free. Because
a lot of people will pass through it. Or the Southeasterners have a lot of money. They don't mind paying.
Well, that is what you said. That's what you think. You don't know how many people, some people, the way they travel through that route a day. How many times? So how many times do they have to pay toll? They have to pay toll. They should leave it open for the people to enjoy their commonwealth. It's just unfortunate that I won't advise them to tow it. They should leave it open and let Nigerian people enjoy their asset. It's our asset. Already, they have inflicted what we can ever imagine in terms of hardship on us. They should not continue to inflict hardship on the people. So when you tow the road, then on they just don't have to tow it. They should just leave it. They should just leave it open. I hope that people in that area or people flying that a bridge should open if they see any suspicious movement or suspicious activity there. They should report to the police immediately, and government should be able to have police posts, maybe at both ends, or they have a patrol sort of, a patrol team that can ply that bridge very often, so that some people.
How long before they start to remove the wires from it and
That
sell it
is
for
what
scrap?
some criminals
Oh God!
They want to go and remove all the aluminium and all the wire, everything there. They want to go and all the street
And sell it for scraps.
and go and sell it for scraps to build ikokoini, that big pot for that they use to make jollof rice. So that government should be very active by having patrol team around there, so that any suspicious activity they can quickly.
Are roads told where you are?
What you say?
Are roads, are they told
We
where
don't
you
have
are?
toll in my state. We don't have no toll at all.
In America?
In my state.
Okay.
In my state. Across the length and breadth of the state I reside, no toll. Because
in the UK they have plenty.
Because our people.
Can you please share where you are, your state? Let me know.
I live in the state of Tennessee. We don't have no toll.
Tennessee. There are no tolls in Tennessee.
In the state.
You know what I will do, woman? You know what I will do? I will download so I have a transponder on my van, and everywhere I pass, there are tolls. They are there. If I can see it and send to you. You say there are no tolls in Tennessee, or Tennessee in your city, or as the state.
In the whole goddamn state, there is no toll. Tell me, there is toll.
There is toll of 64 coming down to Memphis from 64 down. When you're coming from, where do you cross? Where you coming from Illinois? I want you to remember that road. But I'll send it to woman. That's fine.
Tennessee. That is not Tennessee. You are talking of maybe Indiana, or you are talking of Illinois, or you're talking of there is no 64 in Tennessee. So you don't have toll in the state of Tennessee. The people stand up for it. They don't want no toll. They want to ride their vehicle in anywhere, any part of the state. And this is what this state represents. It's no reason to give burden on the people. Even there are some time in my city, I have some.
Ekundari, who lives in Tennessee as well, is disagreeing with you. He's saying there are tolled roads in Tennessee.
Tell me where. Where is
Ekundari, is over to you.
Where is the toll? Where is the toll? Tell me where is the toll? I mean, people.
But there's still tolls in the United States. More to it, yeah.
United States is a big country, man. It's a big country.
So if there are tolls in the United States, why can't there be in Nigeria?
Look, one man. Nigeria is a very, very. Nigerian people are very, very poor now. The government of Nigeria, the irresponsible government you have in Nigeria today, have put all Nigeria into poverty. If you don't know, all Nigeria are poor now. It doesn't matter the level of your status in that country. The policy of this government have put all Nigeria into poverty. Dangote reported recently it lost 6 billion due to the devaluation of this goddamn naira that you have. $6 billion. You think it's a joke?
Sorry, I just remember something now. I beg you, Ajale Koko. What is the meaning of Lexus lanes or Lexus something in Tennessee?
Lexus, where? What is Lexus?
Lexus. I think they call it Lexus something. Lexus, no, sorry, something lanes in Tennessee. Check it. It's something you can Google.
No. Are you talking
One
about?
man, can you help us to Google it, please?
I'm actually looking to move away from Tennessee, but
are you talking about HOD? Are you talking about HOD lane? Are you talking about?
All right. Let's not to be fixated on Tennessee. There's tolling in America more to it. Some people have actually Google checked and they are telling us there are no tolls in Tennessee. So we don't know. Some are saying there are, some are saying there are not. But
even let me tell you, one man, there are some city here where they have camera on their street, on their traffic light to get people that overspeed or cross the red line. The people in that city took that city to court, saying that their privacy is being watched by some people in one goddamn room, watching their privacy as they passes through. They say they took it to court and they won. They took off all those cameras everywhere. They took it down.
Their privacy is being interfered with in a public road, on a public road.
Yes.
What does that mean? What sort of a ridiculous? Privacy in a public place.
Who are the public? Who do you refer to as the public? Are they not the people? Is people not referred to as who own that public space? Is it not the people? They own it. And they said you are interfering into our privacy. They took it to court and they won. They took it to court and they won. And they took all those cameras down. That look, if you want to do your job, find another way to do your job, not by watching our privacy as we are passing through the red light. You are watching my car, you are watching my plate, you are my plate, my registration number, you're watching my car everywhere. They said that is nonsense. And they fought. So we look, when we are talking about freedom, sometimes some people don't understand it. You have to fight for your freedom. If you fight for it, you might not win at the end of the day, but you must put that courage to fight for what you believe that, is good for you. And that is what many cities in this state of Tennessee fought for. They used to do a mission in the city. In some city here, some people went and fought for it. And they stopped it. They stopped the emission test. They said, which emission? They fought for it. They took up what do you call it? They get their own facts right. That how have they their argument was that they have not destroyed the ozone layer, and they did all the tests concerning the city, and they said their city is the level of emission in their here is very low, and they won at the law court. They won, and they stopped it. So look, but what we have going on in Nigeria is not governance, but a misrule. People that have nothing to offer, governing the state, misruling the people, and look at what they just done. The one you are talking with, what do you call this guy? Jewel was saying earlier, how can government sponsor 441 people? in this hard time.
To an important summit.
In this time when we are going through a very
No. We know the economic backdrop, but we're talking about an important summit. Do you remember during Tinubu's campaigning that he said he was going to try and leverage that green space? I can't quite remember the right terminology, but that green space now, you are able to trade off emissions because there are certain quotas of emissions that can be released into the ozone layers, and the abundance of it, the releases, is coming out of the industrialized worlds. So the lesser industrialized worlds, they are trying to prevent them from industrializing so that there's a balance in that ozone space. And all of that has economic implications. So it's a gold field, that space. Are you saying the government should not take a team?
Woman, we are not saying government should not go there.
And Tinubu campaigned on it as well, if you recall.
Well, he campaigned on it, but this financial rascality.
Yeah, green initiatives.
Yeah, this way of wasting our hard-earned resources, I think it's just too senseless. 441 for what? For what? For what? Do you know how much did they pay? For what? For what? It is a kind of a compensation to some of their political.
No, I don't think for that number you can present that argument.
Woman, how could we have a number that is more than the totality of what EU sent to that occasion? I would share than the entire EU, European Union, all the countries in the European Union, delegation are lesser than what we send. One country, a very goddamn poor country that doesn't have no money to even fund our budget. A country begging around the world for money and then wasting the money away to sponsor delegate or delegation to, what do you call it? For what? We can't continue to run we can't continue to run a country like this. This is a waste of resources. Oh God. How much did they spend on it, please?
I don't have a figure for it, but Ajani Koko, if you can bring it home, and then we go on to Prince.
So they are wasting our resources right in our face. They are doing it with impunity, and they're telling us there's nothing we could do. And we are all standing looking. I think we can do better as a citizen not to support these people or defend them at all with this financial rascality that this administration has been practicing since they came to power. We citizens, it doesn't matter the obedient, the articulated, the Showores, the Tinumbus. We must stand up to say, look, this is enough. We must start to challenge it. We must have a meeting point. We should be, politics is over. We are talking of governance now. If this guy fail, the country fail, and we all fail. But challenging them it's better to correct their rascality. We must correct it by letting them know that we are not satisfied with the way they're governing this. That is the beauty of democracy. If we don't do that now, then we are not helping ourselves, and we are not trying to help the future generation of that country. So let me leave it there, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Well done, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's go on next to Prince Daddy. Prince, you're up next.
Yeah, can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to see you, Prince.
Yeah, you too. Hello, everyone.
You know, I shouldn't really be saying good to see you because it's not grammatically correct. It's probably good to have you here. So good to have you here, Prince.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. One man. Yeah, was it yesterday? I was listening to your show with Iko Gammon. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, no, it was just one late night session that Ike and I ended up alone, and we were kicking around with Elon Musk, and was it any good? Was it any good?
No, it was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. I think an hour of it. I just listened to it. I thought it was like a replay or something. I'm like, wow, this is quite interesting. I didn't even know it when it came on. Okay, it was good. Good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what did you make of it? I'm saying that is Elon Musk, is he a force for good? Let me start you there.
Elon Musk.
And did you agree with my submission that it's a one world order proponent who sees himself as the leader of that one world?
Yeah, I heard that part, but I did I made some response to the chat section, if I can remember what I said. No, Elon Musk is not part of the team. He's just a wealthy man, but he's an outsider. There's no much there is not much money he could have that will allow him to dominate the space, that global stage. He's not one of the players. He's just a rich guy. Elon Musk can be sidelined at any time. And I think you made a point, or was it Ike that made a point that him having a lot of money, I think it was you that he has a lot of money, therefore maybe he has a say or he can sway people. Well, that is true, but in today's world, it's not about how much money you have. Well, in the case of Elon Musk, it's all about how much money you control. And there are individuals, believe it or not, that control trillions of dollars, and they can make impact and they can do whatever they want to do. So Elon Musk, he tries to do good. I mean, he straddles. I mean, he's like I don't know, a liberal, progressive, or a conservative, but to him, he tries to be as more commonsensical as much as possible to do the right things. It goes back and forth somewhat, but is it a force for good? I guess so. It is a force for good because he's trying to do the right things. But just like any institution, he also can change as an individual or as an institution. So, but
Do you know that it comes from the German National Socialist Party stock?
His ancestors?
Yes.
Well, not surprising. Yeah, I mean that says about right.
Yes, and you know that of course he controls Skylinks, which essentially are now set to control all this wave of digital inputs that we get. He controls Twitter, which essentially the biggest conversational platform on the planet, and then he's the lead person in AI. So is this not mind control, and is that not really what's going to determine? That guy is a dangerous man, though. But anyway, I can see it if you guys can't.
One 1 second. Like, he only has Elon Musk only has what is being given, quite frankly. And if you want to look at it, actually, I mean, this is business 101. Now, see, when you want to buy a business, you have to determine what you are buying. I'm not talking about the inventory or the kind of business the institution stands for or the business stands for. You have to know truly what you are buying. And I actually thought about it before Elon Musk bought Twitter. I thought it was just playing games, just like Trump did. Said it was, because if you look at Twitter's model, if you look at the model of Twitter is nothing more than a non-profit organization. And the reason why Twitter was able to sustain itself for such a long time is because backdoor, they get a lot of, I don't know if you want to call it grants or government money. They get some money from somewhere. And see, Twitter started
Why
out,
is that? Why are they getting that money?
well, because it has, come on, if you pay attention to what is going on, okay, perhaps Joel or someone else can input, can interject here. Twitter became an infiltrated organization for the government. It has become that for a very, very long time.
But why? That is because Twitter globally controls the narrative.
Right, but they've not been able to turn profit. That's my point.
Yeah, but they're not. Profit is not. It doesn't matter now. We're talking about something that controls the world. You know that Elon Musk, by moving algorithms, he can determine the future direction of the world, because he can set the pace of the conversation. He can tone down a particular conversation, amplify another conversation, move things around to tell his own narrative just remotely.
Well, sure, he can do that, but how long is that sustainable for is the question. So my point here is that yes, Twitter started out as a profit, as a model for information and to make profit, just like any other business. But they've been unable to sustain itself. It's been able to sustain itself for such a long time that the way the money flows or how it gets income is not. It doesn't. The balance sheet is not balanced. So this enterprise Twitter, that is X now, became really a non-profit organization with dark money. And that's when Elon Musk was buying it, I was just thinking, you see what happened lately about the advertisers pulling their money from Twitter and all these things. And Elon Musk pretty much threw his hands up. Okay, if they want the platform to die, let it die. He doesn't care. He has money or whatever. That's the point here. Either want Twitter or X to die, they can get rid of it. But the reason why it's been in existence for such a long time, not making any damn profit, is because some people with their hands are in it, and they have dark money flowing through it. And they have this whatever stock price propped up right there, saying that Twitter has a lot of money. I was even surprised Elon Musk even paid for the $4 billion for that thing.
And why is that? That is because it's a control tool. I'm sure you've seen this. I'm sure you've seen this.
Can I interject?
Yeah, before you interject, hold on. Before you interject, let me insert this just to give some backdrop to the conversation. Prince Daddy there was saying that the country, the company rather, is losing money, is getting back funneled money from shadowy hands and all that. And Elon Musk is telling us that he doesn't even care about the money that he brings, whether he brings the money or not. So let's hear this.
Perception that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
So there it is right there. He is not. He doesn't care about the money. Is paid over the odds, about 3 times over for this entity. So what's in it for him? It's a tool for the ultimate goal, which is world domination.
Yeah, yes, and that's why a lot of people were extremely upset that Twitter got into Elon Musk's hands. That's why, because Twitter is a propaganda we call platform for the most part, quite frankly. When in terms of control, global control or domination, whatever you want to call it, that's what Twitter is for. And some people are ready to support Twitter and prop Twitter up for as long as they can, as long as they are able to control people or do whatever they want to do. Now, there comes a business person like Elon Musk that overpaid for Twitter. I wonder why. and he's trying to throw his hands up that hey, he doesn't care if he goes belly up. Well, that shows somehow, some way, maybe he's going to lose Twitter. Somebody's going to come and pay, fire sale Twitter, and somebody's going to get it, and they will continue the platform. That's what Twitter has become. So Elon Musk is rich, but how much does Elon Musk control is the question. Again, there are people that control trillions of dollars, not their own money, but they have the ability to siphon, to direct the money to whatever direction they choose to. Those are the people with power, not Elon Musk.
All right.
Sorry,
did you want to say?
Yeah, I
go
was
on,
going to interject. There's no tech company that actually makes money. All of them file taxes of loss. Facebook, whatever, Twitter, Uber. There's no one that actually makes profit. You can go check it out. Even Google. No one makes profit.
Not true.
So which one makes profit?
Well, absolutely. Google makes a lot of money. Absolutely.
Google makes a lot of money, but not profits.
Apple makes
what does it matter? No, do they make enough money to sustain themselves is the question. Of course, they can write off and spend. They can say they spend billions of dollars on AI and on all this R&D and all this other stuff. Of course, they can do that. But that's why an expert like maybe Colata can read the balance sheet of the companies and say, no. We know where the money is. This is what is going on here. I don't care what you say at the bottom here. We know that money is coming in. So they can, of course, I would report it negative also if I could. But Twitter, as a company, is it making money is the question.
Twitter is making money if you consider the amount of people they had to sack. Right now, it's just very few people running Twitter. So whatever they are making is just that Elon Musk borrowed money to buy Twitter. So he's looking for how to pay back that money. Whatever Twitter makes after that is profit for him. So it's not like and obviously the main reason why he needed Twitter is like every billionaire needs a form of media to push their own interest, So that's just why they always have to have a media organization. It's not necessary they like it.
All right, let's get back to our topics because, of course, still people waiting. Anybody that wants to get involved in that conversation, go watch this video that I'm posting in the comment section now. That is just I, Kogame, and I just going back and forth on that particular matter. And then you can have the conversations in the comment section of that video. But wait till this session ends first. Take us to where we are, Prince Daddy. Federal government to generate 200, nearly 300 billion from sales of national assets. So we've been going back and forth, and I'm insisting that yes, these assets should be sold because all they've ever done for decades on end is to hemorrhage finances from on an already meager purse. But Ajale Koko insisted that they are national assets and we should continue to pay for them till kingdom come. So what are you making then of Tinubu's plan that some of these things must go?
Oh, Nigerian problem. It's quite not quite unique, quite frankly, actually. But I don't know what to make of it. I mean, do you keep the asset like the refineries that rusting and not being taken care of and lose the value of the asset?
Yes, like that. But really, I cannot, unless something is of a strategic national importance and should especially be in government hands, I think anything owned by government should be sold, including all these new real things that they are building.
Yeah, see, Nigeria is definitely fleecing, right? Every time you assign an individual to what you call it, a parastater, or what do you call them, this ministries, right? Just like example you give earlier and from last week or whatever, they don't report any gains of profit because nobody's watching the book. They just they get the revenue or the profit, and they do what they call the needful. They give it to themselves and give to the right people, and nobody asks questions. That's why Emefiele can be there for over about 10 years and not give an account of what is going on in the central bank. So that's Nigeria for you right there. That's why people die to want to get a position in the government ministry or whatever, because they know, like, at the end of the day, nobody really does a real audit and call out the wrong or the financial malfeasance that goes on there. Nobody does that. So telling me this, well, if they sold these assets for 200 or 300 billion naira, okay, and they can immediately, transfer that funds into another project for the country in the interest of the country, yeah, they can do that. But at the end of the day, if they sell all this asset, I can guarantee you nobody's going to be able to account for the money. So where do you go? Which one is better? Which one is better? I don't know.
Because when I was having that conversation with Ajan Lekoko, Baba was having that conversation along with us in the comment section, and he was pointing out that over the last less than 2 decades, Nigeria has spent $11 billion on trying to fix this never will work ever again refineries. $11 billion. So whether Nigeria gets fleeced or not, if we get rid of those refineries as a case in point, then at least we know that we're not hemorrhaging money in that direction anymore.
Well, again, see, all these options or suggestions are welcome. Quite frankly, I mean, I do subscribe to that. I do accept that position, because all this, what you call these nodes, they are an opportunity for the well-connected and the people in government, the politicians, to siphon the money and steal it. Of course, it is in the interest that they keep the refinery going, in the sense that keeping the asset and pretend to always allocate funds to do some repair or maintain the refineries. This is part of the whole gamut. This is part of the whole system. I mean, it's really a shame. It's just extremely complex and difficult. And I guess we're talking earlier. So if Tinubu doesn't sell the asset or claim this asset in Lagos for himself, what does he do? Give it to his enemies? So that's what the whole country has become. If I don't get it, nobody gets it. It's I mean, I would say the only reason why people discount a lot that Nigeria survives is because of the individuals and the people doing businesses, the money, the funds from diaspora and other means. But the government being the main source to sustain the country, like most African countries or third world countries depend on the government to sustain them, Nigeria would have been long gone. It's impossible to sustain Nigeria, but the government cannot sustain Nigeria. It's impossible. It's impossible. I mean, which sector do we have everything so complete that everybody's happy? Is it the healthcare, transportation? Is it what is it? The government has shown over time that they are incapable of taking care of Nigerians, and Nigerians are so industrious they're not waiting for the government to do it either, because if they did, there won't be nothing for anybody. We'll be at war right now, quite frankly. So it's the ingeniousness of the Nigerian people, their hardworking nature, that has been sustaining that country.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Prince Daddy. Peter Obi reacts as Tinubu's government sponsors 1,400 delegates to climate summit. So leaving the Peter Obi bit, you can leave it out if you choose. But it's been generating a lot of controversy. Just the over bloated size of that. But what people are arguing is that there are a lot of tag-ons that make up that number, and the actual number attributable to the government directly is around about 400 thereabout. But people still querying even that's just some satellite nondescript summit is 400, given the economic climate we're under now. Is it too large an entourage just for a climate summit? So what are you then making then of this climate summit kerfuffle going on?
Yeah, what a conundrum. I mean, in the sense that, look, it goes for a climate summit, and your carbon footprint is like way out there. It's quite interesting for a climate
You mean all the
summit.
carbon footprints to go to climate
Yeah,
summit?
exactly. Yeah, your carbon footprint. But I heard a couple of people earlier explain in details about how private people like maybe, I don't know if Dangote or Tedela were there. Obviously, maybe they pay their own way. Who knows? And some other people using that avenue as an opportunity to get visa to travel. So many stuff at play here. Really, I don't know. So the numbers out there, 1,400 people. Is that a lot of people? Somebody said, well, I don't know how many thousands did Brazil add, and China also. So I'm not sure which number is ideal, and quite frankly, how much did the government have to pay to get all these people transported and catered for, and the accommodation and whatnot? I don't know. But the question is, the publicity for the government and jury, right, in Gilali, and his cohorts.
That guy should be sacked already.
I like him a lot. Yeah, I like him a lot. But man, damn, for a good media person or institution, you can't allow the narrative or the story to make you. You have to make the stories, of course, telling the truth. Now, somebody should have come out, especially him, come out and explain in details and give us more concrete evidence about what is going on. Because on the Twitter space, on the media space, so much lies, and I'm telling you, in today's social media space, we always point the finger at your traditional media. Now, if you remember this guy, Noam Chomsky's book on manufacturing consent, how the media and the government they try to deceive the people, but it has shown also by now that even ordinary people that have their own platform, they too, they're not truthful, because they want likes and clicks. They're more than happy to make up stories or lie and push things out there that are not true. So and it's a really difficult. I mean, gone are the days. I mean, messages on news are like instantaneous, and so gone are the days you wait for the next day newspaper to read about what is going on. It's instantaneous. So it has to go out there. The media team, they have to go out there and explain to people. I don't have time right now trying to decipher, because I don't really have any information to talk about it. If it's 1,400 truly, or if it's 400, it's their job. Come out and tell us what is going on.
All right, brilliant. Take us to this headline, Prince Daddy. My degree certificate, others useless. Edo graduate who burnt his credentials. So nothing to do with politics, but it is really the frustrations of the situation that people find themselves in Nigeria. So here is a guy, I'm not his backdrop, but the backdrop to this just example of a story is a space that says, do the right thing, get yourself an education, and that is your pathway out of poverty. So he did the right thing. He got himself an education, but it has not elevated his economic circumstances at all. So the guy now, having hustled and rustled and knocked on too many doors, and that certificate not giving him an entry into any step up the ladder of the societal hierarchy. In frustration, he gets himself box of matches and sets them. So what are you making of this guy's narrative, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, I mean, I can say what, sympathize with him and understand where he's coming from, quite frankly. But I guess your degree, your certificate is supposed to give you better odds in society. I don't think it guarantees you anything. I don't think so. I know back in the days, I think maybe I've heard Angelical Bishop say that if you graduate from university, a job is there for you guaranteed. I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think so. So yeah. What can I say to him? Nothing's guaranteed. You have to go out there and continue to do your best to achieve whatever you want to achieve. And sometimes
that's the narrative of so many people. You study engineering, you end up working in some bank or some whatever it is, and then you study in Yoruba studies, and then you end up working in, you know, there are very few degrees that actually you work in that field of outside of maybe engineering and maybe something to do with the medical field. And outside of those two spaces, who almost certainly not to 100%, but to high degrees, you usually tend to work in those fields. Most university education is essentially just to inform that you've been trained sufficient enough to that level, and not especially that you have a specialism that is required, because usually it's on the job training that then brings you into that job. So, what purpose do these credentials really serve? Is the wider question that I think this guy is asking.
Well, very much less and less every year for I don't know, for a while now, 10, 20 years. Again, it's your degree doesn't guarantee you much. I used this phrase about time and chance happens to them all. It's a verse in the Bible, and sometimes you just get the right opportunity, and things work out for you. It doesn't matter what your degree is, as long as you have some kind of a background, and you're good to go. There are a lot of things at play here. I know some people don't like to hear the term, the word, the spiritual aspect of a thing. That could be a play also, to many people. Many people blame the society, all the people apart from themselves or where they come from. But where they come from may actually be the root cause of their problem. So it's much easier to point finger and blame other people. So, but again, it's not something to trivialize. It's something it's serious. I mean, you spend time, resources, and effort to get your education. Maybe we need to start reorienting people in our society about the value of education and what it actually means. Really. People should start thinking, before they even graduate, what they want to do. This young people, they have great opportunity now, and some of them are taking advantage of it, be it on Twitter or on social media. Quite frankly, I mean, I know Thomas talked about
Yes,
it.
with it. There was a girl that was saying something that the only thing you need is that if you have a mobile phone and you have internet connection, you have no excuse for not succeeding, and you don't really especially need an education, and that seems to be the world of now.
Yeah, that is true. That's the word of now. It's the orientation and the way of thinking. It is that person, that the lady that said that, she's absolutely right. I mean, some people out there that have talent and real vision, and they go out there and do something, and they make something out of nothing, so to speak. Not nothing, but they take advantage of the opportunity presented to them. And not everybody's, I mean, I guess maybe skilled in the social media or being able to promote themselves, or be a good marketer of themselves. But some people, they just have that talent, that in today's world, it's all about what you can do, what you can offer. Less and less people, apart from being like some district professions that requires that you've taken certain courses and done certain things, because they needed to be empirical in your analysis. But apart from that, most people are like, you have a degree or whatever. Yeah, can you do the job? Let's move on. I mean, we've heard about Google, for example, or the Facebook hiring people from high school. As long as you can code and learn about computing and do what they do, these things don't require a 4-year degree. And some people have that natural talent or ability to adapt to the environment, and they're doing very well. So, to this young man, I don't know, what did he study? Did he say his field of
Yeah,
study?
yes, it did say it was something half decent, not anything professionally. Yes, it bumped his yes. It says I burnt my university primary living and national youth certificate, especially in this climate when they are chasing everybody for their youth call or something. It's burnt everything. But then he did something in some religious. It says I didn't know where I dropped my secondary school certificate amidst all these, but the certificates I burnt were my university primary living and national youth service corps certificates. Also, there were certificates I did not burn. I need to state that I am a minister of God, a trained minister, even though I won't mention my ministry. I did not burn the certificates from the ministry because I was impacted by the grace of God over there. So yes, it burnt the educational one because, of course, money and religion and
Sorry,
politics.
I missed that. In what? I didn't get a degree. What did he say? Economics, engineering, or what?
No, it did say, but I can't quite find it. So if I find it,
okay.
I'll let you know. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Again.
Oh
that's
no,
fine.
I studied history and international studies at Ajayi Crowther University. History and international studies.
Okay, well, maybe deserve to burn it.
Prince Daddy, quick question for you, my brother. Good evening. Here. Don't you think we can categorize this guy as one of the obedient that they are burning their that's what I saw in this guy. One of some obedient that are burning their Nigerian passport. Don't you think this guy is looking for sympathy or empathy or any party? Thank you.
Yeah.
It looked like a fool to me. He's a fool. You burn your certificate.
It's just a stunt, isn't it? It's a stunt.
Yeah.
Come on now. If you don't get work today, you can get work tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a fool.
Yeah.
Tell him he's a fool.
You know, it's no different from the people who say, oh, they are tearing their passports. But you can order another one now. Can you not order? So it's not a publicity stunt, but it's making a political commentary, inviting discussions around it. That's what it's doing.
Now, one man, hold on, no, please, Daddy. Now he has his certificate in theology. He doesn't burn that one. This guy will turn to 419. This is another Suleiman making.
Graduate pastor.
That's a big graduate pastor right there. They are nonsense people. You burn your certificate, but you leave the theology one. Does that make any sense to any number human being that is rational, that has brain?
You know what?
God go punish you. That rubbish guy.
No, it's precisely because God should not punish him. That's why he didn't burn the God one now.
Yeah, but one man. See, quite frankly, that's perhaps the first certificate you should have burnt, the one that got for the theology degree, because you don't need that to serve God. You don't need it at all. At all, it's not a requirement. Not any way, shape, or form. It's useless. Absolutely useless.
Please, can you allow me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I hear you guys talking. That guy that wants his result or his certificate. To me, it's not able to make political. And we should at least sanitize some people, like probably this world problem of religion, since we can see how the guy make his submission that he kept the church certificate and burned the school one that is more important to him. These are the people we are supposed to be worried about in this country, what religion is doing. But not Thomas will come and turn everything to politics and target and obedient and start insulting the guy. First of all, Thomas, you didn't burn your own certificate. We should be guided. And we should speak to encourage other people not to go on that trajectory. But what you just did just now is just to make it more political, and you didn't make any sense at the end or make any help. There's so much trouble going on in this country. When I came on TV to burn his own, that's why the one we are insulting. What about a lot of people that have thrown their into the toilet? Use that to say buy akara, because there's no job, it's not value, it does not have any value to them. The way the country is. So we should stop all these things sometimes. Not every time we just make everything political and use the emotion.
thinking you are making a point. It's wrong. Let's talk to that young man.
Yeah, I see
So
your
what piece?
point.
Is it because the guys from Edo States? That's why I get
I know you want to poke at me. Not because the guys from Edo State. No, man, you got the gist now. Once I heard that the guy he kept his church certificate, I said that guy is the most stupid person on earth. And those are the kind of people church have brainwashed that they have lost their dignity. That education certificate is more powerful, important to him anywhere in the world. Church certificate is nothing.
All right.
And he said
Talking about Edo State, somebody sent something to me to give to you in response to the Oba of Benin's visit to Lagos State.
one man, tell your people that send me anything to one, but they should be guided. We Benin don't talk to our Oba, they should be guided. There are things I tolerate, there are things I don't tolerate. Just tell them to be guided, please. Because
right.
in those, let me tell you something clearly. It's not like I'm making it up. You can do research. Those cyberspace is one of the cyberspace you don't like to mess with. They actually go home to take by people's mother. Really. It's what we fight against. They actually go home and arrest people's parents, fight people's parents. So please be guided. People don't take it like this.
I have one question for you. What do you think? Like when Tinubu won, when Oni of Ife said, let's support the government, your Edo brothers there, they were all insulting the Oni of Ife. Now
Nobody did that. Mike, be guided. Mike, be guided. Nobody did that.
I'm not. You know me now. You know me.
We are all on this cyberspace when that statement came out, and you didn't see where Edo people started insulting. We are very traditional people. We don't insult people first because we don't want people to insult our own. So
no,
people
I'm talking about your.
Naija worship people. What of your Naija worship people?
Insulting on me right there.
No. Don't do that.
I'm like,
Don't do that. Don't do that, Mike.
No, I'm
Mike,
not
don't do that.
No way, it's impossible. I won't do that.
No. This narrative you are pushing too. I know.
No, I'm not pushing. I'm just asking you. Hold on now.
No. I understand. I don't need to ask you because this cyberspace, our cyberspace, only we deal with it. Nobody deals with it for us.
What do you think about? Hold on, let me ask you.
Just leave that.
Gentlemen,
that's not.
That's a where maybe when you get to Thomas's section,
the hypocrisy of those guys. What I'm trying to point at one man. Like,
no, don't worry about that, Mike.
Let me give him the gift that was sent to him. And there it is right there. Back to your Prince Daddy.
Yeah, well, man. Yeah, I guess again to the young man, what he did didn't make any sense. The only
Prince Daddy, wait, please. One man, explain the music that you play now. We don't understand.
That is for needs to know. If only the people who have no need to know will know,
Mama, your music, your music,
not for
listen. Your music is just a music for you, and that's why it does not make any sense to anybody that don't understand it. It's your music; you have the right to it, and it's okay. It does not input or remove
a message
from
there.
any
You
situation.
can't get the message.
You don't have any. You guys forget. You don't know how to talk to sometimes. Just be guided. Sometimes you don't know how to talk. You guys, they don't put any guide. Everybody have music. You also have music. We have music too.
Can you hold on? That music was not actually pointed. I was only joking. It wasn't.
Really I know. That's what I'm trying to. I know it's not right. That's what I'm trying to tell. Everybody have music. Everybody have music.
Hold on. It wasn't pointed in the direction of what the music was saying is Lagos. Anybody that is trying to take to the land is just joking. So it wasn't really at the Oba. I was just really.
I know, man. I know. That's why I said everybody have music.
Yeah, let's get to Prince Daddy so that we can just push on. Prince Daddy, back to you.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Yeah, again, you don't need a theology degree or to go to seminary school really to worship God or to be a man of God. So you should have done it.
One man, hold on. One man, sorry. What is Prince Daddy, hold on, please. One man, this is your Ayo that is donating to you. Please warn him. Like I said, if I wish I can get my hand on him, I would have beat him stupid. So telling me I'm Ile War Peace. I things I don't joke with. I think that people don't joke with.
You can beat everybody on this, anybody on this platform.
No. There are things I don't joke with.
Don't get that your other.
No. One man, I told you that.
What did he say? Hold on, let me say. Hold on.
It's good writing there, not like anything. But sometimes people make joke. Some people, people are warriors from keyboard warriors. But put your mouth. Make sure you put your teeth. You have the teeth in your mouth. If the time reaches to defend it.
What has he said that's triggering? I didn't see anything.
No. You wouldn't say they said what he said that. Yeah, maybe he said Ile Ibinu. Check where they say. Ibinu War Peace. You should not try that with me. You should not try it with me because people actually fighting for things to be peaceful. Things to spoil is not difficult. We're not the kind of people that make mad. He knows. We are not people that make mad. If we want to do things, we do it. Peace is better.
Please, can you go to the comment section? Go and meet him there.
Man, Thomas, quiet sometimes when I talk. Quiet sometimes. One your Thomas.
You too,
just
quiet.
Warning.
Quiet. Know how to talk to people too. Come on now. Are you the only Edo here? One man, what are you taking on this platform?
All right.
One man, please. Let's call the spade a spade.
Yes,
come on now.
I'm trying desperately to move back to Prince Daddy so I can go from him to get to.
Are you the only Edo on the planet Earth? Go to the comment section and fight Ayo.
Come
on now.
So we can move on. Because that space, it can take 3 hours if we open it up. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, anything else so we can move on?
Yes. There was I had it lined up. Yes, it's the Julius Berger handing over. Julius Berger handing over the second Niger bridge to the federal government. So that is to tell them that our work is done. So just in time for Christmas for our brothers from the Southeast.
Yeah, I guess that's a good thing. I think I've heard Kenneth say that is actually, that's one of the things they can, perhaps the only thing you can thank Buhari for, the bridge, that because it's useful for him and the people in the Southeast. So that's good. But was it the same bridge you were talking about having a toll for on
yes, I was saying they have to toll it to try and recover some of the money spent. They did that for the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, so why not? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Well, I guess they have to determine or decide that if they tow it or not. But I was hearing Angelico talk earlier that they shouldn't tow it, and in Tennessee, there's no tow anywhere. But if the Niger Bridge is going to be a good source of revenue, at least sometimes it's good. Maybe put a toll on there so the revenue can go that direction to the Southeast and help them build more infrastructure, more schools and other things. Maybe that'd be a plus. But collecting tolls, fees and whatnot that the government collects from people, it's not really a bad thing as long as it's not exorbitant. That it is fine. See, the state of Tennessee, quite frankly, one man, I don't know if you know, is not a model for American states. It's not the highest.
Is this like some dusty backwater, some where they still marry their cousins and whatnot?
I'm not gonna go that far, but they have a nice city in Nashville. I've been there. So it's a very nice, nice size city, beautiful on its own. But the Tennessee as a state overall is not a state to model after when it comes to making money or other things. They're not that progressive and forward thinking, I would say, as a state. Angelico can correct me if I'm wrong, but it has not. We don't look up to Tennessee for anything. We don't look up to Tennessee, to Mississippi or Louisiana for anything. I don't know who does, quite frankly. So, but I'm not against toll if it helps the people. But again, I do subscribe to Angelico's position that we have to be sensitive in this economic climate where people are having hard times and struggling. May not be the best time to do such a thing, based on your suggestion. But collecting, see, that's the problem. See, we Nigerians, as much as we don't, or Africans, we don't know about paying for things as we go. See, we're not like invested as a people. We think the government should do this and that. And that's why an American or Western would say, I paid my taxes. They talk with confidence and then with their chest out. I pay my taxes. They expect you to do certain things because they work and they pay taxes. But we're not used to that. We're not used to demanding stuff. They demand stuff. But we're not used to demanding stuff because we think the government should do everything. So we need a better orientation about how we see society and civic duty and our role in the whole thing, because we think, it's the government, the politician, let them go do it. But no, we all have a role to play, and to also hold the officials or the people in power accountable for what is done right or wrong. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Prince. So thank you, Prince.
Yes, thank you.
Let's go on for, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know why people like putting America as the standard and putting Western nation as the standard. Why don't we put the UAE and Saudi Arabia as the standard? Like, are they not countries also? They don't pay as much tax. They pay value-added tax, and Nigerians pay value-added tax. Why is that not the standard? Are they not also creating infrastructure in their place?
Yeah,
but we don't have to always go to the we don't always have to choose the model of government that imposes so much pain on the people. Like, the government is not giving the people anything to even be able to pay these taxes. Like, what can they say they are getting from the government? They get absolutely nothing. And you now want to put taxes on them again. I don't see the purpose of like towing the second Niger bridge.
Well, you see, I get. Well, I'm not sure I want to model it after Dubai or UAE that you said. I'm not sure the population is number one. Number two, do you know that there's source of revenue? See, even these countries you're talking about, they copy or they copy everything they had or they have from other places, especially the Western countries. So why not go to the source of where they learn also, so that you can learn? And by the way, when they learn from these other places, they just didn't come and take their model and just boom, drop it on their country or on their own people. No, they fashion it, they customize it. We can do the same. So because you borrow an idea, that's the problem with Africans. Because you borrow an idea from somewhere doesn't mean that you have to absolutely implement that model exactly the same way you got it. We have to think outside the box. We have to. By the way, our economic model and everything we do as central bank is all from the West. And it's not really working for us because we refuse to go beyond what we learn. That's why we have so many professors and PhD. They don't know their left from right because they go learn all these models, all these economic models, and all these things, and it doesn't work. It doesn't occur to them that, hey, well, yeah, even the West, by the way, I said it, even in the West, if you go to a school in America or in the West, they don't have in a curriculum. If you go to an MBA program, there's no room. It's not part of the curriculum to teach students or businesses about bailouts. But guess what? What country in the world spends so much money on bailouts? Bailout, by the way, that goes to private companies, not government. Because they too, is their model, but they don't even follow their own model 100%. They customize it and they do as they have to along the way to correct things. We can do the same thing. So let's not be defensive about learning from the West or some other people. That's our problem.
All right, brilliant. And also, the UAE, their population is roughly about 10 million thereabout, and their oil output vastly greater than Nigeria, their OPEC quota. So it's not really a comparison of like for like, even. They are begging to give money away, and we are pleading to have money. And also equally, we can't really compare ourselves to America. I mean, who are we that we you want to be drawing? But imagine drawing parallels between Nigeria and America. It never really is. every single time I'm always sort of, taken aback. Oh, here in America they do it this way. Why can't the Nigerian do it that way? Here in the UK they do it this. What are we talking about? Nigeria is what did Trump describe it as? Is exactly that. So let's get it right.
But quickly, one man. But that's where we learn everything, though. That's the problem. Our system of governance and our economic structure and everything else. That's where we got it from. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is it should be more a narrative of let's aspire towards rather than why are we not like, because we know why we are not like. America is vastly double the next person, the richest country on the planet, and we're at the bottom of the ladder. Is a sophisticated. I mean, what is the metric of comparison between the United States? On what basis? What's are we? I mean,
I don't see the basis.
Do it in America. Why can't we do it? What are you talking about?
No. The point here, one man, is that all the models and the system that we use is from the West. And my point is that we just don't accept that model and just dump it on our country, on our people. Let's customize it and make sure it works for us. We're not comparing American and Nigeria or Great Britain. That's not what we're doing. Nobody does that. You can't even compare America to Finland or Switzerland, for that matter, or these other Western European countries. They're not comparable to America. Come on. We call them advanced nation, but if you look in totality, they're not in the same category as America. But guess what? We put that on the same pedestal when we talk about America and the Western nations, but they're not on the same footing. But again, the models and everything we do or we have there in Africa is from the West, and it's in our own interest to make sure that those models work for us.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Prince. So stay steady, Prince. As we hear from Just Emeka, King Emeka, Mekus, you don't sleep. All right. I think we may not have a mega.
Can I quickly come?
I'm here. I've not slept. I'm here.
All right. Let's hear from Emeka Bishop, just so that every voice has a go. So Emeka, come into the conversation. You've been very quiet all the way through. Is this your new philosophy? No interjection.
No interjection. You already set the ground rules, so let's allow people to flow and gather their thought process. I think it's good listening attentively to people, and their opinion. I tend to want to respect everyone's opinion now.
Right. Where do you want to come into the conversation?
Anyway, it's fine for me.
Okay, come in because I think you'd have quite interesting opinions on this. Federal government to generate nearly 300 billion from sales of national assets in 2024. So there's almost universality on the need to sell these assets, but some controversies as to the processes. So what's your take on that space?
I think it's a welcome idea to sell the assets, unbundle them, and generate enough revenue, to fund the budget. I think the president actually said something similar to that light, and it's good that they're looking into it and intend to implement it for next year. Most of these budgets are not generating revenues. They are sinking whole. We are just throwing in money. They are not even generating for their own operations, right? Talk less of trying to generate profit for the government. So the least they can do is generate the salaries of those who operate these assets, but they don't do that. So the government cannot just continue to keep throwing money to this wasteland while we are looking for funds. So it's good to just sell them off. Give it to those who probably have a good desire to utilize them for their own benefits or for their own business, and see how they can convert the assets to profitable entities. And if they don't, that's their problem. But the government has washed its hand off and they are done with it. So it's a welcome idea. Government should begin to think about efficiency and effectiveness. If you've had an asset for 10 years and it's a loss generating asset, nobody will want to keep it. You would lock shop off and you move on. We can't keep throwing money into something that is not worthwhile. The government must begin to be thinking of efficiency. No asset should be, it's no longer an asset if you keep throwing money. It's a liability. You can't call it an asset if you keep throwing in money all year, or every budget cycle you are throwing in money and you are not even seeing a kobo. Not that you are not seeing it's not even working. It's not generating any fund for you, not 1 naira, not 1 kobo, not 1 cent, not 1 shilling, but it keeps swallowing whatever you bring. It's like a whale. It swallows and does not produce anything. So you sell it off to who has the desire to take it. If we can see someone that would even buy it.
I mean, what rational argument is there to hold on to those refineries? Baba explaining 11 billion thereabout, repair. Not even a drop, never mind a barrel of oil has come out of that space since I cannot recall
In the
how long
80s.
ago. Yes.
Since in the 80s.
So
You're keeping something for over 40 years and it has not generated any single it works for a few months, it breaks down, it works for a few months, it breaks down. It's high time we just sold these things and we move on and sell it to those. If we see a buyer, as a matter of fact, they should have been sold yesterday. Once you see a buyer that shows interest, just give it for free too. They just give that thing for free. Those refineries should be sold for free.
Would you go as far as these new stations that they are building as well? That they should be, or would you want to hold on to that for a little while?
Which stations?
The train stations, the rail services, all of those sort of.
That's why I was aiming at efficiency, right? Government should, in my viewpoint, I don't think government should be in the business of doing business. They can alternatively either come in and get operating managers to operate those stuff and bring some returns to the government, which is fine, or sell shares of 49% to those who are willing to buy and then let them generate and every year provide the government with dividends. So government should not be in the business of conducting business. Just, provide this infrastructure, hand them over to operating managers, operating manager companies who will come in, manage the place for you and pay you revenues as the income comes, and you are not involved in the day-to-day management. You are just only looking at what they are doing, and they are operating everything day-to-day, in fact, including maintenance, repairs, salary payments, and the rest. Or you sell shares of 49% and still retain a 51% controlling stake. At the end of each year, you request for your dividend. And that's a very good model to operate. And then you now have people who would come in and begin to see government work as, they don't take it seriously. They are not being monitored. There are no KPIs. Everybody is acting differently. Everybody will just want a piece of the cake. Or that's how these assets or these infrastructures decayed in the past. So the government must look at take a different approach going forward and approach it with a sense of efficiency and responsibility, and ensure that especially with the railways, you don't build something and then you let it just go to waste. How long do we continue to keep fixing this issue over the time? Hand them over to effective operating managers or sell it off to people who would want to take and run the place, like the Chinese. Let the Chinese run it and just pay us dividend every year. Simple.
All right, brilliant. And to the space on the screen, this one has been generating a lot of controversy all throughout the news cycle for the whole day. So Tinubu's trip to Dubai and the size of his entourage.
Yeah, a few people have expressed themselves, including Jimo Ibrahim, who spoke today or yesterday, I don't know, whatever time zone you're operating. And he said the government didn't sponsor him. He was sponsored by a different organization to go in. That's, I will take his words. He's a senator, proud to be a senator. He's one of the richest men in the country. So, and a few other individuals have come up to say, no, I've been sponsored by a different people, or I sponsored myself, like a Tony Elumelu, who is also there looking for some business interests and trying to sell his products or trying to increase his work. I don't think the government will want to sponsor him. The government cannot sponsor a billionaire. That's my own thinking. Others may think differently. So some people are going there to seek benefits. I think the owner of Boa was there too. That's a big boy. That what's his name? He's there. The government won't sponsor him. Rabiu. Yeah, the government is not going to sponsor him. He's there to be operating within the energy space and seeing how to either increase his business worth or increase his association with others. Probably was new within that space to learn more. So what the government has come forward to say, there are about 425 or 445 people that we actually sponsored to the trip. Well, I don't want to begin to compare whether with the Canada, whether with the United States or whatever. But what I would say is the government has clarified that space. They've said this is the number of people. Others came on their own. And if you use a Nigerian passport, it will indicate that you're a Nigerian delegate. I think what's his name too? Renu also was on on TVC this evening. And he registered online right there on live TV. And it allocated that he's a Nigerian delegate. You see, P2B does not know how to play opposition party, right? He's as a social media president, he's looking for what will make him be in the news. He needs to speak on policies that would reflect more on our country than just to want to be in the news. Speak on things that are important. The president is there for climate change. What will I use? The climate change, is it a seminar or what will I call it now? And he's there to represent the country on it. And he's there with a few delegates. Others came in for their own specific purpose. What we want is, I think he's signing deals. He has signed some with the Chancellor again, discussing with the guys in Netherlands. Is it Netherlands? So we are discussing how much. Let's even go to how much would that cost? How much is it? Is it something that would wreck the country that we cannot move on, right? Or is it something that would in my viewpoint, this is no talking point. For me, it's no talking point.
It's getting to the point that if Tinubu has to meet with his meal, people will say,
people raise eyebrow. Yes,
is even eating meat, never mind two.
Yeah, we have been invited to attend the summit, right? The climate change summit. He has to go. He comes with delegates. Probably they created room, and we can see from other delegates, like I think the Canadian delegate, they came with about 624. The United States close to that range. So they created that room. He went with delegates, and the government has come out to say, oh, we sponsored 400. The rest came on their own, which is fine. It shows that people are interested in what the government is doing, or probably they just want to come in, tag along, and see if there's something to gain from providing green or cleaner energy products or services or cleaner energy products, what they can do, what they can invest in, and how it can benefit their business. So the noise around that space is irrelevant in my viewpoint. It does not change. It does not really add to what we're doing. People keep rambling about. I think people are exploiting the economic realities in the country to just make noise, and that's what P2B is doing, in my view. The president needs to be in that summit, and he has been given a specific number of delegates to go with. He has gone with those delegates. I think they are back at this point in time. Can we move on to better things? We have the president has a country to run. The president intends to run that country. The president is probably looking at investors who want to come into the country to help us within our energy space. We operate within the energy space. we've signed the Paris Accord, and we're trying to fulfill our own obligation, regardless of the fact that we're still a developing country. Now, other developed country has used all the coals in the world. They've built their economy, and they are not dictating the terms of greener energy. But we are still developing. We need to try as much as possible to catch up within the manufacturing phase and see how to, especially within the power sector, then we can now begin to comply with providing greener air. So for this instance, this summit, I don't know what the noise is all about. Well, I would say the media is always looking for something to say, to sell, and something to say so that people can keep watching. It makes no sense to me, in my view. It makes no sense. Let's talk about things that are sensible.
All right, I think Kene wants to come in.
Yes, Kene.
Yeah, I want to ask you economic benefits, just a clear term of this summit, what we intend to gain from it, as in reality, not just
no, for me, in this
not just to talk and talk.
climate change. For now, I think the world should give African countries a break. Right? We need a break. We need to catch up with the rest of the world. You can't develop your own country also using African resources to develop your own country. You've built your power supply using coal. You've built your energy sector. You are moving. You are now an industrialized country, and Africa is trying to come out to improve on its manufacturing sector, to provide power to its people. And then you are now saying, "Oh, we must adhere to green energy." Wind, okay. How effective is wind energy? It's not strong enough. They've been reports that the wind also kills the bird. Now let's talk about solar energy. How strong is solar energy? How can it costs more to provide solar energy than hydro and nuclear power and even gas? It costs more. So why do you intend to dictate the terms after you have used up most of the world's resources to develop your own place? Give Africa a break. Let's catch up with you. Then we will comply with the climate change that you are talking about. But even in your own country too, you are still drilling the crude oil. You are still doing shale oil. You are fracking, and then you are still dictating the terms to other people. I'm calling the United States, which is a very hypocritical country. Allow Africa to develop. Let us catch up with you. When we are on level terms, we will comply to your climate change. Look at China. China is the heavy polluter of the world. They are manufacturing things and they are moving on. When maybe they are looking at catching up properly, and then they will not begin to clean their air or clean the water or clean the environment. We're a very poor country. We're a poor continent. I think they should, I'm not saying the climate change is not okay, it's not relevant, but if they are dictating to other countries, they should cut Africa a little bit of slack, so that because we have a lot, we have to progress, and we must progress in terms of catching up with the world. Thank you.
Can I just say something? Like, in this case of climate change, like there's no country that is dictating to any African country that we need to strict to abide climate change practices. That's not what is happening. No country is dictating to us. Like, if we want to open coal plants, we're free to go ahead and do it. Like, the only thing most African countries go there to do in the discussion is to say, hey, what you guys have done is affecting us, that we need some form of compensation. You know, that is what African countries largely go to do there. They need some form of compensation from this thing, but they are not stopping it. And if Nigeria wants to open a coal plant,
you know what they're there. You know what they're there to do. At Titan, you know what the greenhouse emission is, and you know global warming.
Yes.
And you know global warming is a consequence of greenhouse emissions.
Yes.
And greenhouse emissions is wrapped around the burning of fossil fuels, the generating of heavy power. You're seeing the glaciers melting in the North Pole and all of that. So all of that. So now, with all that narrative now, all these sort of summits, this climate summits, what they do is to discuss that space, and then they agree some sort of quota system in terms of emissions that can still keep industry going, but also keep the world together. So we don't melt away. So that's what they agree on. So when they agree on those quota systems, then these third world countries that are not industrialized, they are happy to trade off, or they look to trade off their own quota of however many emissions they're allowed to industrialized spaces. So there's those sort of deals are being cut in those sort of spaces.
Like I said, but no one is actually forcing them not to industrialize. No one is actually.
So, man, are you saying that in a very short time we'll be receiving the benefit in our economy?
Not in a short time, but
one man, if you don't mind. I don't know who spoke before. Can I interjected? I think we are mixing it up. What we are fighting for basically is this. Look, they have head start, and the same thing they use. Now, are they saying you cannot? They are not outrightly saying you cannot, but they are diplomatically saying you cannot, because some, in quotes, support that comes is being used as a bait. Now, look, you need to comply with this standard, this percentage of emission, and that percentage they are trying to force, the space they are trying to force Africa to, is not what is enough for us to develop. And we saw the hypocrisy, or rather, Africa, the third world country or the developing nation, saw the hypocrisy during the COVID and even this Russia crisis. A lot of other of these Western countries resorted back to their coal. They fired coal. So it simply means when it is convenient for you, you are willing and ready to comply with the rules that you have set by yourself. And when we look at this thing generally, the contribution of Africa to this pollution, in quote, is extremely very insignificant. Completely. They are the ones that have generated the most. So why is it that it is we now that will be paying the price? Let us level up a little bit, then we can begin to apply all the rules. Oh, is it damning? Is it damaging the atmosphere? But you cannot tell the people that cannot even feed yet about, because whichever way, I'm saying this now very carefully, whichever way they are going to die. So why are you saying that don't eat? And that's where the analogy of a poison chalice that Tinubu used. That look, you are saying you want us to eat in a breathing clean air, breathing this. Is it people that are alive that will bring in? Let these people live first. When they survive, we cannot be talking of the quality of air they breathe. So basically, they are forcing it diplomatically somewhere, and by withholding some ordinarily, benefits that their partners can enjoy. So they are forcing it on us.
All right, back to Emeka.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think Bishop has actually explained it. It's not diplomatically. When you sign in, there's commitments there on your carbon emission, and when the amount you are going to reduce in a certain period of time. So it's not like they are not stopping. They are telling you, because you become a member. Like when you signed up to the Paris Summit, you are being committed. You are committing yourself and your country, right, to say, okay, we would reduce carbon emission by this certain percentage of time within this period of years. So it shows that you are committing to greener and cleaner energy, the future. So for now, I think what they need to do is like cut Africa is slack. Let's catch up. And even the hypocrisy there is that many of them are still, like the United States, the France, the Germany, they are still violating this CO2 emissions. So for me, shut your mouth up and let's catch up with you. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Emeka, take us to this next headline. My degree certificate, others useless. Edo graduate who burnt his credentials.
Yeah, for me, the first thing I looked at is number one is you could tell from the degree of his certificate. He did history and what history and foreign relations, right? International relations.
International studies.
So, and these are the kind of people that will still go around to go and blame the government. I think we need a switch in orientation in terms of and proper guidance. Especially, we'll need parents to be more involved in our kids, in their children's life, and guide them, or some form of guidance, or some form of counselors in schools, especially in secondary schools, who can help to guide students on the pathway to picking the right course or the right skill sets that will be good for them in the future. Right now, someone who has studied history and international relations, not to make fun of him, let's be very honest, the best place he would get a job is teaching. The most best place he will get a job is let's say the Nigerian civil service, right? If he's quite lucky and he has the connection. Then the second best place is probably foreign relations, where we still the same Nigerian civil service. Then the second best place is teaching. Then the third best place is he probably has a skill set that he can use to feed himself, and that's what he has done. He converted he's now an orator, a public motivator, and a clergyman, aka Froster. So him tearing his certificate is that's his choice. That's why he doesn't see the relevance for it. I don't even see the relevance for it, because now he has something to eat with, convincing people to pay tithe and offering to him, and people are willing to be duped, and they are going to do that for him. So that's fine. He has seen a better path that makes more sense for him. But I just think he's chasing clouds. He has gotten the clouds. If he has not done that, nobody will be talking about him. He will not be on Punch newspaper. He won't be granting interviews. He wanted it for popularity. He wanted to chase clouds. He has gotten the cloud that he needed. He's already working. He has a church, or probably an assistant pastor in a church, and that's all good. That's fine for him. But if they want to change the narrative to blame the government, no. You see, many people tend to blame government for their own personal decisions and circumstances. Now, what I would advise people is, especially those who want to go into the employment, if you're trying to look for a job as someone who is in high school, you must pick a trade that would give you the required skill set, or the required ability and capability, or what employers are looking for. Employers are not looking for someone who studied history. They don't want you to come and tell them the history of their corporation. They already know that. They know when they started the operations, and they are hoping to continue in business for the foreseeable future. They don't want someone who want to do international relationship with them. That's the CEO's job. And most times, if they are a local corporation, they just want to stick to their local community and produce what the local community wants. So someone with that, you should know, or someone who is studying social studies in school, or somebody who's studying CRS. Those are jobs that probably should take you towards teaching. And then getting a teaching job everywhere in the world is quite difficult because of the number of schools or universities that are available. So people must pick skill sets, courses that are relevant, courses that schools or employers want. Employers are looking for people who with IT skills now. Employers are looking for those with finance skills. Employers are looking for those who have business skill sets or transferable skill sets that will be applicable to solve business problems. And if you're studying history and international relationship, except maybe one, you are very good in your class, you are the best in your class, then the employer will look at you and say, okay, you have some transferable skill sets that they may need. Then you still find these individuals who go to university studying social studies, history, philosophy like P2B and still coming out with a second class or lower or a third class, and then you still not blame the government for you choosing an irrelevant course, then not even graduating with a good grade, and then you are still blaming the government. I think it's not fair on the government. The government can't provide jobs to everybody. Even if the government wants to try as much as possible to do what they can do, if you pick a course that is irrelevant in the employment in the employment sector, of course you are going to be irrelevant. So if you go into the medical field, nursing, pharmacy, yes.
Emeka, is there anywhere in the world government provide job for everybody?
No.
Thank you.
No, so that's why I say we keep blaming government all the time. Government provide jobs for civil servants. State government provide jobs for civil servants. They want civil or federal government will provide for federal civil servants. And then if you have skill sets that other employers want, they will take you up. If you are in accounting is applicable you can work in any field. If you are if you do same thing with finance, banking, the banking sector will take you. I've seen medical doctors who left medicine and started working in the bank, because you look for you to go into the medical field, you are considered as someone who is quite intelligent, someone who has the skill sets that's with a logical brain that is highly needed.
Emeka, can I just keep in something to what you just said?
Please.
Good. Woman, sorry. You know, I came in contact with a group of people a few weeks or a few months ago, and I'm talking of Indians that do not, listen to me very well, possess a university degree. They have equivalent of what we call like our own school SAT, but they are trained in IT and they are getting jobs in America that is grossing in 100,000 and above per annum. Let me say that again. They did not have degree as a university degree, whether you call it whatever, engineering but whether by training or whatever, they got IT skills that is landing them jobs that is paying way above average. Because anybody that is earning above $60,000, $80,000 per annum in America, you are earning good. 80,000, 100,000. Some of them are earning 100,000. They are doing 2 jobs, and it is amazing. But the bottom line is that they don't have university degrees. Or when someone told me that, and they were trying to organize some kind of interview, blah 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 here and there, and told me the person that was mentoring him, the person that was actually mentoring him did not even have a university degree, and the guy is handling 2 jobs in IT without a university degree. It is what you make of what you have. I don't think I want to contribute to the man that burnt. He doesn't have anything to offer. It is what you want to offer that people will run for, your set skills. So he doesn't have it. So I think he has a good profession in being a pastor or whatever. Thank you.
Let me shape what I want. You see, that's a mindset of average Nigeria. Certificate, and that's why I always come into that space, because the way our educational system is structured is what is making all these graduates think that everything is all about certificates. See, and the only area I will blame the government is not looking into our educational system and see how they will structure it, so that all these certificate of a thing would not be an issue to a lot of youth. I always say it.
The government cannot help you make decisions. It's bad.
No, the decision I want them to make is to restructure the education.
Government cannot help you. See, even in the Western world, government cannot come to your house.
Let me finish, Emeka. The decision I want them to make is to restructure our educational system. I'm not happy with our educational system. the WAEC is okay. If you choose to study any other thing, medicine or any other profession, then you can go for that. Other sectors that are not given priority, like other technical field are not given priority, should be given priority, so that people should know how to learn other field like carpentry, tailoring. All those things should be given priorities.
But they are there. People just don't want to go to them.
They are there, but it's just because the mindset is study, gain certificate, PhD, masters, and all that and all that, which is not helping our system.
It is a bandwagon. It's a bandwagon effect, right? People just go with things that trend. So the government, like I said, you want to now use you are seizing this opportunity to still want to blame the government for choices that people make, and I think it's wrong. The government has provided colleges, polytechnics, college of education, universities, and they are running. There is even private university. So you make your choice as an individual. The government will not come to your house and say, not you, for example, but I just want to use your name. Ekene, we want you to go. You know, it's wrong. Don't blame government for your own personal choices. Why would you blame a government if you
what do you want
the government to do for someone who looked at himself and said, or herself, and said, I want to go and study social studies in a university? Now you're only providing the university the number of students that they want, that they can use to get more grants, they can use to get more support and from your government, rather than you studying a course that would benefit you, so you can benefit your own family and benefit your future family as a young individual. But now you want to now blame the government. When you study social study, the government will now call you and say, come, there's a social study employment for you. No, you blame yourself. Take a course that is relevant. Take a skill set that is relevant.
Let me leave it there, but yeah.
Now, if you want to do carpentry, which is good, you can make money from it. Go to vocational schools. They have vocational schools in Nigeria. People just don't want, because you don't want to be laughed at. You don't want people, you want to follow the bandwagon. You want to say, oh, I'm in university too. I am going to university. People now are not even trying to apply to polytechnics. But I want to be in university. I want to go to university. I want to go to university to go and study education. I want to go to university to go and do. No, it's wrong. You're just doing the Bible. Then later, when you come out and you say, "Oh, you've not gotten a job," you now start blaming government for your own personal choice, for you making a choice that is not good for you. I think it's unfair. Now, what I would now say is, if we now have so many people in a particular field, right? We have people in a particular field and they are not getting the right jobs. Like we have so many doctors that are not in employment. Then we now need to address that problem. But I think we have scarcity of doctors now at the moment, because many of them are leaving the country to other places.
Yes. I saw something, I think a couple of days ago, that hospitals are now shutting down wards in Nigeria because the doctors are, just because of the JAPA something.
Yes, so which means we need to replace them. Many people those who are in medical school. So that's something young students should be looking at. Those that say, okay, there's a shortage of doctors there's a shortage of doctors in school. Okay, maybe I should go and try to read medicine, or probably go try to read pharmacy, so that I can bridge that gap. I know employment is secured for me if I go there. Then probably if I do 5 years, 6 years, gain the experience, I can live like other people too, and go outside the country to go showcase my experience and skill set.
Do you think that it is the shortage of doctors that we have, or is it that the system is not okay for them to remain? Because I don't think we have shortage of doctors. We have all of them around the world.
Doctor is a high.
Why are they leaving? Why are they leaving?
They are leaving because they feel their earning capacity is more elsewhere than in Nigeria.
What are we doing as a country to retain them?
All right. Emeka, before you address that, let me use this window to bail out guys. I hand over to Thomas. Thomas,
How would you bail out one man?
One man. Before you bail out, let me tell you this. This is your show. And I can't tell you how to run your show, but I'll tell you this. If Your mom coming to
right.
your state. Hold on, please.
Hold
Let me
on.
tell you before you bail out. Let me tell you before you bail out.
Can you wait? Let Emeka
Yes.
land, and then
Okay.
you take the floor next war piece, and then after you are bailed out.
All right, just to portray, I keep hearing this. I may sound a bit harsh, but we make individual choices for ourselves. Those choices should um, impact us positively if we want positive things. So for the man who is chasing clout, he's chasing clout in my own opinion. That's good for him. He's not popular. Probably he intends to sell his ministry, which is fine. Everybody has their opinion. Everybody has their choices. You might want to go worship with him. That's okay. It's a good move for him. Good popularity context. He didn't pay money. Punch is granting him interview now. He only has to tear his certificate and he's in the newspaper, whether front page or back page or middle page, is currently in the newspaper, being granted free interview and getting free publicity. Good for him, and I wish him all the best. But the people should not use this opportunity to want to blame the government for their own personal choices. You want to be employed, take up skill sets, take up courses that companies will find desirable and recruit you to come work for them, or skill set like our brother Ekene, to become an entrepreneur and you begin to trade in products or commodities that other people want to buy from you.
The skills that Ekene has, you can't learn it. It's just it's talent. Talent is
Yeah,
what Ekene has. Talent.
It's being an entrepreneur is a tough one, right?
Yes.
Are understanding market insights, understanding what product that is selling, and staying profitable and sustainable, especially in Nigeria. Doing business in Nigeria is difficult. So for those like Ekene, I've been doing it. When you have a company in that country, it's really tough. You must be a very tough individual. So you have to give Ekene some kudos. It's some soft skill that is very difficult, and it comes with experience and tough experience too. So our people need to. I understand what Ekene is saying. The government can help out, right, in terms of more. I think what our government is lacking is communication. Our government is really poor with communication, and you find that from very many ministries. A lot of people don't know what those ministries are doing, even though those ministries are aimed to aimed to provide services to the people. Some people don't know what the Ministry of Agriculture is up to and how they can benefit from the Ministry of Agriculture. Same with even the Ministry of Youth and youth development. People don't even know what they are up to, right? So they must communicate their services to the people because they are there to provide services. If those who are there to promote vocational education and skill sets, they should promote it. That's why I enjoy what Bosu is doing, trying to train over 1 million people in IT skill set, which is very good. And we help sell the country to other firms, international firms, multinationals in the country, and even local companies in Nigeria. So we want to welcome the government to promote more communication and be more open and transparent, even with the land, the building demolition. I think the government's weakness is communicating and being open, being transparent. Tell people, don't build houses on canals, don't build houses on revocable. List it out on your website, do promos, do advert, so that people don't get entangled with those business. I think our government is just weak, is a weakness in terms to communicate, in terms to tell people what they are up to. So it's something they can learn from. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic Emeko's a superstar. Yes.
Yeah. Before you before you let what Pete talk. You see, I'm here because of you today. I'm here for Tinubu. That's why I'm here. So sad you are leaving. You are leaving me in the hands of an Agbado person who everybody know him very well as an Agbado, even though he's saying he's denying it every time. Because I want to have I want to have enough time to be able to dice and slice Tinubu today. So, but I don't think
we are operating under different. We are operating under new rules. That tells you how long you've been here. The rules that we are operating under is that opinions, no matter how much you disagree, you must let them at least get to some point of establishing whatever it is that they're saying. So those heavy-weighted, as soon as you say something, so we're trying to pull away from there.
Omar, I want to back rational mind up. I want to back rational mind up.
Hold on,
you see, okay.
Hold on, please. I'm aware of the rules. That's why when I came in, I just didn't interject, even though I was itching here to talk, to say something. I said, well, when I have my own time. But it's like I said, it's so sad that you're leaving because I want to have enough time. I don't know if the host, your co-host, Thomas will allow me because I know where he leans on in this matter. But it's okay. I'll do my best. And well, whatever happens, happens.
Do you want me to hold your hands? Are you scared of the bullies? Look at that.
No, I'm not scared of anybody. It's just toxic.
Man, the reason is that they chased him out the last time. They chased him out.
How can they chase him out? Rational Mind is a landlord here. We started this platform together. People don't know this.
No, Mike chased him out. Mike chased him out the last time.
Let me tell you, Mike, Rational Mind, Janle Coco, and then one other, Maurice. That's how we started,
Maurice,
wasn't it?
Maurice I think I met him here too, or something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so how can anybody chase Rational Mind away from it? It's not possible now.
Well, it's okay, but it's just I just don't want to do this back and forth anymore. Like I said, I've said it on this platform. I'm just sick and tired of this.
Yes. We have to be able to have these conversations. It's so important. And if we don't let voices that deviate from our own, then we're not having a conversation. We're just doing propaganda. If we want to hear only what we want to hear, then we're just doing propaganda. And I'll be loath. If we're doing propaganda, then we just have to shut down the platform because that's not the purpose. That's why, when somebody like Joel comes in, Morris comes in, then that excites me because then I know there'll be a balance. There'll be somebody pushing against some. Yes, so you need that, But those what you will consider to be alternate voices, or they must have their full flow too. But what piece? Let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I won't take your time so much. I'll just go directly to you. I know it's your show. It's like a walk through. You need people to work with you. You can't do it only by yourself. That's why you have people in your comment section that regulate comments. And you have a co-host, Thomas, Rational Mind, and Mike. But I cannot be a show on your own segment. You'll be controlling me how to speak, then somebody else will be muting me how to speak or telling me how to speak. It's not done anyway. You cannot have two captains in a ship at the same time. When he gets to Thomas' segment, he can do whatever he wants to do. Fine, I'll respect his segment. But I cannot be here. This is not the first time. I've known this for a very long time, but I will just keep mute. In how much you need him to work with you to get the platform going, you need the people too, with that come here, panelists, to come here. You cannot be talking to yourself. You need people to come and sit with you and talk. We are the product, the merchandise you are selling. So he should know that. When it's your segment, he is a panelist too. We are all on the same feed. Then when he gets to his segment, who cannot respect the segment, who kick him out, which I respect. But I cannot be in your show. You'll be controlling me. He will be controlling me. It's unacceptable, one man. That's what I want to tell you. You talk to your man, make him understand that there cannot be two captains in the ship, regardless a co-host. That's what I want to tell you, one man. Thank you.
All right. All right. We'll take that on advisement. It's a work in progress. You of course, a member of the board, so that's feedback. So that's feedback right there from War Peace. Always keep them coming. If there's anything that you feel that is not quite up to spec, just highlight it. So yes, I'll probably call you later and we talk some more War Peace. But let me, Bill, acknowledging the super chatters. Tim Ajek kicked it off. Thank you, Tim Ajek. The man with the golden gun, Ike Ogame, here there is right there, opening up the big spaces. That's Alexander Gomez passing by saying hello. Prince Daddy says hello via super chat and also on the screen. Tim Ajek continues in a conversation somewhere, but the main man, of course, Ayo, he rolls in the manner that only he does. So that's Ayo right there, and that's Ayo right there again. And guess what? That's Ayo still there. That's Tayo. It's almost like stalking now. Ayo is stalking us with super chats, with super stickers. Yeah, so that's Ayo stalking us with super stickers, and it doesn't stop. Should we call the police? Maybe not, because so that's Timajek interjecting him there, because he dared him, you see, in the comment section, calling him out. And you know the last thing you should ever do is to call Ayo out, and Ayo response right there. So well done to all those. Keep them coming. So keep them coming. So let me bail out. Hand over. Tom, oh, there he is. Thomas Morobo to Salon. Let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Thomas. Zita to speak. Mike is here. Simba in the backdrop somewhere. Titan, a new voice who we had a flavor of. Still more. Rational Mind here to do the bar humbug. So you have the full complement of, and the majestic Ekene, of course. So let me be allowed to bring you in, Thomas.
Welcome back to the section. I will not say anything. I reserve my comment. Let's move on. Who do we have there? We have Madam Hey Hi. We have Ekene. We have Bishop. I think Bishop has spoken. Mike has Mike. We have Rational Mind. Emeka has spoken. Titan. War Peace and Prince Daddy. Let's go to Madam Hey Hi. If you have Madam Sita, are you there? I don't think so. You are there. How are you, my sister? We can't hear you. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Madam Sita, you unmute yourself, but we can't hear you. Madam Sita. That's the network problem.
Are you sure it's spoke?
You guys can hear me.
I mean, are you sure
He's on mute? He's on mute.
Oh, okay.
He's on mute, but he's not coming up. He muted himself. He unmute again. Yeah. Let's go to who wants to speak next. I don't even know who to go to next.
Can I go? If Mike is not here. If Mike is not here.
Yeah.
So I'm not here.
Yeah. Mike. Mike, I wanted to come to you.
I'm not here. Well, you can go to anybody
Mike,
you want. It's not like I'm gagging for.
No.
I just don't like people speaking for me. I know I was here, so I don't know why someone's speaking for me.
It's too early for that.
If you're not here, let me speak. Yeah, Johnny.
No. Rational Mind,
you want to speak, but you don't need to speak for. You don't need to say I'm not here.
Who's speaking for you?
I'm not here.
Who's speaking for you, dude?
I think you live in the same house as me. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. How do you? What about man borrow? How do you listen to English? I say if
I don't know. You explain now.
I'm not here.
I'm responding to the clear English I heard. You said Mike is not here.
You don't understand English. I
don't know what your offense is now. I don't know why you're angry.
You do not. I said if you're not here, let me speak. So what's the wrong have I done there by saying if you're not here?
Did I say did I even mention your name or did I say
dude. This you need to
no.
This is a toxicity. You're very, very toxic.
That's enough.
And now you're making it look sound like maybe I'm not talking for you. You're a man of your own.
Yeah. Mike, let's Rational Mind go. Yeah, Mike is let's move forward. Yeah. Rational Mind, finally, the second Niger bridge has been Julius Berger hand over the second Niger bridge to the Nigerian government. What do you think? What do you think the economic benefit is going to be? And this is a Christmas gift for our Southeastern brother and to the whole Nigeria as a whole. What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's one of those abandoned projects that Bubu never did finish. He commissioned it, and you wonder why they commissioned it. And that's what they do, because they always commission on finished projects. Dangote kind of refinery, all the old fanfare that followed it. You would think maybe they completed it, but they never completed it. And so are we surprised? So it's a pattern. the Nigerian government has always had ever since the 1960s, especially during the military era. We saw that came to play more, whereby they always be commissioning elephant projects, the white elephant project, or how they say it, and they never get it completed. So you see, it's just a pattern. But let's speak to the if truly, because these days it's very hard to believe anything you see out there. You might hear one thing in the news today and you find out that it's not really what it is the next day. So if really they've completed it, then I think that's it has its economic benefits to the people of that region. But does that mean that that's a? I mean, is that you see, Nigeria situation is just so. I just don't know how to even say it. Sometimes it's just beyond me. I mean, bridge. I mean, commission. I mean, a bridge be built, and so what? What's the big thing about the bridge? A bridge here that whereby we have even ordinary cities here, not a state or a city, building a bridge, an interstate bridge, over into the next state. I mean, what are we talking about? So, and then a government, a whole federal government will be doing something, and they'll make it look like as if it's something. Well, let me just speak to what the question asked me.
But somebody, we had a video.
You said what? Okay, go on. You said you had a video?
Had a video.
Okay.
Rational mind. Why are you comparing Nigeria and America?
Is that what? What did you say, Prince Daddy? Pimp Daddy.
I said, why are you comparing America and Nigeria?
Dude. You see, I heard what you people were, that was in the background when you people were talking about not comparing Nigeria. You see, the Agbado people, when it's convenient for you,
No, I'll just be sarcastic. Actually,
I know, but I want to reply you on that. It's just sometimes the hypocrisy that I see here, that most of us, when it's politically expedient or convenient for us, we would compare America. The other time when we had the issue of certificate forgery, you will say, no, in America, yeah, you don't present your certificate for work. It's not required. It's just your transcript, blah blah blah. But then when it's not convenient for you, we cannot compare America to Nigeria in that sense. You see the hypocrisy here when you people talk. And I just wonder what is wrong with people. People just talk and they have no shame anymore. But let's just leave that. So that's just on the side. So Thomas, yeah, I think that should open the corridor there for transportation. But I think they still need more development in that region. As long as they remain part of Nigeria, they should also have more federal presence in that region. Just a bridge being built, it's something I would say, but you see this tokenism I think that's what I was looking for. This Diagency kind of politics that our Nigerian politicians do. They'll just give us something because they've starved us for many years. So then when they give us that thing, they now look at them as our Lord and our Messiah. They've done something great. No, they've not done something. It's not their money. It is the people's money that they ought to have even done it years and years ago. Why would you link just a whole region with just one single entry and exit point? Look at the economy in that region alone, and you're allowing that each traffic on just one single bridge. It just asks the question, what is wrong with all Nigeria? And then we start lauding them, like pedestalizing them, like, oh, they've done a great thing. It's not a great thing. It's something they ought to do. Give me the next topic, Thomas. You're still there. Thomas, are you still there?
Thomas drove.
Okay, do something. What are you talking? Which space are you talking to?
It's talking about the I think the Niger Bridge, the second Niger Bridge. Is that what she was asking me? He was asking me, rather.
Okay, but what really brought you here that you wanted to dissect?
That's the gimmick, now when they would just carry me go and put up, we say, I know what we want to talk about. I know them now. I know them. I got people here.
What I want to understand about the second Niger Bridge is that
people always say they've done something for the Igbo. Is the bridge the Igbo bridge or is it
I
a
don't even know.
Nigerian bridge?
I don't know. I just don't even know.
Because at the end of the day, like it's not only Igbo people that use
Exactly,
it.
yeah.
Like the Cross River, Akwa Ibom, or whatever, they also use that bridge. Like it's for Nigeria. I don't think it's specifically for the Igbo people. Like if you want to do something for the Igbo people, the one thing the Igbo people always ask for is like a port. If you can put a port for us, then I'll know that is something
But
you're
I think
doing for us.
the Igbos have been asking for the settlement that
Oh
Nigeria
yeah,
is
yeah,
appointed.
that's true.
So
That's
that
true.
has been
That's true.
done. Yeah, I understand your point, but it's been done. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay.
So what's the next topic you have for me?
Rational mind. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, please, thank you. We play an audio before. I don't know, maybe you started with us, Rational Mind.
I didn't think
Did you?
I didn't start with you. I just met.
No. There's the audio. There's audio. All one of these. All these. Pro BRT Tinubu, what they call it. Talking about useless in the Yorubas, telling them they sold their land to the Igbos. They use the money to drink wine or do you want me to play the audio just to refresh your mind, or I should just tell you the narrative?
It's okay. If you want to play it, no problem. So that I have I understand what's all about.
Yes, yeah, I'll find it. Let me just give the background. Yeah, that sooner or later, before 10 years, they will chase all the Yoruba to Lake Chad and they will take over Lagos. What do you think is going on here?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
I think I saw. I've not seen any video, but I think I saw somewhere on YouTube, one of those media space, maybe on Twitter or whatever. I saw it where they were debating. They said something Chad. They will pursue the Yorubas to Chad if they ever let Igbos. I don't know. I just read it. I don't quite understand what it was all about, but I just feel it's one of those bigots online who wants to stoke ethnic. Let me not say ethnic, tribal tension. Black race is an ethnic of its own, and I would say it's a race. So anyway, yeah. So let me just leave that. So tribal, we're all tribe. We're all from one.
But Rational Man, is it not is it not what we have been hearing since God knows that people will come to someone's land and they want to take over? I have to find the audio. You have to listen to the audio.
Okay, if you
I
can,
will have to play the audio. It's
let me just.
Yeah, I'll play it. Yeah, keep talking. I'll find it out.
My point is this, Thomas and everybody, is that you see, we've seen this narrative played by the APC wing of AD wing of AC wing of Tinubu and all his minions in Lagos. I understand that. Don't get me wrong. I'm a very tribal person, but that does not mean that I would stoke tensions among people.
Rational Man, please, with due respect, let's listen to the audio so you can know the background of where I'm leading you. Thank you.
House to him, I will commit suicide. I will. If I'm someone from Yoruba land and someone comes to my city and I'm struggling, the person comes there, just within a space of 10 years, I will sell my father's land, my father's house to him, and then use 70% of it to do a wambe, and then use the other one to smoke, and then in 6 months I'm back to Omonile. I will commit suicide. Because it has shown that I am useless. It has shown that I cannot have any good impact in this world. And that is what happens with greater percentage of people that live in Lagos. I heard what someone said here. The truth is that most of all these people that drag Lagos are not even Lagosians. They don't even know where they are. They are like slaves. They are like slaves. Some of them, they don't even know their mother because of the nature of the cultural exhibition and phenomenon of Yoruba culture. They are promiscuous in nature, that they don't protect family lineage. So the person that they call father may not even be their father. So they've been living in Lagos, and when you ask them, where are you from, they will tell you Osun State. Where in Osun? An average person you see will tell you is from Ijebu. When was the last time you went to Ijebu? They can't remember. That is not the case of an Igbo person. So they find it very hard to understand how these people build two lives. An average Igbo person builds two lives. One is in the east and one is wherever he's based. Because there's a saying in Igbo language that says, Ebonye bikona wachi. Anywhere you see an Igbo man, he will be well established. At the same time, when you follow him to his village, you will know he's an Odogu. The name Odogu is not just a fanciful name. It's a name that stands for a man that really understands the nature of Igbo-ness in him, knowing that whenever we are done doing all these things we are doing in the city, follow me, go back home. You will know where I'm coming from. So it's beyond their imagination that since the war ended in 1970, they were thinking that they will have an advantage over these people that were given 20 pounds, but feet growing exponentially. So their parents had this grudge, this beef against Igbos, and they fought not just themselves. They hired Britain, Russia, Egypt, and other countries, and yet they couldn't really decimate these people completely. So they are upset that their fathers failed in establishing themselves. Now they are in their youthful age and they have seen exactly the same pattern of life that their fathers failed is manifested in their own life. So sometimes when you look at it, it's not really something I take too personally. I see it as a bunch of failures. So that's why you will see someone that is living in gutter, living in areas in Lagos. Lagos is a cesspit. Lagos smells like an abattoir. Anybody that's walked in Lagos and have lived in Lagos will tell you. The reason why people come there is because of opportunities. So do not even see it as people really like coming to a place where they wake up 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work before 8 and then leave their workplace at 8 to get to work to get home before midnight. That is not life. An average life of someone living in Lagos State is actually 47 years old. So if you are in Lagos and you are 47 years old, you're already an ancestor because you should have died. That's how bad that city is. But then people glorify it because there is no other option in Nigeria. That is why you will see someone that is on the timeline dropping their OPay or PAMPay account, but then is standing on a mandate of a man that is utterly useless. So when you see these things, don't really feel so sad. Feel sorry for them. Feel sorry. Because in every aspect of human index development, you cannot match whatever that is going on in the south to what is going on in the southwest, excluding Lagos, because Lagos has that preference. Do you know the reason they don't want to build the Apapa Road? For the last 10 years, they've been working on Apapa Road. They know why. Do you know the demurrage if you send your container to Nigeria today? Do you know the demurrage you're going to be paying in that Apapa? Because by the time the trailer that will take your container out of wharf will get there, we're paying demurrage of 50,000 per day. So they are making money for the people that feel they own Lagos. So they are not going to make things work. My last point. The reason why Nigeria will never work and for you to have a system where there will be quality is because they know once there's a level playing ground, Igbo people will be at the top. The only time Nigeria experienced exponential economic growth was when you had the Igbos in the civil service. And that was the reason they were upset. And that was the reason Shagari said that if they can't find another white person, they would rather find an expatriate, someone they will pay, but they will never allow Igbo people to come into power. They know that the moment an Igbo person comes to power, an average Igbo person is a Republican. And that's why people say that, Igbos will prefer to pay or bring in an outsider instead of bringing their own brother, because an average Igbo person will want someone that can do the job, regardless of if you're an Igbo person or not. It is only Igbo people that do like that. They want job to be done. Every other person, including Yorubas, I worked in Lagos for 10 years, and I can tell you this categorically. They will bring their brother. They know that this brother is lazy.
Thomas, I don't think we have all this time for all this whole thing. Let's just pause it. Yeah, it's
yes. Hold on, please. Do you know what baffles me? It's not really what the guy is saying. It baffles me as a Yoruba man, calling us promiscuous, all this name. As a Yoruba man, I'm bitter. But do you know what baffles me?
Just
Let me finish.
ignore
Can you
ignore
please?
the
No, no. Please.
Let him land.
Let me land, please. Please. If you don't want me to kick you out, let me land, please. So what baffles me is nobody, there were almost 10 or 12 on that platform. Nobody can even say, stop. You can't be calling a whole nation, I call Yoruba a nation, promiscuous. All this, rational mind. We have to do something about this Yoruba and Igbo fight competing. It's getting crazy. It's getting on my nerves every day. Rational mind. You have the floor. Don't let that. I don't want to go over the bar because it's just
somebody
coming
will just try
crazy.
to interject you that we should just let it go, but it's okay. You see,
And for rational mind, you have to talk about these things.
Well,
We keep on let it go. We can't let this thing go.
You see,
We can never let this thing go.
Thomas,
Thomas,
can I say something, please?
But Thomas, there's some truth in what you said, though. But go ahead, rational.
Yeah,
go ahead, rational.
please. Yeah. So, you see, Thomas, we cannot let it go, like you said. But the more we keep talking about it, I've said it. There is no way we can move forward in that country if we do not address the fundamental problem. This fundamental problem of nationhood, what it means to be a nation. Well, Nigeria is not a nation; it's a group of nations. But what it means to be a country or a nation, let me just use the word in a generic way. The word nation has to ascribe to all of us as a nation. But you know, we are all different nations: Igbo nation, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani nation, all of that, Ibibio. So, but my point is this: if we do not address certain things, like we've talked, what about people like the Afeniferes and some other Pandef and all of them? They've said it that we need to sit down and renegotiate Nigeria. You see, the problem with Nigeria is it goes back to the very root of it. How we came to be brought together to become that country we call Nigeria.
Rational mind, sorry. Don't go philosophical. Please address the points the guy made. They were quite clear. Please
no,
do
he
that.
asked me a question now. No, you see, he said we should. I said let's just forget it. But he said let's not forget it because we have to address it. Yeah, I believe we have to address it. I'm not trying to say.
Addressed when the guy said Yorubas are
Hold on now. I will go to it now. You see, when you people are talking here, we do not stifle your voice. We do not tell you what to say. Pimp daddy. I mean, you know, you say your own Agbado narrative at this, but let me say mine now. So, no, people, I'm just joking with it. Anyway, yeah. So I will address it, Prince Daddy. But let me just say, if we do not renegotiate Nigeria, so everybody knows their space. That Igbo, this is your space. Yoruba, these are your spaces, or this is your space. Hausa, Fulani, and then everybody know their space, and everybody can talk about what they want in their own space, and how they want to if it's want to go on as a federation or want to be like some other countries like in Switzerland where they have a confederation or want to go back to the regional system. However, if we do not address this matters, we'll continue butting head every time, every day, every week, year in, year out, like that. It will continue being a problem. So until we address that matter and every region now can make their own laws, then you know that, okay, like for example, people like live in the UK, you know, if you're going to Scotland, you're entering the Scottish territory. You're going to Ireland, you're going to the Irish territory. You're going to the Welsh land. So we need to address all this matter. If we do not address this matter, we'll continue butting our heads together. So that's on one side. So now let me go to that topic of what the guy was saying. You see, I believe there are bigots in every tribes. Igbos have theirs, Yoruba have theirs, and I can understand when some people do not want to back down. For me, the only beef that I have with Tinubu and his minions and some of his Agbado people who are bigots like himself, and he groomed those bigots, is that I've said it on this platform. Tinubu does not represent Yoruba's interest. Tinubu represents his own criminal interest and his own criminal friends' interest. But they will come under the guise of our Yoruba, we Yorubas. No, it is Tinubu's interest, not Yoruba's interest. That's what they do. They play that politics. I've said this here on this platform many years. I mean, maybe more than a year or two ago on this platform. I said Tinubu's interest is just his own interest. It does not represent Yoruba's interest. That's why you can understand why people like Afenifere never really went with him. The Afenifere group of fashion. I mean, the other what's his name? Padiri, whatever. I mean, I've forgotten his name.
Adebanjo and Fakiroti.
Yeah. Why did they not go with him? Because they know Tinubu very well. That this guy is just some kind of bigot, a coded bigot of some sort. Even though he carries himself like, oh, I had an Igbo guy running my, I mean, who was a finance minister or finance commissioner in my is it Akabo is the guy who was a finance minister. I mean, forget that crap. Now we know why, because they felt threatened in Lagos that they were going to lose Lagos. Oh, Tinubu lost Lagos in the election. Wow, this is spelling doom for us. It's because they were afraid of losing Lagos. After a person who's going to take over Lagos, as soon as is a born Lagosian, his father is a Lagosian. So what's the narrative there? But they have to like come under the guise of, oh, you're bad people, they want to take Lagos from us. So and they started sending out their minions and acting like Igbos or bigots, like the Igbo bigots, and they started talking like Igbos, and maybe I don't know, it could be that too. But I knew that Tinubu's interests do not represent Yoruba's interests. It only represents his own criminal interest of himself and his criminals like himself. Because they felt threatened that, I mean, if any other Yoruba person can take over Lagos from him, I'm all for it. As long as a Yoruba person, I don't care. So what is this? I will address the matter of what the guy said. It is bigots. He was spewing there, but I will not dignify him by even talking about him much, because I just feel that we all have bigots in every tribe. But I can understand when people like him speak the way they speak. It could be because of what we are seeing playing out in Festac area, is it Festac town area, those areas there, where they are demolishing houses of people who, for the most of them, they are Igbos. And it's just like Yoruba people say, it's just like what we're talking about is, I mean, I don't know if you people have heard about certain member of Sanwo-Olu's cabinet. I mean, let's not even go to Sanwo-Olu's cabinet. We heard Mudashiru Obasa when he was saying that Igbos, we're not talking about this other guy that was saying that let this be the last time that Igbos will ever meddle in. Mudashiru Obasa, the Speaker of Lagos State, where he was talking about Igbos in one of his, when it was reported. I said, yeah, now you're seeing all this thing playing out. Why would we not link it to what they were doing? That because they felt threatened that they almost lost Lagos, because they beat even Jagaban in Lagos, and they felt that Lagos was going to go. And we understand that maybe some stupid Igbos. I mean, some stupid Igbos or disguised Igbos will now say that Lagos does not belong. No, Lagos belongs to some people. Some people are indigenous of Lagos, even though they've been overwhelmed by people from different parts of Yoruba land claiming to be Yorubas. Like myself, I'm not really from Yoruba. I'm not from Lagos, rather. I'm from the Yoruba state, but I'm not from Lagos. I was born and raised in Lagos. So my point is that I know that some people who are just bigots from both sides, and I'm not surprised if I'm saying it, but let us not lash on things like this to make a point for Tinubu and his criminals. That's just my point here. Let us not lash on this, that, because an Igbo person, sounding person we had him on the video, on the audio, saying that Yoruba people are all, I mean, I'm a born Yoruba person, full-blooded, from two parents that are, maybe their own parents are not full Yorubas, but I'm a Yoruba. That's what I will claim. But my point is this, is that my parents were married for over, I mean, my mom they were both married for over 60 years before my mom passed away. So what are we talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. You see, it's just some people who just...
Right, that you should allow Joel of Nashville to tell us the part of the narrative that was true.
Why can't I come in? I'm Igbo, like pure and pure.
Yes. Let's get for Titan, yeah?
Okay, yeah. So
National Man, you still have the floor. It's just an interjection, Titan. National Man still have the floor. Yeah.
Okay. So as regards to what that guy said, I think it's a reaction to what's happening with the housing issue. And even without that, like, obviously there are certain people that are just pure bigots. Like, we have them in every society. obviously, if you want me to fish out someone from the Yoruba side, that even says worse things than that. But one thing I understand about Nigerians is that living in like the 3 regions of Nigeria, I find out that most of other people do not really understand the Igbo because maybe most of them have not lived in the southeast and don't have people living in the southeast. So they tend
Titan,
to,
are you a Igbo man?
yeah,
You are from
100%.
Igbo?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, Igbo, right?
100% from
So,
Imo
sorry,
State.
Titan.
Yeah.
Shouldn't that be the other way around? Do you go to other people's space and tell them to understand you, or should it be the other way around?
No. If we're in one country, like there should be an exchange of ideas. That's why they did the NYSC, so that people can move into different spaces they are not familiar with, so they can understand one another.
Let's
So
stick
let
to
me.
Titan, I don't agree with. I don't agree
So
with
wait,
you.
let me.
I'm an Igbo man too. I don't agree
So
with
let
you.
me.
You don't go into people's land and begin to dictate for them and begin to tell you must respect their
That's
culture.
not
You
what I'm
don't.
saying. That's not what I'm
That's what
saying.
you are trying to say.
No,
You say
that's not
people
what I'm
don't
saying.
understand the Igbos. I think the people don't need to understand you when you come to their own land. You should understand them. I don't go into, let me say, I don't go into a Yoruba man's house and then an elder Yoruba man is there. I don't dobale. I just stand up and raise my hand up. That's an infringement on his culture and a disrespect. Let's be very factual. If you come to my own house, I expect you to conduct yourself in my house according to my own rules, according to my own laws. And if you don't want to do that, I will kick you out. Now, why what I actually want to say is that let's call bigots what bigots are. This individual made a lot of ignorant statements. He mentioned Shagari, and it was not Shagari who was speaking, it was the Saduna of Sokoto, who is already late. He mentioned a lot of things that do not depict the characters of the Yoruba people.
Do you know, Emeka, do you know what puzzles me? Calling Yoruba promiscuous.
No,
Calling Yoruba a whole Yoruba.
that's why you see, you might be offended, but when you listen to stuff like this, you just look at them and like this guy is just ignorant, and he doesn't know what he's saying.
No, but Emeka telling me that if I should go to Yoruba man's house, that I should obey. And if I don't do it, it means that I am. It means that
If you come to my house, and you don't greet me, you don't.
It's not my culture. Where does that stop?
Where does that stop? Stay in your own land.
Hold on now.
Then stay in your land. Stay in your land. Respect yourself and stay in your land.
Why would I hold on?
If I go to the Oba of Benin's palace, let me correct. If I go to Oba of Benin's palace, if I go to Oba, wait, listen now. Listen, if I go to Oba of Benin's palace, if I go to Oba of Benin's palace and I don't prostrate and they cut my head, it's proper. Then why am I going there?
No. That Oba will be arrested. Because you don't know your right. Because you are no. Your views
what
are
I am saying, it is the same thing. I go to Benin because there are some places in Nigeria, if you go to, and even in Igbo land, if you don't obey their culture, they'll kill you. I know in Igbo land, in my village, I am telling you, in my village, if you try, they will kill you.
It is wrong. They will do it, but
you are talking to someone who is from a ruling house. If you come to my village and you behave, they will kill you.
Wait, don't they used to arrest them?
I am telling you, I am speaking, and I am speaking with authority here. I am speaking from someone. I am speaking from someone within a ruling land. If you come to my village, if a Yoruba man comes to my village and do anyhow, we'll kill him.
Emeka, modify that voice. That word key. Just use another
word. Okay, sorry. We'll buy you.
Wait. Wait, what
Why
I'm
I'm
saying,
saying
Can I
this,
can I talk? Can I
why
talk,
I'm
please?
saying
Can I
this
say
is
something?
we must
Emeka, you
learn
didn't
to
allow me
respect
finish.
people's culture.
You didn't allow me finish what I was saying. You didn't allow me finish what I was saying. Like
Go ahead, go ahead.
I said, like there's bigots in everywhere. And what I was saying about most people not understanding the Igbo is that most people do not venture to move out of their regions, apart from like the Igbo people. Like moving out of a region and living with people, you then see some nuances and you then see some cultural traits that is innate to them, and that is just who they are. Like if you go to let's say you go to the south, like you go to Warrior or this thing, like most people there, they tend to bring everything in a form of joke, but there's a way you like talk to them and they get extremely angry and you know it will lead to fight. It's not really like that in the southwest. We all have different traits about us, you know, like in terms of the north, like they prefer you being civil and not loud. If you're loud in the north, they see it as offensive. So when it comes to the southeast, if you've been to a village meeting in the southeast, everyone is insulting everyone, you know. And to the average Igbo man, after the meeting, they go home and eat together, you know. But if you're not used to that kind of environment, you will just think this person hates me, this person that is saying this thing. Even the way we criticize our governors and all that, you don't see that in the Southwest. They don't criticize their governors or people in authority like that. But Igbo people will be loud to criticize their governors. They'll be the first person to call the governor a thief, a this, a that. That is just the nature of who we are. Some of those things that we do, and when we go out and we carry, I'm not saying that character is good. I don't do it because I've lived out of the Southeast. But when I schooled in the Southeast, I noticed those are how they are, and I took them for who they are. And when you see people that have lived in the Southeast, they'll tell you, hey, oh, this they are just used to it. They're just okay, these people are just extra loud or extremely, you know, arrogant or whatever you want to call it, you know. Whoever have lived in the Southeast can say it. Like you go to beer parlor, people are insulting people and throwing jabs at each other, you know. Even if you watch the movies of the Southeast, you see how it's like an Igbo man, if he wants to be familiar with you, he throws in insults, you know.
Sorry, Titan, but but these are no excuses. You can do it in the Southeast, but when you have moved to someone else's place, to be a good ambassador is abiding to their rules, abiding to their culture, abiding to their terms, because you're an ambassador. Is you can't tell the ambassador of France to come and begin to act irrationally. We'll send him off. We'll send him off to France. He must abide to our laws. So please, what I would say is all this you are trying to. I understand what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but let's call bigots for who bigots are. The individual speaking, I pay him no relevance. He's a bigot. He's ignorant. He's making statements that are fallacious and not true. And you look at him, you know, what Thomas was saying is people not calling me out. So he was speaking to fellow bigots too. And they were entertained by his bigotry and his statements that are not true. So it is sad that because I listened to it in the morning yesterday and I was like, what the hell is this? It is sad that statement is now going viral. It does not depict the entirety of the Southeast, and especially those who are living in other region. It is a sad one for people to begin to see the Igbos quite differently. You do not want that form of hostility. And why do I say this? This behavior started also with during Buhari's administration. And when they were saying Buhari is the Jubri of Sudan, Buhari is dead, Buhari is this, the Hausas is this. And you know the Hausas, they keep quiet, you say your bullshit, they only do their action. Now you they taking that same behavior.
Sorry to interject. But didn't they do it to Jonathan? But didn't they do it to Jonathan? Like,
I didn't hear it during Jonathan's period. I might be wrong, but I didn't hear it during Jonathan's period.
You didn't hear what?
I didn't hear such echoes, such behaviors during Jonathan's period. I only started hearing it during Buhari's time. Nnamdi Kanu spearheaded it too.
Emeka,
Nnamdi Kanu spearheaded it.
Can I?
Simon Ekpa championed it.
But the issue here is this. You lack history. You have your slave mentality, and that is shit for you. But the issue there is this. If you look at what happened between the Buhari administration, when he made the 5% message, he started that action. There is an action and reaction to every issue. Hold on, please. Let me finish, please. There's an action and reaction to every issue. Now, somebody is asking you or a rational mind to explain or somebody to apologize. I'm not apologizing for anything anybody said. On this show today, I asked one man to play a clip. Nobody apologized to me for what that idiot said. So it means that all of you are also bigots in the same manner. For all of you that shut up on that clip, it means that you're bigots too. So that's why I said, until Nigeria comes to the table, I am not apologizing to anybody. And if the last resort that we should go to war, let's go to war. Period.
Okay, nobody wants to go to war, but on the issue regarding that, I think grandson, that guy's name, grandson, right? He was talking more to the space of economic issues there. I didn't hear him talk about any
Look, Prince Daddy, I'm going to send you the full clip because I just don't want to take 1 minute of that video. And if you go to every other video,
let me help you out with that. Let me help you with that. This guy, if he's talking about Adekunle's grandson, is in jail now. The British Crown, the British is in jail. So if he has no bigot or they didn't see any element of bigotry or trying to inflame ethnic tension or tribal tension, I'll call it, he won't be in jail. So he's been
okay. So I hear you, rational mind, but what you doing, rational mind, and the rest of the people speaking so far, maybe apart from Emeka, you don't want to address the stereotype.
But I did. Maybe not the way you want me. To address it.
I'm actually waiting for.
I condemn him. I condemn him, and I condemn.
See, Joe said he's not going to condemn anything. Nor
it's up to him.
He does agree. Hold on, he say he agrees with what he said.
Joel.
Okay, I understand, but I'm trying to make a point here that So what the guy says, actually, to me, I take no offense at all, actually, because this is typical, stereotyping from the Southeasterners about the Yorubas. And to me, it's not personal. They can feel whatever way they want to feel. I don't feel the same way, quite frankly, actually. I have a very good disposition towards the Southeasterners. But the stereotyping about being promiscuous, being this and that, it's nothing new at all. And they know, I mean, somebody tells me quite clearly almost that Joel has heard all these things before. It's nothing new to him. That's just the way they perceive. But it was quite. But if you listen to the pattern of his submission, right? This, and I've said it before. This need for Igbo or the Southeastern superiority is always prevalent and obvious in everything. He talked about when the Igbos were in the civil servant, they were the best. Nigeria was great. When this and that, everything about the Igbos or the Southeasterners is always the best. And to me, quite frankly, I don't have any problem with it. But for some people that feel that they are the best in everything, they sure have a low self-esteem overall as a people, if you ask me, because they're always complaining and talking about how great they are. Well, who cares? You can't be the best in the world. I like to associate with the best people in the world. But this I don't know if you want to call it hatred or what the problem is. But if you ask me too, the Igbos and the Nigerians are the most associated two groups of tribal or ethnic groups in Nigeria. We have so much in common in a lot of ways, but somehow, some way, there's always this great displeasure towards Yoruba people, and I don't think it's reciprocal. I don't think it's matching the other direction, if you ask me.
So sorry, Prince Daddy. What I just want to correct is we've allowed the minority to have the loudest voice, and this is what we've been saying. I don't think majority of the Southeast are like this. Express or hold this sentiment of bias. You see, if you claim, like what you say, if you claim to be the best, you show it in your workings. Let it show. 1+1, you show working. You don't claim to be the best and things are not working well. You claim to be an Odogu in a town and your village does not have roads. You see, this is the hypocrisy I keep shouting, and so people will come and say, I am not an Igbo man. You see, we make a lot of noise, right? It is the noise that irritates me. And now I've been watching the social media space. I've been watching.
Why would Odogu build roads?
I've been watching the Odogu should go and build the road. Odogu should stop crying that there is no water in his house. Odogu should go and provide electricity in his village.
Is it the responsibility of Odogu to build
No, that's the responsibility. If Odogu is making noise,
the reason why I'm telling you that you don't know, you don't even know the constitution.
No,
I told you I'm not an Igbo man. I'm telling you honestly.
Joel, I'm the one that will correct you on history.
Everybody hold on.
You don't know history. You are not an Igbo man. I'm telling you, even if you are an adulterated Igbo man, you don't know your culture. I would tell you your culture. You don't know where you're from. You don't know where you're from.
Joel, can I speak?
Hold on,
please. Hold
on, please. No, I'm not holding on. If I said hold on, please. Thank you. Joel, you can't be telling somebody is not an Igbo man. No, is it disrespectful? No, you can't do that. I will not let you do that. You can do that on one man's show. No, not on my show. You can't disrespect people. No, that is disrespectful. Rational man, what do you think? No.
Yeah,
that's his opinion. He's entitled to his opinion. I'm not offended by that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me just finish. Let me just finish what I was saying about that.
Titus, go ahead.
Hold on.
Let me just finish what I was saying.
I haven't finished. If I said hold on. Can you please hold on? You can't disrespect people on my platform. This is my section. No, you can't tell Emeka is not an Igbo man. That is disrespectful. No, I won't take it. And I will not let Emeka to disrespect you.
But Thomas.
Yes, rational man.
Yeah. You said that now. I don't know, maybe you're lagging. I mean, your network is I don't know, maybe a network here. Yeah, anyway, yeah. So I think we all understand ourselves. We should not well, I understand how we feel about this matter. That's why I usually don't like talking about this issue of Yoruba versus Igbo matter. But like I said, this I take objection to somebody telling me that like what that guy said, that we are this trying to stereotype Ofem, I mean, as Igbo we will call you by Ofem man, and like all those kind of things, those kind of derogatory words. For me, it's, you see, this, like I said, we will continue having this problem until we come to a round table and renegotiate that country. That if we really want to be together as one person, one people, if we do not talk about it, everybody control their space and dictate what they want in their space, who they want in their space, how they want their space to be run. If you are an Igbo person, a non-Yoruba person who comes to Yoruba land to buy land, if our policy is that, okay, you can only have this land for X amount of years, and after that, it goes back to the owner or whatever. And if it's okay, if you sell your land to a person, you forfeited the right to that land, but regardless of where that person is. So we need to be able to make that law. But the way Nigerian constitution is so structured, it makes it almost impossible. Let's forget this whole thing about state controlling their own lands, whatever crap. The state does not really have that, because if really the state has power over their land, why would not be trying the crap it was trying to pull with some of the southern governors when he was trying to create Ruga here and there, and he was trying to say he was going to map, going to create a grazing route which means if they ever graze that, trace the grazing route to your farm is gone. So what's the autonomy of the state having total control over that land? The Land Use Act that gives the sole right to lands to the states. It's just, I don't feel it's just in theory, it's not really in the actuality of it, because if the federal government really want to take your land, regardless of whether it's a state land, they will take your land. So until we come to that round table, that constitution is it's a cancer of a constitution. That's why we're not making any progress. And until we negotiate that, and everybody determines what they want in their own space. If Igbo says, okay, you're a Yoruba person or a Hausa person, if you have to buy land in my land, I cannot sell that land to you. And if I do sell it to you for 50 years, 90 years, you own it. After that, you come back. If that's up to them. But if we do not talk about these things, we'll continue having butting it. But like I said, and lastly, friends, guys, I just want us to stay off this whole narrative. I know it's very highly charged kind of topic, where some of us we feel hurt when people try to love. Like I said, I've seen this hypocrisy in not just only in the Yorubas, also in the Igbos too. I know we have BEGGARS too among Yorubas, and I know this last election was one of those things that really dug out these wounds and dug it out, and we've seen it playing with our very eyes. Even though they're trying to disguise it as, oh, people were building on lands they were not supposed to build on, but you gave them. I mean, your officials must have approved those lands for building to be erected on it. So why didn't they do their own? Why don't they stop them? I mean, give them a stop work order that you cannot build on that land, and you enforce it. You see, it's just we're not running a country. This is not a country. We're not running a country. We're running a criminal enterprise, because in a saner climate, you cannot even build a house. You cannot even acquire land in the first place.
Rational mind, please. Please, can I just quickly have this say?
Okay, go on, please.
Thank you. What is going on between these land reclaiming and destruction? I'll be following it, and it's a pity and it's funny and it's sad. They say those who wants to come with equity should come with clean hand. Now, of course, unfortunately, a lot of people bought land in illegal area. Some might not know, a lot know. Now, it has come to the point that the government is reclaiming land because of erosion, because of waterway, because of flood in Lagos. We all saw this, just the last train that fell in Lagos. Everybody was complaining that even you complain, Tinubu, look at the city that say you build, water is everywhere. Actually, 2001, when I was in Lagos, the super hotel that I was in Victoria Island, which Victoria Island is one of the most planned area in Lagos. People don't even know. The British actually planned Victoria Island. It was flooded. Could not go out from the hotel in the evening. Now they are reclaiming land. They want to destroy, to make a pathway for erosion, to control the erosion. Of course, buildings will fall. Now the problem is that why Southeast taking the majority of the buildings, it seems that they like to get involved in illegality. Your mole is sending canal to you, and you are buying it because you feel your money can change the narrative. Then when it comes to when they are collecting it tomorrow, instead of you to hold your mole or making it a personal thing, you make it a general matter. That's the problem.
I can tell you that the leader of one of the estates who approached the commissioner, right? The commissioner of environmental and water resources is a Yoruba man, and he wanted to bribe that commissioner. You see, one thing which we, the Igbos, we are too loud-mouthed. We have not even gone to do a fact checking to find out if actually the houses are owned by a large percentage of the Igbos, and that is false. Somebody ran with the narrative. Sir, please hold on. Can I please hold on, please? I want to say this. I'll say this. I will express my opinion, and then I will leave for the night. I will express my opinion. I will leave for the night. Please, I don't want interjection. Now, let me just take this piece that I've collected from this my peaceful brother. Now, we are too loud-mouthed.
I have lived in Lekki. I lived in Lekki for 7 years. And I will tell you, a majority of people who stay in Lekki are not Igbos. But because we are too loud-mouthed, we go about showing unnecessary, auspicious life that is falsehood. We are calling, you say, Odogu. Odogu, go and fix the electricity in your village if you're Odogu. But you want to claim victimhood. Now, when this nonsense was going about on social media, even in the week during the weekend, and they were saying, "Oh, the Yoruba people lack manners and have no culture." What Reno, who is not a Yoruba man but from the south, who is an Ishekiri man, he went and he brought history book. He showed when a British man came to Umahia, my place. He showed when another British man went to Onitsha. And he took pictures. He showed the history book. He said, go. And I checked. I could not buy that book. I said, what's in read? We were naked. As at 1812. Walking naked. I'm telling it now. This is a public forum. If you think, go to Reno's social media on Twitter and go and check. He showed the pictures of that book, that there's a book. Then he compared it to the Yorubas as at 18. No, wait. I want to say this now because I want to. Let me say this. Wait, please, hold on. Let me speak. Then you will have your turn to speak. He showed the Yorubas, and they were fully clothed in their attires and in their civilities. He also went and he showed when Samuel Ajayi Crowther was documenting when he went to Onitsha. And he said these people were backward. And that was the introduction of cassava as a means of staple food. So when we are looking at history and we are throwing shades at people, I read that and I'll be honest, I was embarrassed. And I said, okay, for once, it doesn't mean much, but why are we taking this further? But if you are rubbing it, like what the Bible says, remove the speck in your eyes before you remove the log in another person's eyes. You are disrespecting a certain tribe. But if you go through history, because someone was talking about history, and Reno went through history and showed that in 1812, 1820, 1850, that we were naked, that even in Abakaliki, that the premier of Eastern what was the province they were giving it before it was turned to Nigeria, Eastern Nigeria, that he ordered 30, that within 30 days, if Abakaliki people do not get clothed, they will go to jail. And that was in 1956, close to when we want to get independence. My brothers, with our loud mouth, we should stop this arrogant behavior. We are nobody. Our IGI is not compared to the IGI of the West, Southwest. The only people who are better off in terms of IGI is the Northeast. We should stop this behavior. We should learn from others. There is nothing that is more important than humility. Go to our villages, is ravishing in poverty. Go to where we come from, it is ravishing in poverty. Infrastructures are not there, and yet we are saying we are Odogus. Odogu in poverty. Let's be very honest and say the truth. We did it with Buhari and with the Hausas during his administration. And we think that the Yorubas will keep quiet and we'll try with them. They will give us back to back. And that's what is happening. Back to back. I saw that history and I was embarrassed. Even up to 1956, in Abakaliki, we were still walking stark naked. In 1812 and 1820, stark naked. And the Yorubas were already more civilized than us. Go to Reno's page and go and check. Not the me talker. So if we want to begin to insult people, somebody is talking about history. I am telling you, go and learn history. He brought history. Now the point is, we must be humble. If we don't want to learn humility, Someone should teach us humility. You don't come, if someone comes to my house and I invited you with open arms, and
Emeka, you're
probably
taking the
out
whole
of my
space.
good
I want
nature,
let other people speak.
I would round up, don't worry. Out of my good nature and out of my friendliness, I welcomed you, and you start rubbing it on my face. I think it is an insult. It is an insult to Lagosians specifically, and it is an insult to the Yorubas holistically. I am not a bigot. I will not be a bigot. When I see a Yoruba man acting in a bigot manner, I will call you out. If I see an Igbo man acting in a bigot manner, I will call you out. Same as an Hausa man, I will call you out.
But you're not
Igbo people,
calling an
we
Igbo
must
man. You're
learn
calling
to be humble.
Hold on. I think
I want to speak.
Yeah, go on, please. Yeah, I think you wanted to speak. Go on, please.
Okay, Emeka. First of all,
hold on, Thomas. I hope I'm not doing more than myself.
No, that's all right. You are one of the you are one of the hosts as well now. So we are doing it together, my brother. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, what I want to tell every Igbo person in this platform before I make my submission is that na oke no jegwa nke no na ama na azụ dị na ngịga. So oke no n'ụlọ.
What is the meaning? Tell us the meaning. You can't just say something with
Epu na ama jegwa oke no na n'ilo na azụ no na ngịga. So the rat that is in the home went outside and told the one that is outside that is a fish and for storage in the house. So that's for Emeka. And another thing is you said a lot of things, electricity, this and that. Maybe where you come from in the southeast, you don't have electricity, not for my own side though. So if you don't have electricity in your own village, you can just say that in a place like this where I live in the southeast, there is no electricity. But in my own village, since I was born, I have electricity. Only if NEPA decide not to bring the light. So for that, even my road, I have road in my village. I don't know. If you don't have, you might definitely call out your place in the southeast that doesn't have those.
Emeka, this is not a village to village or south or state to state.
No, let me finish. You have made your point. Now let me finish.
What I am saying, maybe you didn't get my
let me
message
finish.
before you gave your program
talking,
about
nobody interject. I don't allow anybody to interject now.
Joel, let him speak.
Don't take my space.
Arrogance should stop.
You allow me to speak. You have made your point. So what I'm saying is, you made your point very well. But even in Abia State, you are talking about Abareba City is one of the best city in Nigeria. You can Google it. Show it here. Even in your own Abia State, where you say you come from, I don't even know whether you know that Abareba City very well. So, but I'm not here for comparison. I'm here to say things that I learned a few days since all these things started happening. All this demolition and all this stuff, because I met I saw one of my agent came to my shop today in our estate, and when we are discussing, a lot of things came up. I told him our regret and all that. So, but he told me that government, they have put a stop to that demolition. The court has given an order, and a stop has put to it, and that everybody that is involved in selling that land illegally should be forced to be arrested. That is the order the court gave. I don't know whether it's Lagos State government or Federal Housing Authority, but the order has been given.
It's not Lagos thing. It's a federal.
Yeah, I don't know the people, but he told me that there will be no demolition in that area for now until the guy.
Somebody approached the court and got injunction, so they've stopped the demolition for now until court decide. Lagos State can, but the federal government can
proceed on the demolition. So let's see how it's going to go. Then, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, so that shows that that's the right thing to do in the first place. You should first of all get the guys that are involved in selling those land illegally before demolition. Nobody said that people buy land legal, but people really, just like close to me here. You came to your family house here now. You sold a property, your property for 25 million. They just close to my house here. You collected the money. Then another people surfaced and said he's not the son of the family. He's not the owner of the house. So therefore, you gotta return that money. How would the man would have known?
Hold on. Is that a news to you in Nigerian world? That let me finish, please.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Yeah. The elder brother will sell the land. They don't collect money. The younger one will come the next day. Is that a news to you? Does it come as a surprise to you?
Well, it doesn't come as a surprise to me like that. But why would people behave like that?
No, it's everywhere in the whole land now. Is it only Yoruba land that happens like that? It doesn't happen in the East.
It happens. I will not lie to you. It happens in everywhere. But yeah, it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. But I don't know why all these illegalities in our system. So now the place is stocked up.
Ekene.
Yeah.
Sorry, before that guy interjected me, what I wanted to say or interject me that time, what I wanted to say, this estate in Ojota, is it Ajao estate or what? Ajao estate the one close to the airport or the one in Ojota? Close to Ridanius, one hotel there.
Ajao estate is the one close to the airport.
Okay, which one is the one in close to, do you know that hotel called Ridanius in Ojota? That Ojota, when you come down from the bus, that crossing that goes straight down, like not to the Phillips side.
What are you trying to say? Take us there.
Okay, that estate is Igbo dominated. One of the finest estate in that area at that time. It's Igbo dominated. Have you ever heard that they have destroyed one house there? Even the Ajao.
No, they never destroyed anything there. No, never.
Yeah, never. Even the Ajao estate. Have you heard they destroyed Ajao estate? Is practically Igbo estate. Fine, beautiful estate. Have you heard they destroy one house there?
How do you know they're not going to destroy it?
No, not you. See the truth. See, no, it's not. No.
Is that an argument? Is that an argument? How can you be futuristic? Is that an argument?
Wait, Simba, they did not destroy it. You're just giving assumption that they've not yet gone to destroy it. And I said,
listen.
This is unfortunate. This is unfortunate.
Wait now, Simba, please hold on. I understand. Hold on, please. Simba, the houses they are destroying in Lagos today, they are registered destroying. The blueprint is there. Not what Tincha is saying, like how do we know they're not going to go there in the future? They brought the blueprint, the what's it called? The survey map that people build around this canal. So anything around those canals will be brought down.
The question is to ask, just give me 1 minute. The question is to ask that, with all this demolition, have you ever seen anybody that come out and say, I have genuine documentation and everything, and I take the patient and I take them to court? You have not seen anybody that come out. But it just is unfortunate that we be so.
Simba, let me make this point. And I saw some building. The lands, the space they are encroached is the one they demolished. They didn't demolish the whole building. Have you seen videos? They demolished only the land they encroached. They didn't destroy the whole building. Have you guys saw videos like that? And you are saying they are targeting Igbo?
True. See, this is Ekene, this is the problem. The things that is happening, the people have the right to cry, but they should cry their cry at the right direction and hold the appropriate authority You know, if you are crying that this estate people stole this land for me, I want to go hold them, that is fair. But start saying, what has Igbo done to you people? You now make it a tribal thing. Now, my big brother, I said it before here, my big brother lost land in Lekki, which he bought in land, you have not even built it now, with hundreds of millions. He bought it during about daytime. So who enter, he collected it. Now, there are some people that say hip hop here. These are just people that and they live in $3,000 to $4,000 income. In Japan, it's very expensive. To that $4,000 is nothing. But the one time they brought connection, like they are selling land in Lagos, in the Ekpa'S side, 25 million per land. Thomas, guess what? They all went to buy. That was inside 2 years ago. They like 6 of them. They were buying. Some built their own to with a little level. Some set foundation. That 2 years ago, when Salon was collecting land in there, but those people remember, they bulldozed all of them. I didn't hear them crying in Japan here.
No. What piece? Let me tell you something about this whole destroying of houses. Like, and according to this thing, I know a lot of people are just here saying Peter Obi said they should not destroy this thing. That's not what he said. He said at this economic crisis, that this is not the right time to be destroying these 10 houses. That is what
how does that one make sense to you? How does that one make sense to you? How does that one make sense to you?
No. Let me tell you something.
No. But if hold on, please. Hold on. You will continue. But the same people, when Lagos is flooded with water in the rain time, the same people that will criticize the government that they are not working. That look at
the same Lagos that you cannot live. It's not the same that saying that Lagos is a shithole, and you are there doing your business. You are there earning your living, and you are still calling the same place a shithole. How can't you just go back to your
do you know
these people, they are just nuisance. They are just nuisance. Believe me, they are nuisance.
Relax. Do you know in Lagos State you can't build anything to any level without the authorities giving you permission to do that?
Who is the authority? When you go to fake authority, you say authority is giving you.
So what I'm trying to say is that I think the way they went about it was wrong. Like they could have given them injunction and everything. And I feel when it comes to our government,
what do you mean by injunction?
They have eviction. I mean,
they did that. They gave them 2 years. They gave them multiple warnings.
They gave them 2021 immediately after COVID.
Stop sign, and those people continue to build. They wrote to them
because they believe they can circumvent.
So what do you want them to do? They will continue to do. So, but in my view, this is not about demolition. This is not about demolition. This is not about. This is not about demolition. This is not about cries or what they are doing. This is about a set of my people, not every one of them, that are loud-mouthed, still claim to be victims, still claim to be odogus and millionaires, still claim to be more civilized than every other people, and yet still claim that things are not going well for them, still claim to be rich and powerful, but yet still claim to be under suppression and marginalized. So in this view, I would say my people, probably including myself, I think we are a very confused set of people. We do not know what we want. We claim to be doing well in another person's land. We claim to want to push those people out from their own land. We want to inherit another man's land. I think we are very silly.
Emeka, you're sounding like a broken record. You already said this thing right now, but what I'm saying is,
we will not like to hear the truth. You want to go to another man's land and go and take their land. But you leave your own land to go to Lagos to want to go and chase Lagosians out.
You are silent. Baby. No, including you, Joe. No, Titan, hold on, please, Titan.
How many?
No, Simba, Joe, Nisuru. I think Thomas is not there. I have the floor. I'm the one having the floor. I just allow people just to free flow. I think Joel has been wanting to come in. Ekene, if you are done.
I'm not even finished my talk, sir.
I know you're not even done because that's.
Hold on.
Ekene, can you just quickly wrap up so that Joel too can comment? Because I know you wanted to say something before. I think Thomas put him on the background. So just quickly run through it, and so that we can hear from Joel too, because it was
okay. So my talk is my finishing talk is Emeka made a lot of statement that might be his own opinion, which is not my own opinion. That Igbos are this, Igbos are that, and all that. That might be your own opinion. But for me, I don't like people calling other tribe names. I always say it here in this platform that people calling other tribe name is not accepted in our state. That's not how to build a nation. So even if you're an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, an Hausa man, you come to a national platform and just because you can talk and they say this tribe is this or that, it's not acceptable. Even as we are speaking, self, I have an Hausa friend. The way he described a Fulani man to me was amazing. I cannot even mention the words he used. The way he described a Fulani man, an Hausa man. I was thinking that they even love themselves too. So to show you how the division is, it's not only between Yorubas and the Igbos, even between Hausa and the Fulanis. The guy was talking evil about the Fulanis, and I was just looking at him.
Stop that story. Face the reality. Face what they ask you. Don't talk about Fulani. This is not the issue this morning. Don't just
for
go
me,
and
I want to
let him speak now. You won't let him speak.
So my point is the way Maker said that we are allowed, we are all this. That's our nature. Even in this platform, I said it. I will not dobale. It's my culture. I will not dobale. The only thing I will just respect you and go. But for me to dobale, I will not do it. So you can't force your own culture on me because you want me to behave the way you are behaving. It's not acceptable. You just come and bend my head. For what? Because of culture? Or because I want to, what did I want to gain? That you want me to dobale. So Emeka, you can dobale. You can go anywhere and dobale. I will not dobale. You can go to anywhere you want to go to. If you want to, even if you want to lick the anyash, you can do that. I will not. It's not my culture. Wherever I go, the only thing I owe you is respect. I will not speak evil of you. I will not fight against you, but I will not dobale for you. I will not be a hypocrite to get something from you, or because I want to get something, I will just dobale, lick your nyash, just the way you are speaking.
Emeka, are you going to dobale for about Benin? Would you dobale?
I will not dobale. The best thing I will just leave you and go. Yes, I will not dobale.
Are you sure?
Yes, I said I will not dobale.
Emeka, point of correction. Sorry, point of correction. There are two types of Igbos in Nigeria. The one that lives everywhere in Nigeria that act like Igbos, and the Igbos that live in Benin, that when they live in Benin, they become like Benin. Do you have any Igbo cousins or friends that live in Benin?
Are you talking to me or you are talking to Ekene?
What piece?
Everybody, all Igbo boys here, I'm talking. Just ask. Do you have? No, it's not insult. I just want
to. What Ekene is saying something that he cannot actually do. So
wait now, rational mind. Let me make you understand. Let me make Ekene understand certain things.
No, there are certain. No, what piece? Ekene is saying something he cannot do. Ekene has not been privileged. He has not been privileged enough to stand before the Oba of Benin. If he gets privileged enough to stand before the Oba of Benin, nobody will tell him that he will not dobale. He will dobale.
Hold on.
He has not been privileged enough.
Sorry, rational mind. Sorry, rational mind. Sorry, rational. I'm not respecting you. Just last, was 2 months ago when the Oba ATM, all the Igbos, Igbo elders in Benin, their wives, they have committee. All they came, they kneel down to celebrate the Oba. Kneel down. If you have Igbo that grow in Benin, if you come to you in Lagos, you cannot cope with him because his style of thinking is different from your own style of thinking. Because he is used to that Benin style of thinking when everybody have to show respect to everybody. You have to dobale to
who senior you. In Benin, age, one day is very important. Aboki will come to Benin.
Can I make this point? Yeah. Can I make
Hold
this
on.
point?
Let me just finish this one, then you make your point. Sorry. Aboki will come to Benin. The first 6 months, you'll be, Aboki, they like to squat and pee. After 6 months, you see him, he'll be standing and pee and already put ear in his ear. That will start you. Benin will always affect you. So please stop that narration that if you come to Benin, you cannot, not even your body, your John Way, when you call John Way, the head of your street.
My point is this. I will not do ballet. Whoever I am, whoever I meet, I will not do ballet to him, because for me, what I believe is just do the right thing. Treat people right. You don't necessarily need me my bending to you to treat me right. If you want to treat me right, treat me right. I'm not living in a world of hypocrisy. People can be hypocrites wherever they go. I'm not a hypocrite.
Did you even know the meaning of
let me
the
finish.
word hypocrisy?
Let me finish.
Do you even know the word that you are using?
When I double to you, but I know that even you, Simba here, that if you see me on the road as an Igbo man, you have something against me. And you want me to dobale. Tell your mind, let me know who you are. Don't dobale to me. I don't even want anybody to dobale to me. So don't use that narrative. Don't use that narrative dobale to say that that is how to show respect. That is not how to show respect.
What is dobale about what we are discussing this morning?
So those things I see it as hypocrisy, even in the life of even some pastors and all that. So if you want to be truthful to yourself, you be truthful to yourself. Treat people right. Do this good to the people. Don't tell me to do better because you want me to lick your nyash before you become good to me.
I can mind that language because I like say you're picking the day your side, they're making the talk that kind of their side.
So that's my point. So, I stand with it.
Okay. Everybody can decide to say they don't want to do ballet if that's not what their thing is about. In Yoruba culture, respect is very, very highly prized. We respect, but I understand the hypocrisy there. I know sometimes some Yorubas can be very hypocritical, even when they say they do ballet for you.
Right.
You no, our Yoruba
yeah, no, those are sad Yoruba because of the Igbos.
No. I'm not. I understand the point. When you were talking to Kenneth, how does hypocrisy come into this? Yeah, there's a measure of hypocrisy in the way we show that respect.
Must we twist everything this morning? They play a video that is supposed to speak to you. Twisted everything. Now Ekene is talking, and now you want to now twist it again and be blaming another group of people.
I'm not even done before I allow everybody to speak their mind. But when I come back to my turn now, maybe I'll conclude on that because
rational mind.
What piece?
Rational mind.
What piece? Let Joel talk. He's been quiet. I mean, I know you said you wanted to talk, and I allowed you, please. So let Joel have his own turn now, please. Joel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother. Rational mind.
Please, hold on. Maybe after you talk.
Please. I want to make this statement because
your audio is a bit funny. Like, I don't know if you can adjust your audio.
Joel, can you adjust?
Okay, hold on.
The sound is like are you in the empty room? It's like you just hear echo.
Echo?
Yeah, better. Go on. Just go on. I don't think there's nothing we can do about
it. Okay. Are you hearing me better now?
Better. Go on.
Okay. So the issue here is this: when you make peaceful resolutions impossible, then violent resolution becomes impossible. Becomes possible. I know there are ways to normally put it, but you get the idea. In Nigeria today, when we talk about Nigeria, do you want to build Nigeria or is it about ownership? My happiness in everything you guys are saying here is that none of those Igbo men that you saw there sold that land or grabbed that land or bought it with their money. That is my happiness.
We know of the Fulanis that sacked villages, but they're not your enemy. The hypocrisy between the Igbos and the Yoruba must stop. Because I am not going to apologize. Continue to apologize. Continue to apologize. No. Even on this show, prior to the election, who made this election about the North? The the Abadorians were reminding us that the North will not vote for you. The North will not vote for you. The North have not even spoken. They became the mouthpiece of the Northerners. In this last election, everything played out. It was there on the table. As some of you were hiding, when people like Loquacious Enigmatic comes on this show, and every time you see him talk, you see an angry man speaking about.
Joel, no. I will not let you insult people anymore. That's enough. Yeah, rational mind. Uh, I think Joel is here to insult, and I will not take that. Uh, if people that don't having to insult people is here to talk, they can talk. I
Please
don't
let
know
me
if
finish
you
what I
are.
say. Thomas, let me finish what I'm saying.
No,
Let me let me.
didn't we allow King Emeka to be insulting people?
No. You can't. No, you can't. Girl, you can't be insulting people on my platform
Thomas, I
or my
beg you.
section. No,
I beg of you.
no.
Let me.
No, why would you be calling enigmatic loquacious?
Hold on. Okay,
No,
fine.
now
Fine. Hold on.
we
Fine.
cannot. Rational man, hold on, please. We can make our point without insulting or calling names.
I agree with you.
I
Totally
can't be
agree.
sitting down here as the host. And rational man, you are a co-host with me.
Oh, hold on. Yeah,
Calling enigmatic loquacious.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Thomas. I agree with you. So please, can you bring
Make your point without insulting.
okay,
And rational man, is that too difficult to do?
It should not be difficult. Should not be difficult. So, but then bring him back. Let him call talk. I would ask him not to mind that, to moderate that language, so that.
Come on now,
Joel,
please.
Just speak to the point and just avoid.
Okay. And Thomas, Loquacious is not insult.
No, I don't want don't call names.
I
I
just
don't
want to let you know. If you have
names.
problem with grammar, it's your problem. You can kick me out if you want.
It's okay.
But I'm just telling you, Loquacious is not insult.
Okay, Thomas, this is
Can you just stick to the word, please?
Can you just
what saying?
Now, let me just continue what I'm saying, please. Loquacious is not insult. I don't have issue with grammar. Please. The issue there is this. We have seen this thing go amongst Nigerians. And nobody talks. Everybody hides until it gets to you. I have said it, that if there was anybody that built on the canal, the house should go down. Because I, firsthand, have experienced flooding in Lagos. I stay in Ebutemeta. I stayed, rather, in Ebutemeta. I have seen it happen. Apart from the government side of clearing the canal themselves, because some of those canals you see have gone by what they call it, by grasses, these elephant grasses. So it is the responsibility of government to or to put blocks in those canals for better passage, water passage. They did it in my side, and at Ebutemeta, the flood reduced by at least 70%. What am I saying? When we want to build a nation, we will come together and talk about the nation. You cannot tell me that we are in a nation, and if you say it's one country, and if I'm coming to buy a property, because the conversation now is that they use the canal thing to cover all the demolition going on. No. Go and look at one of the owners of the properties that said that even shot tear gas in his house while the kids were in the house. Shame on any person especially those ones that were duped, because some of those houses, not all those houses were built along the canal. But you sell that narrative to cover your mess. No, it's not going to happen. One of the property owners was there on Arise Television. They interviewed him. Go and listen to it. You'll be marveled if you're not a human being, unless you have an act of a beast. You will get marveled. There were some of them that were taken, and for crying out loud, is it not better that you even seize the properties than you even destroy them? How many houses have the federal government built for the people of Nigeria? And somebody is telling me that, oh, if you want to leave Nigeria, you leave. Like, what is a Nigeria that has to be proud of? What have made Nigeria proud all this while is our human capital development, not our environment. So what is about Nigeria? That is the point. You are telling me that I should stay in Nigeria when the FCT minister is budgeting 15 billion, 25% of the budget for over 1 million people to build a house for somebody, one person, elected by the people. That is the Nigeria you want me to stay. That's the Nigeria you want me to be proud of. And some of you come here and you talk. Who want to speak to those issues? Well, Rational Man, you know me very, very well. You know I'm not a bigot.
Yeah, yeah, I know, definitely. I know that. Yeah.
I have said it here that
you make me laugh. You are not a bigot. Last 2 days. I mean, the last session that we have.
Shut up! I'm not here to.
Shut up! You don't have respect.
No.
Shut up! You can't be abusing somebody. I didn't abuse you. I'm trying to draw your attention to shut up.
Before I talk, I say I'm talking to somebody. I'm not talking to anybody.
Hold on. Hold on, please. Can you bring Simba back, Thomas, please?
No, I didn't kick him out. No, it's network. I didn't kick him out.
Oh, he left himself.
I'm around.
Yeah.
Simba is okay. Sorry, I thought somebody dropped. I thought maybe it was you. Anyway, yeah. So Simba, can you just make your point without? And please, Jewel too, please. Just let's stop this. So Simba, hold on. I think Simba was trying to counter you about something you said earlier. So can you bring it up and let's talk about it? Let's see.
That's what I want to do. And say I should shut up. And you didn't have anything to say about that.
Hold on, please. Let him put that position to you so you can now talk about it. Now, bring up that whatever you said, he said. Go on.
You said you are not a bigot. And I was trying to tell you in the comment section, about the last time one was on the show, you said Yorubas are the BEGGARS.
Okay.
What?
In the comment section, I saw what you wrote on the comment section that they say Yorubas are the BEGGARS. You understand? You refer to Yorubas as the BEGGARS.
Oh,
yes. Am I lying?
Hold on.
No, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you, it's not a word of mouth. Wait. When you call, everybody know where everybody belongs. So if I laugh, if you say you are not a bigot, I just laugh because I know that you are lying. So for you to not say, okay, I have to shut up. I don't know your age. I don't know, but even if I'm your younger brother, I cannot say I should shut up. You are used to, just hold on. You are used to that kind of language every time on this show. And people do it to you. Excuse me.
But let us
anytime we don't like to do it. Okay, you can go ahead. Just go ahead.
Are you done, Simba?
But Rational Mind, I thought we are here to change. Sorry, Rational Mind, I thought. Rational Mind, I thought we are here to talk about the technicality and the legality about the land destruction in Lagos.
Yeah, but then
why are we not deviating here? We're supposed to pull out the areas that is affected, then see how is it affected.
Yeah,
why is it affected?
You have the area that was affected. I have sent in a video here, one piece. Which one did you
see? You see, I don't need to bring send video. I've been seeing from news. Wait, hold on. From the layman perspective, the most affected area is it seems to be Festac, which is predominantly Igbos, and in that area, I think the canal area is more affected and some illegal structure that is not giving permit to. Now, last year, Magodo, and I think everybody knows about Magodo, there was a dispute between two families. A full estate was going down. There was Igbos, there was Yoruba. Igbo Sanwo-Olu was not allowed to enter the estate. I didn't hear this public outcry. This thing has been happening.
Malami had to like send
to come here, you understand?
Magoda estate wasn't.
Wait now, no, Joy. What I'm trying to say here. Let's first move sentiments. Let's check the technicality and the legality, so that we'll know where to hold, who to hold. All this jigoism, it will not help anybody.
I have told
the purpose of the argument.
I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't have a house that was destroyed. The man that one of the guys that the houses were destroyed came out on Arise. I sent that video to one man. I said, listen to him. Now, I am not saying that everyone in that area did or acquired the mistake, but they have people they bought it from. Now, this is what I want to know. Yeah, if you beat your wife, it is between you and your wife, right? But you have committed a crime against the state. If you steal from a fellow citizen, you have committed a crime against the state. If you collect money from your citizen with the intent to defraud the citizen, it is also a crime against the state. So even if I decide that I'm not going to press charges, the state might decide to. In a deal of this magnitude, I believe that the people that stands every day. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you, but you were breaking. We can hear you. Go
Yeah,
on.
I think somebody was.
Can you wrap it up real quick so that we can move on?
So let me wrap it up. Right. So the issue there is that it's a crime against the state. If they were coming out to say, well, the demolition is house, but this is what happened. Extensive investigation, these are the people, they are arrested. I think it will weigh more nerves. But it just come up. And in that interview, Rational Mind, the guy was even saying that they have started paying money as a penalty. And they came and destroyed his house at 2 a.m. in the morning. I cannot take that from any citizen. For any citizen of Nigeria now. So if we are going to stay in this Nigeria, this Una Eldorado, this your London Nigeria, if we're going to stay in Nigeria, we must stay on the right laws, on the rule of law. The law will be general. It will be seen to be fair to everyone. Until you do that, we are still going to find these issues where people feel disenchanted, where people feel like they've been robbed, and the protest or whatever way or action they want to take will still continue. It is bad for nationhood. Look, let me tell you, I'm going to round it up with this. If you're telling me, if you're going to sell Nigeria to me, tell me they could stop. The only thing that I can see in Nigeria today is the human resources, even though it seems like we lack a lot of managers. For those of you saying that they should sell all the properties, it means that we don't even have jobs amongst ourselves. If you are telling us now, go ahead and tow the Onitsha Bridge, the only federal presence in the southeast, you are towing it. Tell me about Abuja, Kaduna. Tell me about Kaduna, Kano. Are they not express road? What are they not being told? The only one you put in the whole of southeast is the one you want to do. They are lucky though. Some of us will go there and bomb that place. Nonsense. Nonsense. The only one. What about Lagos Ibadan Expressway? They tow it. We have all the roads within our nation. So that is my point. Sometimes when we collect all this loan, we do not have a proper rail system in the southeast, but we're building a railway from Nigeria, from Katsina to Maradi. And these loans are still going to be paid by every one of us in Nigeria. If you say that they're not to take their loan, and they will pay it themselves, it would have been different. We all are going to pay this law, and yet I do not see that presence in my community. And you're telling me what? Thank you very much, my people.
Thank you, Joe. Rational mind, yeah. Random, so we can go
Just
to
because I
other
want to
people.
bed now because it's almost past my
They
bedtime.
don't even let you make your.
No, it's okay.
You are very controversial, rational mind.
Well, I just have to allow that because myself, I'm busy here. I'm at the same time trying to do stuff at the same time. So anyway, yeah. So you see, for me, I condemn those kind of bigotry. But you see, the thing is, my point is, I just don't
Since
understand
no one
why.
is talking, let me talk. So obviously I've lived
Titan,
in
I'm
Lagos
talking
State,
now.
and
You just
one of
showed
the
me aside
parts
like
is
that.
like
Time. Yeah, hold on. Let him finish.
I have
I
a
will come
feeling.
to you. Yeah, let him finish,
I
please.
know it
Yeah.
has dragged for so long, but yeah, let me just
For
wrap up.
so long, yeah, because
Yeah.
so many
Yeah.
people interjected when you are
In
talking.
fact,
Yeah.
what I wanted to say about Tinubu, and that's what really brought me here, but no problem. Maybe in the next session, I would be able to say that. So yeah,
What is going on with Tinubu again? You and Tinubu.
you know me very well. I mean, I just don't like his politics.
No,
Anyway,
actually, I like that too. I like that too. People have to criticize him. You know, I don't buy
we don't want to
people.
criticize him now
No,
because
yeah,
it's a lot of personal
yeah,
savings now. So
no. No,
yeah,
never. Yeah,
we are
it is time to
criticizing.
criticize him. Yeah, go on.
So
Yeah.
my point is this, real quick, is that you see this issue of
is my audio lacking because it sounds like someone
we
is
can
just
hear you,
talking to
Titan,
himself.
but I'm still
We
talking.
can hear you.
I
Yeah,
hear you,
National
Titan.
Man is still
No, he
talking.
said
Yeah,
you come after me. Let me just land real
you
quick.
come after National Man. Yeah,
So
yeah.
in
National
conclusion,
Man land it.
yeah, in conclusion, for me, is that I said there are bigots on both sides. It's just what baffles me is just how Tinubu and his minions, how they use that. I know why they use that. Like somebody rightly said, we had during the election, they were already speaking for the Northerners. Northerners will not vote for you, will not vote for Obi. Obi does not have the clout, blah, blah, blah. I mean, like, we've not even had the Northerners even making a case themselves that we're not going to vote for an Igbo person. But you see, when I say these people are they're just a bunch of bigots and criminals who just want to stoke this ethnic or this tribal flame sentiment so as to be able to cause disaffection among
Is anyone hearing Rational Mind?
We are hearing him. We are not. You are the one that are not hearing him.
You can't
We
hear
can
me.
hear him.
I can.
Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear.
But Tata, we can hear you. But
Maybe you go out.
you can't hear me.
We can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you, Rational Man.
Okay.
Go on.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, I just see that as a thing that we should not be allowing our politics. But it's so sad that we've allowed it, and look at where it has brought all of us now. There's a gulf between all of us. This gulf of ethnic disaffection that we've had from the 1940s, ever since that country was amalgamated.
But Rational Man, when is he going to stop? I don't see him stopping. It's just getting worse every day.
You know, you see,
every blessed day.
until we renegotiate that country, we did not negotiate that. We the people of that country, we did not negotiate that country. That this is how we want it. It's just some business people and the people of the British. They brought us together, and some people who were how do I say, they call them house end. I mean house. I mean, don't use the word nigger, but the house end. They took over from the master. When the master is not there, they become the Lord and personal savior. So that's what I'm saying is I'm talking about the elites. Those
the elites, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they took over from them.
Is that different from other countries? Because you like to make this exception
You see, you don't take me back on this thing. Let me just conclude. Pimp Daddy. Let me just conclude. I just other people.
You know you are the most controversial human being on this platform.
I'm not the only person here. We have many people here. We have other people that yeah. So in conclusion, it's just if we do not renegotiate that country, we the people. This time around, we're saying we the people in this 21st century we live now. We need to sit down and have a re-engineered Nigeria if we want to remain as one country. But if not, let all of us just go our separate ways and manage our space. Until when we do that, we're not moving anywhere. We'll continue going this vicious circle of never-ending accusation, counter accusation, suspicion, counter suspicion, always fighting
I'm better than you. You are better than me.
Exactly. We'll continue. So if we will negotiate country in Nigeria, say, okay, this is how we want Nigeria to be wired, or this is how we want Nigeria to be set up. Every region will control their own space, and every region has the right to make their laws as long as the law does not violate so and so. We just I can't tell you how we want it, but I know we have some other people with better ideas than me. But at least let us create a Nigeria that works for every one of us. That's how I just want to put it. But that video for me, I condemn those people, but I wouldn't want to like dignify that guy because I know sometimes it could be another setup of the Agbado people. I don't trust Agbado.
That's what I don't go there now.
This is the truth. I mean, did you?
The guy have Igbo. The guy have Igbo accent. We know he's from the southeast.
Hold on now. No, I just want to throw a jab at Emeka.
I know.
It is not. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to throw a jab. Not that I'm saying you particularly. Somebody like Emeka could just some people doubt Emeka as an Igbo person here on this platform. we could hear people.
Rational mind. You know. I want to make one plea. Let me make one plea. If you would,
let me just land this one.
No. It's to you. Rational mind, please. If you want, we can do an exchange. You know what they call exchange?
No, I don't get
the Yorubas should take a matter and let's take you. We will gladly give you land, give you anything you want. Let us exchange so that the America will stay with the Yorubas and you come stay with us. We love you so much. No matter what happens to Nigeria or whatever,
do you hear that? They want to equalize you now.
Joel is talking about trade. Joel, are you talking like the Chappelle trade? You want to trade America for Yoruba?
You see, I was just talking about this bigotry. I mean, when people like some Yoruba people calling me, I'm not a Yoruba person, maybe simply because I've traced my ancestry.
No. You are not Yoruba person. You are from everywhere.
But then somebody will be telling me I'm not Yoruba. You see, this is what we're talking about. So even somebody from my own state is telling me that people from my own coastal part of that our state we are this, and I was like, what kind of human being? Wow, how do we become this monster of even a Yoruba person? I mean, to somebody from Oyo, they will consider some Ondo people as not even Yoruba. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm speaking Yoruba. I have a version of Yoruba. Okay. If you can tell me I'm not a Yoruba person, then you can tell an Egbado man or an Ijebu man who speak a twisted Yoruba as not a Yoruba then. So where do we draw the line of being a Yoruba and not being a Yoruba? You see, it's I just don't get it. This is how these people, they start this ethnic division, even within the same tribal clans. They start saying you are not your man, you are an Oshu man, you are an Ekiti man. This is how it starts. So don't allow these criminals to use you. So for me, in conclusion, I condemn it, but at the same time, I can understand the guy's point of view, but that does not justify this bigotry and those ethnic crap that he was spewing on that in that video.
No.
Like I said again, I won't put
you know what threw me? Yeah, do you know what threw me off guard? He said, "Yorubas, we are promiscuous."
No, that's not Yoruba. I mean, not Yoruba when I grew up. I don't know today because but what I'm trying to say is that
Hold on, but
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Did not disagree with that. Rational did not disagree with being promiscuous. He didn't disagree with that.
No, I disagree with that. No, we're not like that. Yoruba people are not like that. They're very, very when you say Omoluabi, that's Iwamoluabi. That's where it comes from.
No. Rational mind. No, stop. For him to have said that,
let me say this.
It has a root.
Karo Jire. When I say Nile Karo Jire, that's you see. I don't want to go because I can be very, very bigot myself because let me not go that way. I don't want to go. Among Yorubas, they don't want to classify certain parts.
That guy does not want any response. Don't give any response.
What are you saying?
That guy that made that statement deserves no response. I wish we are not discussing people like this so that we don't give them ears.
I mean,
that's my point.
Okay, let me allow me a few seconds. Rational, hold on, please do. See that guy is just an instance an instance in a series of this kind of a talks. What the guy said is not special. Just like I said earlier, this is a common theme amongst the Southeasterners, if I can say that. Not all of them, just like Emeka said, but that guy didn't make it up. The guy is because
yeah, it is. Yeah,
a
you're right.
stereotype. It's a stereotype
Yeah,
it's amongst them, and that's how they talk about the Yoruba
okay,
people.
okay,
So let's not
okay,
pretend.
okay. Let me say this, Prince Daddy. I was about saying that. It's just something I don't like saying.
You think they go? What do you
Yorubas, even you Yorubas, I've had it among Yorubas. You know, like we say, Karo Jire, like we will dobale, we will kill our. Well, let me. I won't mention the tribe, but if you know it, you know it. But you Yorubas, we have also begotten. We will say, oh, we're not like some people whereby they will use their feet to wake their father in the morning. you know, when people say that kind of a thing.
No, Rashma, that's you and your
Hold
fellow
on.
people.
We can be bigot too. I mean, let's
of course.
Yeah. So when you say that kind of a thing, like how can you say that? You just rope a whole ethnic, a whole tribe saying because they don't have the kind of culture we have, whereby with Dobale, we respect our people, we are cultured, we are mannered. Our women, we make sure that our women, we don't, you see, we can flip this thing all around and all around. But the thing is, it serves no purpose. Rather, it can just start this continuous endless spiral of accusation, counter-accusation, suspicion, and all of this. Let's just go past it. But I don't see us moving past it with these criminals at the hems of our fear. They'll continue using it, stoking this ethnic or this tribal thing just to be able to get their way. So that's what I'm saying. You see, Tinubu or no Tinubu does not care about all of us. All he cares about is just to become president. And he will do his 8 years or whatever years is, God or whatever, life will allow him to do that. And then
8 years, like, 8 years.
Well, I don't know.
8 years.
We shall see how that plays out. But whatever it is, but I'm saying that he will live there he will live there as a failure, like what's his name, Bubu. You will live there like failure.
Bonjour, rational mind. Bonjour,
back here,
rational
we all
mind.
continue talking the same thing.
Bonjour, rational mind. Bonjour, rational mind. Comment ça va?
Yeah. Comment ça va? Ça va la BFFC.
I've been listening to your rational mind. Do you know that the president today is not the problem of Nigeria? It's not the problem of Nigeria. You know that very well.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not the problem?
It's not the problem now.
What's the problem?
It just came. It's going to be 7 months now in power.
Goodness.
It's not the
problem. Don't make me start on Tinubu because I really came for him today. When people are talking about this, you see,
it's not the problem.
Hold on. You said somebody's not a problem. You have people starving to death in that country. People cannot afford to eat. Look at how our kids are dropping out of schools. They're becoming a low show. Even married women that have husbands, they have to go and sell their bodies so as to be able to feed their family.
Because of their upbringing. Somebody that is well brought up doesn't do that.
Hold on. I heard when one man they were arguing it here. Climate change, whatever crap they were talking about. We know all the old crap around it. Oh, some people said, like Emeka was saying, they were trying to set a goal for some developing countries that you cannot emit gas, blah, blah, blah. No, they went there to take advantage of the money that is there. Tinubu went there to take money. Did you see your IG of police? Did you see your, what's his name, the Minister of Information of them? They were all there. What are those people doing?
Were you there? Many people have just been misquoting some things. Normally, when we go out for things like that, it's just to share ideas and to claim ideas.
No, it's not. You see, this is where you people are getting it wrong. They did not go to this is whatever they call the name of whatever. They went there to see if they can get money from these big donors. That's what it's all about.
No, they are there for ideas.
Rational mind.
Why was he asking for help from UAE and from the United States? Why was he asking them for help? Give him money.
With the money. So that is why even the civil service and everybody were going. Then you have to take your whole.
What people are talking about.
And there is no economic benefit to our nation from that.
If they give you, they give you. They don't give you.
I was trying to understand the economic benefit. I couldn't understand it.
You won't even force them.
Mr. Kine, you're a businessman. When you start running when you start
hold on, everyone, hold on. Yeah, everyone, hold on, please. Rational man, round it up. I want to go to Mike. So my point is we can make anyway. Yeah.
Talking about the copper, whatever they call it, everybody's going there. All this beggar. You see what Tinubu has turned our country to a beggar. I just don't understand the kind of policy this guy is following.
And do we have money? Why won't you talk to beggar? If you don't have money, you are a beggar.
You can go and start begging UAE.
Beg.
When we were developing in the 50s, where was UAE? If not because of all these criminals that preceded him and also followed them too. I mean, what are we talking about? You carry all that entourage. Okay, at the end of the day, let him come and give us how much was he able to get from these copper nations or all these big nations, these big donors. How many investments
from the beginning?
Your Federal General Police is talking about clean energy. When you go to all their stations,
you know that they have this cop police.
Mr. Trial, please let him land, please. You come to your turn, yeah.
Yeah, so
I want to go to Mike.
Thomas, for me, what I just see that it's just a useless venture. Money spending, all the money is just spending. This guy Akpane boy, and they vote the president Akpane Tinubu, Akpaburukuni. I mean, that guy, I don't understand. Does he even understand the implication of what he's doing? You're telling Nigerians to tighten up their belts. I know it's not going to be easy. The road is bumpy, blah, blah, blah. And then you're taking money and you're taking delegates. At the end of the day, how many foreign investors are you able to bring in with all this crap that you're doing? All because you just want acceptance. You want everybody to see you that you're the president of Nigeria. I mean, look at the way even slow words and all those kind. I just look at this guy and say, "Kini boy." I mean, he look and shit. Well, Thomas, let me hang it there. When Thomas,
we are in the deep hours now. We have to go to everybody. Do we still have Mike? Ijaya, Mike. Mikey, Mike, we don't have Mike. Let's go to Simba. Simba is not even on the. Oh, Simba left. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I have not spoken.
Let's go to. Let's give you. Why wouldn't you even give you preference every time? You are speaking from Nigeria. Yeah. Ekene. We've been talking about your people saying they are going to drive Yoruba out of Lagos. You know, they will push us to the Lake Chad. They're going to buy all the land in Lagos. What do you think? Your people have money, oh. Make you cut us some soap now. Cut me some soap. Cut us some soap now.
No, Thomas, you see, I know what people are trying to bring up in that area, but me, I don't go that direction. Nobody's taking Yoruba land from Yoruba people.
I know you are not one of them.
The only thing is that the only thing I want is a conducive environment to strive in Lagos. Just the only thing that happened to me during this period is that when this thing begin to happen, I begin to think. My thinking begin to change. I begin to meditate other things. How am I going to, you understand? So, but it's not that nobody really wants to take Lagos from anybody. All I want is just to stay here, do my business, achieve what I want to achieve, and go home. After all, I'll be traveling soon to the village to enjoy myself. The only place I have time to enjoy myself is in the village. I don't have time to enjoy in Lagos. So if I need any enjoyment, I just have to close shop.
So sorry to cut you. So you are just in Lagos to make the money. You don't care to develop the space. You don't care to create wealth for other people in that state. Take all the money and go back to your own state and then enjoy it there. That is your purpose.
No, not only that. When you are doing business in Lagos, you're already contributing. Yeah, you understand. The only thing I am saying is that the only thing I'm saying that I want to enjoy myself. I want to relax. I want to think very well. I want to sleep. Then I will be traveling to the village.
Well,
that's the only thing.
Take all your money back to your hometown, right?
You can do it in Lagos, Mr. Ekene. You can do it in Lagos, Mr. Ekene.
No, there is no time to do it. There is no time to do it in Lagos. I cannot do it here. Honestly speaking, I cannot do it here.
So
I cannot do it here. I will just have to spend 3 weeks or 4 weeks in the village.
Can you make the same amount of money you are making in Lagos if you take all your business back to Anambra? Can you make the same amount of money there?
It's possible if I locate a business, which I'm even looking at. Which very soon, if I arrive at it, I will.
You are not going anywhere.
So, Even that
Forget
I'm already putting it in place.
Talk is very cheap.
No, it's not talk is very cheap. I can pull up a lot of business doing well in the East now, which
Okay.
I'm even happy about it. So business can thrive. Business depend on the business you want to do. It's not as if other business cannot thrive in other places in Nigeria, even in the north. Even if not for the issue of all this insecurity that happened in the north last time, the people in the north were doing perfectly well, even more than the people in Lagos.
Very, very well. Very, very well.
Very, very well.
So you're afraid. So you're afraid, Mr. Kene. So you're afraid. You know that Lagos is safe. It's safe.
No, that is
Ekene,
if you know Medugri.
Don't run away. Don't run away. Hold on, please.
Do you know that the North is not as friendly to Igbos as the Yoruba space is? I hope you know that, because when we go back in history, we can talk about when the Northerners pie a lot of Southeasterners. It was brutal in the thousands. Okay, so you can see the business is doing very well in the North, but it's Lagos and the Southwest that's more accommodating to everyone. Keep that in mind.
No, you see, Prince. Lagos is a state I love to. There is if you don't have passion for something, you cannot do that. Right from the time I was young, if I said I will reside in Lagos. I want to base in Lagos. I want to do business in Lagos, and that is why I came to Lagos. And it's happening to me the way I want it. You understand? And that is why.
You came to Lagos to make money, and you are making the money. And when
not only to make money, not only to make money. If
you don't like Lagos, let's be truthful. You are.
If I don't Remy, if I don't like Lagos, I will not buy land in the Lagos for the first place. In the first time.
Are you not considering selling your land and going back again?
Just because of I'm even considering that. I'm not lying to you.
So you are here. You are lucky. You are one of the.
If not for if I'm not that is the thinking I'm telling you that I was. If not that one of our agent, our estate manager came around today. I was explaining some things to me, trying to give me some.
I was thinking this way. Sometimes, because people like us, most of us in this platform, some of us are in different countries in the world. And where we reside, sometimes we also take it as a second home, because it's where you get majority of your money. That's why you see some people, they have lived abroad for so many years, and they take it as
my home now.
Personal home. But
I know.
You are not taking Lagos as your home. You are taking Lagos as an avenue.
I take Lagos as my home.
No.
But you see, we are human beings. If I see things that are not, if I see things.
And you're telling me it doesn't make
Lagos. Rational mind, me personal.
Because
even Remy, all the houses I've lived in Lagos, I've never lived in Igbo man's house, even up till now. The house I live is
Igbo man's land. It's your Yoruba land now.
No, I mean Igbo man's house. I mean a rented apartment.
It doesn't matter.
It's cheaper.
No, I have my opinion on that. But I will not tell you.
If you are looking for Igbo house, and if you can,
so it's not about tribe. There is always a reason for doing things.
What
I prefer to live in a. Let me finish. I prefer to live in a Yoruba apartment, a Yoruba own apartment, than Igbo man's apartment. I have my reasons for that.
Can you say it out? Can you say it out for we all to know? Because we have to know now.
Okay, my reason is this. A Yoruba apartment is where, if you see a good Yoruba man, a woman that own an apartment, he's not too much after the money that he or she will gain in that apartment. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not too much about.
They always like you to take care of the house.
Yes, it's not too much about. I want to make money from you. I want to, you understand what I mean. So you are not too much pleasured. You are not pleasured to. In fact, if you pay him if you pay him his rent or her rent, he or she will be very grateful and happy. Unlike an Igbo apartment, you are not doing him any favor.
Are you being superstitious here? Be honest with us, Mr. Ekene. Are you being superstitious?
I'm not being superstitious.
I know where you are going to. I just made an intention for you to say it out.
No, I'm not being superstitious, but it's the way I see it. Having lived in the first place where I live is a Yoruba man place. In the second instance, I live in a Yoruba. The place I live now is a Yoruba woman apartment. A very rich woman, an Alaja, who's doing well for herself.
So
very
you
nice
see
woman.
that when you go to Yoruba, you can't go back, as they say here in the Western world. When you try Yoruba, you can't go back.
There are some protections that she's giving us here in terms of taxes, all this disturbance in the environment. That whenever, even once they approach us here, this is an Alaja house, so nobody would dare enter this compound. Once they hear that name, Alaja.
Typical of most Yoruba people, Yoruba landlord, most time they will protect their tenants. It's not only in Lagos, it's anywhere in the Yoruba states. Most of the landlord, most time they will protect their landlord. And sometimes they develop a kind of bond with their tenant. Sometimes you don't even know that this is a tenant.
And that is why that is why Remy, that is why I'm even when I come to this platform, I said that you people don't know what is happening on ground. It's all about politics. Our political class.
We know what is happening on ground. This last election, let me tell you the truth. This last election is a tribal election, and religion mixed with it. Every major tribe in Nigeria have a candidate. So if you are very objective, you will know that it will go tribal. And when you look at the outcome of the election, it shows some semblance of resemblance, especially in the Southeast. And I think the problem this outcome of the election have is that the Igbos and Yoruba are competitive. And if any one of them lose to one another, that would be a backlash. And that is a backlash we are seeing. But the problem is that we should have moved on after the result of the election.
If not for what came around this time around in Lagos, all this demo, I think I would have moved on, because that in Lily.
I see some people already moved on.
Some people already moved on, because you know what, when all those statements were.
Some people never move on, and someone like that is on this platform.
I believe people have already moved on.
That person will never move on, and it will never move on until
the only thing is that. The only thing is this: our government should be more sensitive to what is happening in the environment. They should put more ear on ground before they take some certain actions. Just like somebody said that they are not too communicative. I believe that.
Ekene, you understand? Ekene, try to understand. This is a conference, and they have came out to explain what transpired. It's a conference. It's a global climate conference. And when it's a global conference, there is a lot of things in play. A lot of things in play. You don't want Africa to develop. You say we should not. So what are you going to do to compensate us? And people are saying we go hand in hand and beg.
I'm not against them.
Which country in the world does not beg? America.
I want to say this, Remy. I want to say it because I want to go. You see, I'm not against them going to that conference, but you see, for now, Nigeria is somehow. You just look at what even our own investors here are struggling. They are not looking at that. The last time the vice president was begging MTN not to leave because MTN is already contemplating on that. They want to leave.
Do you let them leave now?
Let me finish. You can say that. You can say that you have Glow. Even Glow. Our own network. What has the government do to improve the network issue? Because the only problem that Glow has in Nigeria is network issue. They are not on ground in many areas in the country.
No,
only in Lagos.
That
Is
Only
that the
developed
problem
area.
of the government, Mr. Kene? Sorry, Mr. Remy. Is that the problem of the government, Mr. Kene? When you are a private investor, you're a private company, you make the environment bien for you, good for you, for your business.
Who make the environment? Who make the environment? What are you talking
What?
about? Who make the
What do you
environment
want
for
to say, Mr.
who
Richard?
make the environment
No,
for
no,
the
no, no.
business to try?
They've given them the license. Don't forget
Yeah, but who
about it.
make the environment for
Like,
them to
you're
try?
a businessman.
Why are the
You're a
businesses doing it?
businessman.
Why are
Let
the
me tell you.
businesses?
Let me tell you. Even Glo enjoy more more benefits from our government than MTN than the Glo you are talking about.
You don't. So,
Just like
sometimes.
let me finish, Remy. Let me finish. Just like DSTV and all that. They're just other stations that are supposed to come in, other viewing stations that are supposed to come in and all that. We are suppressed by DSTV, and our government are not doing anything about that.
No.
You prefer those foreign
You don't
investors than
understand
your
the
own.
business
Let me finish. You prefer the other foreign investors than your own local investors. Look into your own local. We have a lot of manufacturers today in Nigeria. A lot.
I will. First, I will
But
tell you.
there are things they seem they are not existing because the government are not promoting them. Even the citizens are not promoting them. You see,
What's your line of business? First, let me ask you this question. What kind of business do
You
you do?
don't understand the system at all. You don't.
Remy Joe, Mr. Kine, what kind of business do you do, please? If you're not
I'm
private
into
company.
electronics business.
Electronics. Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. You know that you know that there are many brands of electronics, like suppliers. Understand? Manufacturers, suppliers. Are you aware of it? When you see that one is not convenient for you, what do? Lucrative.
You go
You
to
change.
another one.
That is it. So what is it that the problem, if MTN has problem, is between MTN and his own way of doing business. That is it. Like cars today. You understand? Just like cars today. When you don't like a car, you change. That's how we do things. Even in the insurance company, when you don't like the insurance, the way they treat you,
What are you
you
talking
change.
about? I mean, Triumph. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me quickly
No.
talk about MTN.
No, what are you talking about, Triumph?
Sorry, rational mind.
Who create an environment for people to thrive?
MTN, Nigerian government licensed two telecommunication companies in the beginning, MTN and Econet. Of course, Globacom came. They came into the stream after about 1 year. MTN were lucky in Nigeria. They were their subscriber. They are the telecommunication giants in South Africa. But when they came to Nigeria, they were able to build a lot of subscriber base, and they were able to expand to all other African countries. Their largest market in the whole world is Nigeria.
It's Nigeria. They
And you are
even
telling me they
confess.
want
They
to
confess.
pull out now immediately. Globacom and the rest will buy them. Let them pull
The only
out.
thing is that you want them to pull out. But have you make an impact in your own local network? You have not made an impact in it.
If they pull out, the Chinese are going to come in and build a network.
That is not the issue because MTN is the best network in Nigeria today. They have anywhere you go, even in the remote village. That is the only network the only line you will use. Network. Glo? I want to use Glo.
A lot of money.
And many times I've bought a Glo line. If I put it in my phone, it begins to malfunction because of network issue. It's not their fault. But you say you want these people to leave. You are giving more attention to. My problem is that you are giving more attention to foreign investors than your own local investors.
No. You don't understand the system.
See Remy.
Listen, they have more money than Globacom. They have more money than Globacom. So for both of this reason, and they are in that business before Globacom also came into that business. So they know the terrain. They have the way. They have the money. They have the resources to spread to every nook and cranny of Nigeria. They are the richest.
Who has the resources?
MTN have everything.
Okay.
And they also have collaborative partners.
They have been stealing from Nigerians.
So they have been doing that business before even coming to Nigeria. So for them, they have that experience and they have the money. They have everything. So they are.
But then you understand the argument? The argument of Ekene.
The argument is trying to say is that Nigeria is not protecting Globacom. You cannot say Globacom is also an international company. They can as well go to Benin Republic. They can as well go to Ghana to go and compete, which they are also doing. So you cannot say because Globacom is a local company, then they must favor them into MTN.
What is bad if you favor them? What are you saying?
No.
What is bad if you favor them?
No.
They are your. It is your local investment.
Remy, Joe, 1 minute, please.
You are thinking about Nigeria. What about Globalcom go to Benin Republic and Ghana? Globalcom is there, and if Ghana also have their own something, that is not the way to do international business. This is not the.
Remy, let me finish my talk. You see, the only thing I will not do as a Nigerian is to speak highly of any international investor than my own local investors. I will not do that. Anything being invested in Nigeria by Nigeria must be promoted, and that is how to be a patriotic citizen. You first of all strive in your own arena before venturing outside.
It's not.
You understand?
You demand them.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You cannot go abroad and say you want to bring investors. You want to do this. There are a lot of investors in Nigeria today that can do even more than those people you are going to. You are neglecting them.
You know what? You are wrong.
See, you are not. I'm not wrong. You can decide to. You can see. Let me. I want to conclude so that you can continue. I will not. I'll just give me a few minutes so that you can continue. You see, there is an Igbo that say, you start from your home to build, then you go out to establish. That is how to build.
If your home is not good enough, what will you do, Mr. Kenny? If your home is not good enough, what will you do? Let me ask you
then figure out to build your home first. That is my point. The government should build their own for you are going to you go to foreign investors. You are weighing them. They know you don't have insecurity. They know you don't have electricity. They know you don't have good roads. They know you don't have all those amenities on ground. They know even you don't even they even know that you don't have. Let me finish, Remy. They know that you don't even have rule of law.
And then
to protect them.
Wait first. Even the shop you went to,
and you want them to. You think they are blind? Okay. Since they have been going out to war them, how many have come in? All those ones they have signed. How many is effective in Nigeria today? You think those guys are blind?
No, they take time to implement things now. When you sign a contract, you wait before it.
One voice. Yeah. Remy tried to comment. Hold on.
Remy, wait first. Wait.
Yeah. Remy. Yeah.
John.
Yeah, that's all right. Go on.
Okay. It takes time before they start implementing whatever they have signed. MTN has been there making the hell out of Nigerians. I have phones. I have 3 different kind of lines I use in my daily business. And when I compare it to the way they do in Nigeria, I went to Nigeria the other day. Nobody knew. I just went during my absence. I saw the way they do. I paid 50K just for internet, MTN. I wasn't happy the kind of service they're giving to me. Before I know, everything does get right. Everything does get right. Everything does get right. And you people are telling me if they want to go, they should go. There's a way. Do you know that there's a company? If you can just have an internet, I can give you a name of a company you can call free in the world. Free. Just to connect, just to internet. They have it here in Europe. Do you know that very soon, the next 10 to 15 years today, because I went to somewhere last week in France, in Paris, they said that no more telecommunication number. They're trying to eradicate it off. Everything pass through internet. The world is being changing, and MTN are afraid that they cannot provide such network. So don't say that mistaken. You're a businessman. You have a shop. If you find out that your shop environment is not okay, what do? You pack out, go to a better place that will be convincing for you to make your money. Yes or no?
No, it's not like that. I'm a businessman. I can tell you that. Let me tell you this. Do you know that you make money from local products than even imported goods? As I'm talking to you now.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions, Ekene.
It depends on services. So
if I see those things around me that can give me more profit, I rather venture in it than before thinking of importation. Because I only import things that I cannot afford. I cannot necessarily get there.
I want to ask you a question. You are talking about local investor. You are from Anambra State. You have your money. Why don't you stay in Anambra and invest your money in Anambra? But you came to Lagos because you know you can get more returns on your investment in Lagos, and you choose to come.
That is not the point.
No,
if you're now if you're making it, Remy, you're making it tribal because we are talking about Nigeria.
No,
We're not
not
talking about
tribal.
another state.
No. Ekene is not making any tribal comment. It's just talking about investors. Investors go to where their business will thrive. That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that when we talk about international business, and when you want to, every country of the world, they like to bring in investors to invest in their country. The so-called America you see today, there are several investors all over the world that have businesses there. Here I am today in Finland. There are several European and American businesses here. How many companies does even the Finnish even have themselves? Most of they have their own, but most of the other companies, big companies are
They are
from
foreign.
America.
They are foreign one here.
Yes, and if you go everywhere in the world, and before the advent of MTN, Nigerians are known to have Guinness, Liver Brothers, all of them are there in Nigeria because it's a big market. And if the economy of Nigeria improve a little bit, they will come back. And what the president is doing, trying to market your country all over the world so that investors will come. How much money do you have? Do you have $100 billion to invest in Nigeria? You don't have it. How many Nigerians?
There are Nigerians with billions of dollars in that country.
No, relax. I want you to relax.
There are billions.
How many?
That's what you don't know. That's what you don't know.
No,
Okay,
but
you have the money.
You
have the environment for them to bring out that money and bring it into the system.
Even you, rational mind.
What are you talking about?
You have a lot of money.
You how much we remit back
never
to
take it to Nigeria.
every month.
Never take it to Nigeria because you don't believe in that country. Number one.
That is true.
Why would I believe in it? Why would I believe in it?
You don't believe in the country. You don't believe in our leader from time immemorial. And the present one that is there, you hate him to death.
Am I worried? We're all here.
Mr. Remy, see, my point is this. This is my narrative, and this is what I want the government.
Let him land. You can go
so,
on, Mr. Kenneth.
I want the government to look into our local investors and know how they can improve it. You see, when we get things right here, you don't even need to beg those international investors to come in. They will be the one begging you, I want to come. There is another is the Igbo that said, I feel one alone way. Good market sell itself. When your market is good, nobody will, you will not beg people to buy it.
I don't know what, do you know that
Mr. Kenneth, did you know that I tested you got in Nigeria? It's just like Ogi Baba. Ogi. Okay.
You did what?
I tested you got in Lagos, done by Igbos, no Yoruba. I will tell you, I thought that I was happy to test it. I have to throw it out and I throw it away. Ogi. Pap. Now, is that you got? No, now. I said I tested you got in Lagos.
Somebody listen to news. Is somebody listening to news? Is it just me?
Somebody mute. What's going on?
What's going on?
Where's
that coming from?
I'm not the one.
Yeah, go on.
I tested you got in Lagos a few days ago. It was Ogi Baba. I have to throw it away. I look like, and you people are telling me that one thing is that Mr. Kene, let me leave today because I don't want to get angry on the phone. One thing is
you tested the wrong product. If you have there are a lot of good. If you have contacted me now, you would have contacted me now. That is why I said that I feel one alone way. If it is a good product, you would have liked it. I have good ones. You bought the wrong one. So you would have tested me and said you needed a yogurt. I will just give you the name of the one you want.
Packaged. I don't want to say the company's name. Well packaged. Well packaged.
Why did you buy fan milk? I mean, is it fan milk or fan?
No. The one yogurt, the one they normally put in the plastic.
We used to have Walls ice cream years and years.
That they carry a bicycle out. That's when I went to Nigeria. I even bought that one. That they carry a bicycle. I said, let me go back to, let me go way back.
Yeah.
I bought those were fan bicycle. If you remember fan, they will have a head. I bought from those people. It was still the same thing. So I mean, quality assurance in Nigeria, it's not just there. We all know this. And there are He said, no, we have consumer protection agency in Nigeria,
Are they
but they're
working?
not working.
Even
Okay.
They don't protect the consumer.
What about the what about the Chinese product people complain about? Joe, what about
I
the
ate only
Chinese product
biscuit.
complain about?
Only ate biscuit.
One
As
voice, yo, one voice, please, one voice. Yeah.
one thing is this that
No, I think
had,
Prince Daddy was
the
saying
experience
something.
I had
Prince Daddy
wasn't
land. Prince Daddy was saying
wasn't
something.
okay. I'm the Prince Body to talk. Prince Daddy
Okay,
say
no,
something.
I was just having a quick interjection about the quality of Nigerian products or manufacturing. I was asking Joel, what about the Chinese product, the substandard Chinese product? Some of them, obviously not all of them.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you this, right? Can I say something?
Wait, Mr.
Let me
Remy. Wait,
respond
Mr.
now.
Remy. Sit up, please.
Let me respond. Let me respond. Now, I'm going to answer that question you threw at me in two ways. One, our appetite for foreign products, right, blinds us to the quality that is being offered to us. That is one. Secondly, when we test Nigerians, when we test a foreign product, we 90% of the time will tell you that it's the best. I had a friend that came from Nigeria and he tested the American egg. He told me American egg is the best. I was looking at him like, are you okay? These eggs that were generated in that was manufactured versus egg in Nigeria, where we know that this chicken actually lays them, and you say it is it. So you see, it is our character as Nigerians to see anything foreign as superior, to see everything foreign as superior, and that is the issue we are having. It is not that most of those products that are being brought into if you tell them that some of those products that come from America are made from GMOs. Is it not when I came here, I started eating here? My brother took me to Walmart and I saw pork because we used to own a pig farm. And I saw pork. I was like, oh, bro, let me buy this pork. My brother told me, look, bro, it does not taste the same. I was like, nah, I was thinking that he was trying to, I was like, what do you mean? I don't know. My brother, I bought that pork. He threw one into the cart. We took that stuff home. I cooked that pork. That was the first and last time I bought pork from Walmart. And that was over 13 years ago. Now I can do some ribs, but I mean, it's just for the fun of it.
Oh, okay, so I like that point. To that point about
Can I
Nigerian
respond
manufacturing.
to you, Prince Daddy?
Yeah,
Please?
yeah. 1 second. Well, see, to the point, I tell you also, if one of the best meat in the world, you can find them here in America. Of course, there are different grade of every product, and trust me, I would not recommend anybody buy meat from Walmart. But if you want good quality meat that people actually took their time to not those Fulani cows walking on the street, but cows or goat meat or whatever that what they feed them is actually cured, that is quality meat here in
Yes,
America.
Prince Daddy. I have those people, but I have to drive 2 hours, right, to go to their farm. They will kill it in their farm and they'll make it for me. Because most of those are ones that they say that eat only grass, right? Or even chicken that they'll be like, okay, they were just like they ate natural food, right? So you can get those ones. But for me, from where I stay, and the person that sells it, it's about a 2 hours drive. So it's not every time. So what I do is that I'll go there and I kill one. Sometimes you wouldn't even know because people will come to you and say, "Oh, I don't have. I want to quit this kind of this. I don't have meat." Oh, blah 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 blah. You not say, you know what? Let me just make you feel good. I'll say, "Okay, take this meat to go." Right? By the time the meat is finished, I won't have time to go there. That time, that period that I don't have that meat, right? Between me, my product my goat finishing, and me going to buy another one, right? I may have to make do with what I see around me. So now, not when you talk about what you said, I know it is true. Another thing is accessibility. Accessibility in the United States, you know how big the land is. So most of these towns you see today have been taken over. They used to be farms. around the city. Now they've been taken over by if it were in Nashville now, those from California now they're running a like a riot here in Nashville. In fact, property in Nashville has gone up so high. I'm
Okay,
telling you,
can I
like
respond to
about 200-300%. So it's the accessibility. It's not that it's not there, but how do we get it? Thank you.
So, Prince Daddy, to respond to your question, first, there is what we call heterogeneous product. If you want to buy a particular product, it's the same product but different quality. Most Nigerian, I'm talking about a normal, average Nigerian businessman. I'm not talking about the rich people that are importer. Their focus is to make money quickly. Most of our guys, they never think about setting up their own factories to start from themselves first. Everybody wants to make that quick bucks. So when they come to China, then they have, because most Chinese, they have what you call a small OEM company. And they will go to them and they will give them their specification. The Chinese will tell them, if you want this particular quality, this one, let's just for example, is 50 cents per unit. But if you want this one, is $1 per unit. And this one is $2 or $3 per unit. And of course, Nigerian people, unfortunately too, we want good quality at a cheaper price. So for an average Nigerian businessman or an importer, this is the way he can make money quickly. He will bring the same product to Nigeria and he will sell it like 3 or 4.
Remy, that's not true.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. And they will import this product to Nigeria. And when it goes to Nigeria, people that have money, that are rich or maybe above average income, they won't buy such a product. They will think the quality is not enough. But people that want the same kind of quality and pretend that this is the real Gucci or this is the real Hermes bag or whatever, they will go for it. I have a very good experience. I saw the way they make product for America, to the quality, to the standard. But remember, they made those quality that go to China, that go to America and Europe. And Chinese are very smart. The exchange rate between the dollar and the renminbi is about 8 renminbi to $1. So if they make their product more cheaper and they can produce in large quantity for American market. So most of the things that goes to America or developed country, I can guarantee you 75% of these are of top quality from China. But the ones that go to developing country, you can't blame the Chinese because if they produce the same, can developing country afford?
You can afford it now. You can afford it.
So that is what transpires. And secondly, people want to make money in Nigeria. If I were a businessman too, I would also do the same thing because I want to make quick returns on my investment. So that's what.
But Remy, this is the issue. Do you know how many businesses have closed in Nigeria in the past 20 years?
That are what?
7,000. The amount of businesses that have closed down in Nigeria in the past 20 years.
You know what? You people, you always forgot one thing. A house that was not built properly over 40 or 50 years ago, and a house that divided against itself. Corruption here, corruption there. There is no proper plan.
No. You're not answering the question.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
That is the effect. We did not plan very well. We mismanage our resources. That is part of Nigeria. Then when you look at the international globe, the world is also suffering. There is recession in most of the major economy in the world. If this economy have recession, what do you expect a developing country, Nigeria, that does not plan for 40 or 50 years? What do you think will happen to them?
Okay, now, okay, Remy, let me tell you the reason. Let me tell you the reason why
let me finish.
Most of them left because of power, right?
Everything together. Yeah, okay. Put everything together. The local factor, the external factor. As we are talking today, Germany is already in recession. Most East European countries, their economy is not very good. So, and their citizens, they also work together to find a way. Do you think all the countries in the world, do you think they are in good state? Even the so-called America you are, The inflation rate is
You are going far now. I just want us to let it be a little moment for every one
okay.
of us.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to tell you this. Many companies left Nigeria not because the market was not there. Many companies closed down. If you look at the companies that left Nigeria, rest of the companies that closed down in Nigeria, they did not leave or close down because there was no market. The conditions was not right. And we have to tell us, so there was no power, especially power. Power ran a lot of businesses out of Nigeria. Power ran a lot of business around in Nigeria. Now we don't have those. Now,
Mr. Joel, sorry to interject, Mr. Joel. I don't accept that with you. I don't agree. Even here in France, businesses close down every year. In every 100 business, 3 that survive every year. Go and check it. It is there.
My brother,
In the world. Don't
my
say that,
brother,
Mr. Joel.
it is not as it is in Nigeria. Come on now.
No, Nigeria is the best place to do business. I do business.
What happened in Nigeria is what I can see.
In Nigeria.
Remy, wait first. They have all the old benefits here. They have all the whole system for them. They have everything, but they still fail. Why then? It is not. Let me tell you one thing, Mr. Joel. You're in Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria. I know where you came from, but when we see the truth, we speak it out. They know me very well. Yeah. Well, sometimes I've been listening to you for the past 7 hours. I did not say anything when you were talking with one man. All this, everything you laid. I want to go and do my research, and I'm happy that you are still here. You understand? Because this is the happy hour for we now. These are the big boys. This is what big boys do. When people are finished, we later in the day then we'll retalk everything you people have done. That's it. And honestly speaking, Mr. Joel, let us be honest. I know, maybe you are not happy for certain shows. You have to understand that. Nigeria, even everybody here wants to go to Africa, as you want to go to Nigeria to do business. I have people that contacted me now. Well, one thing that I don't have that long hand connection in Nigeria like that, but I have the way I do my things. That is it. And everybody does the same thing too. But you have to understand, Mr. Joel. Don't say that in the past 20 years. Do you know how many businesses closes up every year? Yeah. Be honest with yourself, Mr. Joel. There are many things that and I don't like the way that we Nigerians we talk down of our country every time. I don't like that. I still have hope in Nigeria. It will be the greatest. Even America will come and beg from us. It's just with time. We are in the right path now. If people don't know what is going on in Nigeria, in the right path now.
Try and power way in the right path. Please help me educate you on that.
I don't understand.
You see, the last administration did something. I've been studying it. One thing that it is all about recyclement. For you to know the future of a country, you study the past. So it's not prophecy. I used to tell people that you look at it. You look at the past for you to know where you are going to, because of it. And I found that Nigerians we are all woken up now. They are no more sleeping. I used to hear people say I said no. When there is problem in Nigeria, we in the Western world, I call us clavier warriors. That's a keyboard warriors. For us to go there, not every one of us that are there. Understand? One thing that you people have to understand that the soil, the environment is not changing. That's what I've spoken this situation with rational mind once. But I know what I'm saying. Not everything we can talk on air. But that what I'm saying, before you see your showroom clean, there's a workman room going on. They are doing it. They are doing this man today. I never voted for him, but the choices he has made, Nigeria is moving forward. You people are lucky that you people got him.
Like what now? What are the choices he has made that is making Nigeria move forward?
Move
Because
forward.
as it stands like this, I will tell you like the major issue that affected some businesses in Nigeria. And it's not even power self. I thought it would be power, but what caused most of the issues Nigeria is having with most big companies is the exchange rate, and the ability to access the
No, this was the
foreign
later
exchange.
ones now. These was the
Yeah.
later ones.
Yeah.
These was the later ones.
The point about that exchange rate is that no country have double exchange rate. It's not done anywhere in the world. During the 8 years of Buhari, there was a double exchange rate. The
That's what
process
I'm
was
saying.
there is a lot of
it was a recent thing. It was a recent thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. You're right.
So when you look at the old scenario, the other day I was watching the Minister of Communication. They went to one studio in Lagos. I forgot the name of the studio. They employed 100 Nigerians to work on AI technology for Nigerian solution. That is a good way to go. And these people were trained in Lagos. Now they employ 100 out of them. They give them a workstation. It's a big place. So when Nigeria start their AI technology, that means we are trying to cultivate our own technology little by little, and to also help our country. Technology is playing a big role in this present administration, which is good.
We are growing up. Oh. We are growing up. Oh.
Although it's still 7 months, but you guys want.
But this is what I want to say. This is what I want to say. My thing is just this. The business that closed down in Nigeria, let me tell you this, even your AI will work with power. The business that closed down in Nigeria was because most of them was because of power.
We know it's going to work with power. We know
let me land. Wait. You see, the reason why in the past business closed down in Nigeria and most business left Nigeria was because of our infrastructure. That is no doubt.
What about mismanagement?
Mismanagement, that's what I said.
What about
I said most. Most businesses did not go out because of
Are
corruption.
You talking about international business, or you are talking about
local businesses? Look, let me tell you. If you go, let me start with one of them. The textile industry that we used to have in Kaduna. Why did they close down?
I think there was a shift in most Nigerians to oil money.
No. Apart from so these are people that wanted. Look, see, the oil money. People that shifted to the oil money were the leaders. And when they shifted to that oil money, it made them not to look at the critical infrastructure that we needed. That is the point.
You don't understand. You talk about the leaders. What about the position, the political post left by the leaders? It has to be taken over by the followership. We have council, we have chairman, we have state assembly.
No. We all know those people don't make no laws. Those people don't even count in terms of governance. Let's not be real. It is not. You know what? Are you going to go against your state governor? You know what they're debating on in the Senate 2 days or 3 days ago, where they were saying that finances of local government should go straight to local government, and any state governor that did not organize a local government election will not get funding that is directed to his state for the local government, which is a right step in the right direction. So until then, you cannot put the local government.
Listen to this. But unfortunately for Nigeria, in 2020, I guess, is it 2019 or 2020 or 2021, when there was constitutional amendment in which 24 states in Nigeria should pass local government autonomy and also a lot of stuff. Most of the states turn it down. They turn it down. The people, the National Assembly of State, they turn it down.
No. Don't say the people. No, it's not the people. The politicians.
It's the people. You are the one that voted for the National Assembly.
No. You are trying to push the blame. When you elect leaders, right? When you elect leaders, you elect them to perform certain duties in your own interest. Unfortunately, we do not have a good followership. And when I mean good followership, I mean followership that hold leaders to account, that follows whatever that is going on. Yeah, they will put up even one bill that you don't know that exists. You see people protest and say, I didn't know about this bill. Because people are paying attention. In Nigeria, they don't pay attention.
So that is why
No,
I
no, no, no,
always
no, no, no.
advocate. I
Mr.
always
Mr. Mr.
advocate here that
Attends, attends.
the
Joe,
people.
Joe, Joe,
Sorry,
Joe.
just,
5 seconds, 5
just
seconds.
1 second. The people, every state, the number one person you should handle very well is your state governor. All of you carrying about Tinubu. Tinubu is just a president. It's just the federal government. They are doing their best. Your state governor is very important for every Nigerian state to develop. Look at Lagos State. People talk, and they are providing amenities for the Lagos State people. The people, they are happy. I see them getting on the blue red line. Before you know it, they have the red line, and the green light is coming up upstream again. The green line will take from Lekki to Ajah to the new international airport that Lagos State want to build. And they have already started to build the fourth mainland bridge. So if every people in each state can handle their governor, nobody cares who is your president, but your state governor is the person you're supposed to handle. They collect huge amount of money every month. They generate a lot of idea locally. For you people, you'll be fixated on the president. The president cannot tell the governor what to
Thank you,
do.
Mr. Remy. Thank you.
That
Thank
is
you
the
very much.
constitution of
I
Nigeria.
totally disagree with that, and
The
I'll give you my
president
reasons
cannot
for that.
tell a governor how to spend his state allocation. The president cannot do that. He does not have that power.
I'll give you my reasons for that. You know,
It does
as
not have the
everyone
power.
knows.
It does not have constitutional. It
Okay,
does not have the
okay. Can I say something, Mr. Remy? S'il te
Wait.
plaît. Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you.
Hello.
I was in a meeting 2 days ago. Because we are talking about the development of Nigeria. Understand? And I heard something that made me shocked. Do you know that after every election, we ask two former sitting governors this question? They told us that the money they spent for winning, that's the problem they have. I say, why? They say they have to collect back their money. Kilelei. What is this problem? One thing is that yeah, I'm angry. I don't like bringing my. I don't. It's hard to see me this way. It's hard to see me this way. Mr. Titan, the problem we have today in Nigeria and Nigerians, we know the truth. Some people doesn't want the country to. They say that they have to continue having their benefits. And you want to tell me this? Everything is there in Nigeria. The moment why did you see now? I'm going to Nigeria. Last time I went to Nigeria, I did not go home as a Nigerian. Why? They were treating me differently as a what foreigner. Then I laughed. Then when I told them that I'm a certain so from the south side of Nigeria, they were all shocked. They were shocked. I said yes. Then they gave me VIP again. You can see because they were proud. One thing is just that I know that Nigeria is going forward, but there are some people due to stinginess and selfish interest trying to sabotage this administration, trying to set back, and it's not good. Do you know that in the last when I speak to some people just tell me this. I say, why can't people say that they have to keep quiet and let the people continue lamenting, but it's not good, Mr. Titan. One thing that I will tell you that Nigeria is going forward. Mark these words. I've been saying it because of Nigeria. They've woken up. Maybe you don't know for the meantime, Mr. Titan, but very
the problem with you is you're just sounding like an apologist, like during the Buhari's administration, the way the Northerners
No. I don't support Buhari.
Relax. Let me finish what I was saying. Like the Northerners, the way they were apologists for Buhari, they always said it was people sabotaging his government. Now it's turned to the southwest. There's now people sabotaging his government.
Nobody exactly said that. I never
you said it now. You just said it that people that are sabotaging his government.
I said.
But what I'm trying to say is
the last because I was in a meeting online. I was in a meeting with the last two. With the state of two governors, they told me
from
their own pocket, they have to collect back their money. They have to collect back their money. Do you know when you put over 4 to 5 billion, they want to collect their money back now.
Obviously, like I understand the whole something. I understand that governors, their salary is not even up to.
So after collecting their money, then the little one they used to I don't want to say
No, no, no. I'm not. Wait. Let's understand something. Like the president can change the whole election engineering, make Nigeria have credible election, which will reduce whatever they want to be. He can also, whatever the president wants to do, the country follows in that step. He is the head. He's going to dictate how he wants the country to be. And most governors are going to fall in line with what he wants. I can tell you, like during the 70s and 80s, especially the early 70s after the war, there was a lot of federal programs created to foster unity between Nigerians of different ethnicity. That was the effort the federal government was pushing into. If the government wants to push into something, they are going to push an agenda. Like when they wanted to push into deregulation, look at all the jingles, everything they pushed into Nigerians to believe into deregulation, This government, let's be frank, like when Tinubu was campaigning, he didn't campaign based on this thing. He wants to do this, he wants to do that, or whatever he wants to do. Let's be frank now. He didn't do that. Like he didn't do that. That was not his pattern of this. That was not his pattern. What I'm trying to say is that this guy clearly does not have any agenda for Nigeria, and Nigeria is such in a bad state that if you can see our budget 30-something billion, it cannot really do anything. And even if he puts all that money into road construction, it would not lead to nothing. So I can understand him going around looking for money and looking for advocating for investment and all these things. But what I want to understand is that he is part of the rot in the system. He's part of the rot, and he's not even doing anything to even heal that rot. Like he has like the biggest cabinet in Nigerian history. What would you say about that?
So let me give you.
Have you ever read the book about Moses? There's a book. There's an adage. Remy Jo. Let me finish with it, please. Joe. I read a book concerning that said about Moses. He was in a certain group of these people. Understand? Later he left and counted them, then to make it better. You can see it is only a thief that catches thieves. So that's the same system Nigeria American uses to. They employ a criminal to go after criminals. Because the same mindset. We know where it is going. These 7 years here, you people will be oh my God, have mercy. One thing that's the mistake. I heard what you just said. But one thing is that I like. He said that the man said that he saw something already. When you are doing promises to, if you're a businessman or you're a civil worker, you promise heaven and earth before getting the job. When you get to the job, you thought it was easy. Now what do? You do a little. We see it in French, macharia. You understand? When you are driving your, we give you accident. What do? You reverse, then take another U-turn, then in a better route. That's what the guy is doing now. I look from afar. I look at his government. He's not the one. He's a good business person. Must learn how to delegate. Don't do it alone. The former administration, the person up there was doing it alone. The letter will confirm that he was doing the negative stuff. When you delegate, everybody's there looking at things. Everybody's looking at things. So what you want to say, President?
Okay.
Oh yeah, great. Sorry, Raymond. Great points. The problem with the last administration was that the person in charge didn't even know his left from right. That was the problem. He left everything for everybody else to delegate and control. But
does this current one know his left from his right?
Absolutely. It's a great administrator, and he's shown his prowess in the past in Lagos. Now, if you want to respect that or not, that's up to you. Well, that's okay. You can deride him. Hold on, hold on, hold on. You can deride him or mock him. That's fine. That's not a problem. But to deny that he controlled the largest economy in one of the largest economies in Africa, it will be to your own detriment because he's shown his hands that he can do it. Okay, you can't compare him with a governor from Anambra State or Kebbi State. Okay, he has that experience dealing with multinationals, dealing with diverse population, and controlling large budgets. So you have to give him that respect, if you like him or not.
What respect are you talking about? What respect are you talking about? Is it about the amount of or how efficient you are? We've had people that were not governor of Lagos State or were not from Lagos State that became the president of Nigeria.
Don't say that.
So where are you coming from?
Let me quickly
So hold on, that you went to.
I've not even started it. I have to choose people that I'm employing today. You must have a minimum 30 years experience in business. If you don't have 30 years, that your business is 30 years, I won't take you. Why? They told me that I told them that if you want to be at Otakara, you choose something little. If you want to be a global figure, you put the best among the best. That's why I say that the guy is doing it. One thing that I pay money to go to external schools, business school, just to learn things. You understand, Mr. Joel? Don't say that. Don't say that, Mr. Joel. One thing that if you see many people are coming to his cabinet to help him, for Nigeria to go forward, we all have to remove our tribalism, ethnicity, and come as one.
Whoa. Let me get something straight. Are you trying to say
out problem? So anytime you can get Tinubu, it becomes tribal.
No, I'm not saying tribal. Wait. No. If you're saying it's not tribal, he wouldn't be the person people will vote for if it wasn't tribal. He's not clearly the best person. It's just like you saying Abuja. Wait. Will you tell me that Abuja? Wait, will you tell me Abuja was built by the Gwaris? Will you tell me Abuja was built by the Gwaris? No. It's just like, let's just say maybe 8 years from now, or 5 years from now, like the FCT is moved from Abuja to a different state. With someone now, and someone, they now have a governor for 8 years. Will that one now start telling me he's the one that built that state? Like, what are we saying? Like, most part of Lagos State was designed and already developed in the...
Mr. Tita, have you, I can send you a link. I will send you a link. Remijo. I like Tita a lot. I'm trying to know him more. Remijo, just please sit up, please. There's something we call in the world, we call it system and structures. The guy created a system and structure, that continuity in Lagos that makes it work. Don't you believe in continuity?
What do you mean makes it work? What do you mean makes it work? When Marwa was in Lagos State, didn't he make it work? Is when Ambode was there, didn't he make it work? Like, anyone that is there will make it work. No. Like, what exactly are you saying make it work? What exactly are you saying make it work?
When Ambode was there, he didn't make anything work. He stopped so many projects that were going on. He delayed the people for almost 8 years of that train.
Ambode was not even 8 years. He just stayed it was just 4 years.
4 years. Hold on, please. Who made that statement? Who said Ambode did not work? Hold on, please, in that place. Hold on now. Who said Ambode did not work? Who said that? You see, that is the problem I have with us that is abroad. And this under Ambode, all these things you are seeing in Oshodi today, all these roads, airport roads, all those lines were Ambode. Look, let me tell you, Ambode was so good that we, the Lagos people, told him, come out under another party will vote you. But Ambode had no balls. Ambode had no balls. What are you talking about?
Your research, Mr. Joel, go do your research.
It's okay.
Why is he begging to come back?
You guys are clearly from Ondo State or Ibadan. You guys don't know Lagos then. If you say Ambode did not work, you don't know Lagos. I'm so sorry.
I live
I'm so sorry. Go and look at what Ambode did in Lagos. What are you talking
Ambode
about?
didn't do that. That is what I'm trying to tell you. The plan was already set. Ambode had.
Ambode, look, let me tell you, my brother. Let me tell you, I don't know. I live under Ambode. What are you talking about? I live under Ambode. What are you talking about? Oshodi today is Ambode. Whether the plan was done or not, Ambode put that structure in place. That airport that used to be a problem. Ambode did not like that road. What are you talking about? It was even a federal road.
Can I finish?
That people gonna go sleep. Even most. Nah, guy, see, guy, no make us rest for here, beg. Don't say what you don't know.
Can I finish? All these things that you are saying Ambode did was already in plan. Ambode did not create anything brand new. He only did what they told him to do. The problem started when he now wanted to start doing his own personal project. He started rejecting projects that have already started. He started denying projects that were supposed to be set. He denied
every person in government and that Tinubu doesn't do it. Tinubu did it. In fact, even Tinubu is still doing it today. Tinubu is still doing it today. We see it.
Can I finish? There were so many projects that Ambode abandoned. There were so many projects that Ambode did not allow to start, all because he wanted to do his own personal project, all because he wanted to start his own things. He denied the citizens infrastructure because of personal agenda. Is that Ambode? Every single project that you claim he did, it was not his project.
That was a lie. That was not Ambode. We know Ambode. Abba now. It's not dead yet.
All those projects were already planned and laid out and given to him.
Yes.
There is no project that guy did that was not already pre-planned. None.
Even the blue line were already planned
because of personal agenda. Is that the kind of person that we want? Somebody that will be denying us infrastructure because of personal agenda? God forbid.
Okay, let me respond.
So is someone delivering on projects? It's like you guys are saying, like as if someone is just delivering project after project after 4 years. Like
continue, guys. This project
which
for a long time and it continues to do it.
No. Will you compare 4 years? Will you compare 4 years of someone to 4 years of Ambode?
Someone already
yes, now.
Someone who's 4 years in government is better than Ambode's 4 years in government. Like, what are we saying now? I'm a Lagos boy. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You know?
Okay, what I want to tell you is this, because you made mention about Nigeria has a politician. Who is that? I think it's from Jawa or from
no, it is from Jewel. It's from Jewel. You have to mute yourself, please.
Okay, so I want to respond to Titan. The president of Nigeria is the commander of chief of armed forces, but constitutionally, he does not have a right to tell a governor what to do with the state allocation.
Hello.
He does not have that power.
You wait first. Kabiru, wait. You wait, please. You wait, Mr. Kabiru. wait. Continue, Mr. Remy.
You talk now. So he does not have the power to tell each state governor, this is your allocation. This is where I want you to spend it. This is how I want you to spend it. All the 30 states of Nigeria, they have federal presence. By road, by university, by polytechnic, anything you want to talk about. All the 36 states of Nigeria have federal presence there. So what I'm trying to say here is this. The state governor of a state is more closer to his people in a state than Tinubu. Tinubu is in Abuja. We are in Oyo, Ogun, Anambra, and the rest. The Nigerian people today should start to handle their governor very well. Hold him by the jugular. This is what you want, because he's the one that is closer to you than the president. Because when you ask yourself several questions, the same core Bonu that was a theater of war several years ago, Bonu have turned around now because of their governor. He is building schools, providing transportation, doing a lot of things. The same thing recently, Soludo is also doing a little bit on education. Some state governors are doing fine, some are not doing nothing. Like I used to say, I'm not proud I'm from Ogun, but my governor is not doing very well.
Hello, Remy.
No, compared to Lagos. You're always talking.
Yeah, it's me. Sorry, it's me, Kabir. Please, I actually called me because of Joy. Joy, can you hear me, Joy?
Can you let me finish? Then you will come up. Okay.
One sec, please. I just called me purposely because of Joy. Please.
Let me wait.
Joy, can you hear me?
Don't worry.
Joy,
He's listening. He's hearing you from the background.
Okay. I actually called him because of him. I'm not. He said somebody did not spoil Lagos State. I'm a Lagosian from the island. Joy of Nashi, can you tell me like 2-3 projects that somebody did in Lagos State when he was a governor? Please, I'm here. And just listen to me.
I can go on. Can I go on for him?
Okay, go ahead.
The Oshodi, the bus stop in Ikeja.
Hold on right there. In the first place, is that Titan?
Yes, that's Titan.
You said you are born in Lagos. Which part of Lagos were you born? Sorry to ask you about that.
Maryland.
Okay. In the first place, Oshodi is not Ambodi's project. It was Fashola's project. Okay. It was
that does not matter.
Project.
Don't we still give
Excuse me. I'm just correcting
who completed it?
It's not
who did most of the who
Hold on.
Wait, Mr. Titan. Wait, first. We are learning something today now. Okay.
Can you just listen?
Wait.
If you are not listening, then we are not making sense.
Continue,
this project. It was actually Tinubu project. Then he left it for Fashola to finish it, but they leave it for somebody for his 100 days in office. But Ambode came and he screwed Lagos State. Ambode came with bad traffic in Lagos State. He came, he stopped Fort Mainland Bridge. He came, he spoiled the International Badagry Road, Benin Road, Cotonou Road to Lagos Island. He stopped all this project and he forged ahead to start constructing road from Ekpa'S to Lagos Island.
Wait, Remy.
If you guys
continue,
don't know
Mr.
If you guys don't know the history of Lagos State, please,
continue,
just ask people. This guy stepped Lagos back 8 years. 8 years of Ambode, 4 years of Ambode is like 20 years backward of Lagos State. He stopped FIAO during the time of Fashola. Do you see all these bad cars on the road? Fashola stopped them. Ambode brought them back. He stopped last month for doing their job. He stopped this guy, Norman, for doing their job. This guy very bad to Lagos State. What are you guys talking about? We can go on and on like that.
So can I project?
Hold on. The Agberos, you guys are even talking about in Lagos State. Fashola actually stopped them 80%. Somebody brought them back. Somebody brought them back to limelight. Fashola stopped them 80%. You can't even see Agbero on the road during the time of Fashola. Who brought them back to the road? Can you guys please stop all this? Please. You have to stop all this. If you don't know the history of Lagos State, you better ask. Somebody did not do anything to Lagos State. That's why you see only his people that fought for him in Ekpa'S. And then at the end of the day, they even see what he did. He only did Ekpa'S. He doesn't even do the road before you get to Ekpa'S. Okay? I just came in because of Joel of Nashville saying how about they did this. Can
I interject? Can I interject?
Go ahead.
One, I'm not saying Fashola. No one will be here and say Fashola did not do anything. But the fact is, everything people attribute it to Tinubu, right? What I'm saying is, you guys say Ambode did not do anything. He did this. But what I'm saying will you say Fashola someone will lose 4 years in government is better than Ambode's 4 years? Like, there's no concrete thing on ground to show someone will lose first 4 years is better than Ambode's first 4 years. You can't tell me any.
Okay, Titan. In what aspect are you talking about? Can you just list them out? I like facts. And
Okay.
we speak to that part.
I came with the whole Oshodi this thing, and you said it was Fashola's project, even though when Fashola left, they haven't really started anything on that project. You can see
excuse
also,
says who that Fashola did not do Oshodi. What are you talking about?
I can categorically tell you that the project did not really start during this thing, Fashola's time. Whether you want to debate it or not.
Then you can also tell me if somebody start a BLT. You can also tell me that.
No. I'm not. BLT started during Fashola's time now.
Excuse me. No, BLT started during the time of Tinubu. It was actually started with the Red Bus. Okay? I don't believe you are born in Lagos for all the ones you are talking about. You don't even know for Tinubu started BLT. What are you talking about? It started with the Red Bus, only one in the island. What are you talking about, man?
No. I don't know what you're talking about. Relax now. Relax. Let me finish what I'm saying now.
Because you are sending a wrong message to people.
Which wrong message am I sending? I didn't say Fashola started BRT. I said BRT started.
You said that was his project, and I was telling you that was Tinubu's project.
No. You said I can as well say BRT was started by Fashola.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. You can also see in terms of mainland, like Ambode did a lot of roads in the mainland, especially towards Ijora and this other place. What is it called? This place, Ojota side. Then also, like, he touched a lot in mainland compared to Sanwo-Olu. Like, I'm not really sure of why you guys are supporting Sanwo-Olu, apart from maybe this train line that he did, like, and also the one he did in maybe towards this film village. But I've not really seen anything he has done.
Have you landed?
Yeah, I've landed.
All right. Do you know what causes problem with Ambode and Tinubu and the APC caucus in Lagos State? Do you actually know?
I think it has to do with Loma and also the street light something. He was trying to bring in his own.
It's not even Loma. So that means you don't even know the issue. The issue is that the blueprint they give Ambode, it did not work towards that Ambode. You see that major road, the international road that was started during the time of Fashola. I Kenneth is not here. I don't know the time he went to.
Which road?
The Badagry Express Road, the one from Benin Republic. The road actually get all the way to.
That's a federal road now.
Yeah, but it was Lagos State that was doing it. That was what Brand project. My brother, you don't know the issue of Lagos State. Let's move on, please. You don't even know the issue of Lagos. When you are telling me so, Jonathan did not do anything over the road.
Tell us, continue. Tell us, tell us.
That was during the time of Jonathan. Jonathan did not. He does not care about Lagos State. He just one second time. He wants to be the president of Federal Republic the second time. That road, if you are familiar with that road, from Benin Republic to Aflao to Abidjan, they actually did their own. They did their own road. It was when you get to Nigeria that you see that everything is messed up.
That's not even a federal road. That's an Ekpa'S road self.
And that was I was telling you. It was not even Ekpa'S that want to do it. It was World Bank project.
Mm-hmm.
World Bank project. For you to know, I know what I'm talking about. They actually demolished houses on that road. On that road, all the way to Mile 12. The Ambode came in. That was where Tinubu have a problem with Ambode. And all these things that people are blaming Tinubu that Tinubu is demolishing the Igbo house in Lagos. I believe the Igbo is supposed to be thanking Tinubu. All these houses you guys are talking about, Fashola was supposed to be the one that that is what the problem of Tinubu and Fashola started. The demolition of illegal structure in Lagos State. That is where they actually start their problems, their fight. I'm in Lagosian, but I built my house in Surulere. The most houses on Surulere were built on canal. The most houses on Surulere, if you go to Adeno Ogusanya, during the time of Fashola, a lot of banks that were built on Adeno Ogusanya was actually built on canal. Fashola want to break them. He has already even marked them that this will go, this will go. And these people call Tinubu, and Tinubu tell him, hey, buddy, you are a politician. Politicians don't behave like that. You don't break this out. And they have to go into the dirty fight, a big time fight. Fashola was a Surulere boy. Even Fashola, this last election, he doesn't win his this thing because of the water system that go into people's house. That he did not do anything for us in Surulere. He does not win his unit. This last election that we just did in February. So if you want to come on international platform, please let us get our
I'm still waiting for how someone lose first 4 years is better than Ambode's first 4 years.
No.
Because they both did 4 years.
Titan, hold on now,
No,
my friend, hold on. I asked you. You said Sanwo-Olu did not perform in Lagos State, and I asked you, tell me where he failed. Tell me. The security in Lagos State is top notch. The IGR in Lagos State, you can't compare it with anyone in the whole state we have in Nigeria.
You can't compare the IGR of Abuja to this state now. The only state in most states in Nigeria.
Forget Abuja now.
What are you saying?
Hold on now. What are you talking about now?
Any state that has said, okay, let's just say the capital moves away from Abuja. Abuja will still have better IGR than most this state.
My brother, hold on now. Is Calabar not the first capital state of Nigeria? It's not the first capital state of Nigeria. What are you talking about now?
No, it's not.
Calabar Lagos State.
Okay. Then I now know you don't want to argue to make sense. So I'm sorry to use that word. So if you are telling me Calabar is not the first capital state in Nigeria,
the first, Lagos State, Abuja third.
I had this guy. What's this man's name? Morris. He said the ports were only closed for Lagos State. The Nigerian Port Authority is not only Lagos State that is working. You have Port Harcourt seaport is still working. If you want to ship anything to Nigeria, actually they will tell you where do you want your consignment to be delivered. You see Lagos State, you see Port. That is the only two ports that they will mention for you. I actually tried to come in that day to correct Morris that, excuse me, don't stop using that word that the government purposely do it that only Lagos State port will be functioning. No, Port Harcourt port was still working. Only that people don't go there because it's too expensive. You have to pay 1.5 of the money that you used to land your goods in Lagos State compared to the one of Port Harcourt. I was based in Canada. I live in Canada. I deal with container. I think what piece is too is a container man. He deal with the container. He can testify to what I'm saying. So for people to come into international platform and start actually make a statement, I think it's not good for the one-man show. So we have to come with the facts. And if you don't know about the history, you ask. Actually, Ambode is a disaster to Lagos State. I mean himself, he knows. He knows he's a very, very bad guy. The problem we are having in Lagos State now, he actually caused it. Believe me. Lagos State is supposed to be far ahead what we are having now. I'm telling you. Okay? So you can go ahead and ask me any question. I'm in Lagosian. Right now I'm in Nigeria because everybody was saying, Tinubu spoiled Nigeria. He did this, that. Nigeria is good and Nigeria will be more great. Nigeria is good.
Thank you for that.
Nigeria is good.
like I said, Calabar
Thank
was
you.
never the capital of Nigeria. I don't know where we got all this information.
Okay.
As I was saying, even if you look at Calabar, if you go to Calabar, you will still see the presence of the British, the touch of the British in
My
Calabar
brother, you just
till
said
now.
Calabar is not this thing now.
It was
Let's
not the
go to some.
capital of Nigeria now.
Okay. No
Except
problem.
someone can prove me wrong.
No problem now. No problem. But you, Titan, you said Sanwo-Olu did not did anything
What I'm
in
saying is
Lagos
that
State. Hold on
can
now,
you
Titan.
compare
Hold on.
Ambode's 4 years of this thing to Sanwo-Olu's 4 years of governance?
But I just asked you, tell me as Ambode achievement in his 4 years. Tell me, he brought the start to Lagos State. I'm a Lagosian. I live in Lagos. I have my property in Lagos. I'm a Lagosian. I was born and brought up in Lagos. My mom, Lagos. My dad, Lagos. So what are you telling me? Tell me what Ambode did now. Tell me. And are we okay, yes, he did this, he did that. We don't have to be listening to all
Okay,
these
I told you the Oshodi. I also told you
Okay.
the
and I just
airport
told you
road.
that was Fashola
I
project.
Let me
also
correct you. Let me
Stop
correct
talking
let me
that
correct
now.
you. Mr. Karibu, Ejo.
Yes.
1 minute. Lugard, do you know General Lugard made Calabar the first capital of Nigeria? Go and check it.
My
not
brother,
capital of
excuse me,
Nigeria. By
excuse
the
me,
Go and check it
Nigeria,
now.
Mr. This thing. Forget about this guy. He doesn't don't even know Nigeria.
Go and check it
When
now.
you're telling me
Calabar was
Calabar is
not
not.
now. Calabar was the capital of
Forget
Southern
Mr.
Protectorate.
Titan,
It was
Mr.
the
Titan,
capital of Southern. There was no Nigeria at that. It was the
Mr.
capital.
Titan, Mr. Titan, hold on now.
Mhm.
Forget about Calabar. Forget about Calabar. You will not tell me when the colonial master was going or
It was
when
General
even
Lugard.
Marwa
General
was
Lugard that
going.
did it.
When
It was
Marwa was
General Lugard
going,
that did it.
he left us.
General Lugard.
He left Lagos State. He left Lagos State where he was today. When Marwa, the last this thing we have
Military man.
before Nigeria, he left us. Lagos. Even in the southeast, 90% of people in the southeast they want to come to Lagos State. It's another Dubai for them. We are just saying this that
But
I'm
90%
telling
of
you.
people in Southeast want to go to Abuja also now.
I know. Why can't Yoruba people or the Hausa people, 90% of them want to come to the southeast? Let's not see my brother.
Let me say something.
If there is opportunity, that's what you want to tell me.
No, not opportunity. If the capital moved to the southeast, a state in the southeast, people will move there. It's just natural.
Okay.
It's just natural.
Titan. Let me tell
You
you.
saying that?
Let me tell you now.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you ask yourself this question? Why my people are not working toward this goal for even the Nigerian people to come together and let us for the next 10 years, let's make one state in East the capital of Nigeria. Why can't you? Do you think it's going to be possible? Do you even think the Southeasterners are ready for Nigeria to bring capital to the Southeast?
Have we rejected it? Have we rejected it?
No, my brother. It's not even that. We don't know the welcoming art. Would they welcome everybody?
What makes you think they won't? What makes you think they won't welcome everyone?
It's playing out now. It's playing out now, my
no,
brother.
How? What makes you think they won't welcome?
We can see it now. We can see it.
What makes you think they won't welcome someone?
Hold on, Titan. With your open heart, your open mind, I want to ask you one question, and I would like you to answer me. The way Yoruba land is now, the way they welcome foreigner, both from the north, from the east, from the south. I'm not even talking about Lagos. I'm not talking about Lagos. Forget about Lagos. Let's take Lagos out of this equation. do you think any state in the Igbo land will take what the Southwesterners are taking now, the way they are welcoming people? I just yes or no question.
Yes.
Answer, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can you
Imo
give me...
State.
Okay, only Imo State. Okay.
I know of my state.
Okay,
Imo
my
State.
brother, let me tell you, I'm a Yoruba guy. I'm a typical Tinubu man. I love the man. I will always speak for him. He doesn't give me anything, no. He's just a man that I believe in. And it's not even because I'm a Lagosian. He was also a Lagosian, you know. And I believe in him. I believe he will deliver Nigeria. He has been delivering Nigeria. And Nigeria will be competing with the world in the next in the time commissioner. So so people coming trying to blame the fault of Nigeria on Tinubu now. I believe they are not being fair to demand. They are not being fair and nice to demand. People trying to blame Nigeria fault on this man. This man just came in. Let's give him a chance, at least 1 year, 2 years. Let's see what he's going to do to help us.
How are we not being fair to him? Were people being fair to Jonathan when they were blaming the fault of Nigeria on Jonathan?
Jonathan spent this is just 7 months, for God's sake.
What do you mean this is just 7 months? Is it not him that imposed Buhari on us?
Who can he impose Buhari on you?
Hold on, please. Remy, hold on, please. Remy, hold on, please. Titan.
Yeah.
Titan. Okay. Do you know that 99% of Yoruba actually support Jonathan in his re-election? Do you know that?
Yes, 2011.
Do you know that?
I will also say
okay, hold on
I will
now.
also say there are more Igbo people
Titan,
supporting.
You are not being sincere. I will use Simba Award. You are not being sincere. I just asked you a question now. You
say what?
99% of Yoruba support Jonathan in his first time election.
Yes, we voted for him.
Do you know that?
Yes.
2011.
Do you know, excuse me now, do you know that Jonathan, excuse me, do you know that Jonathan did not play the politics very well? Do you know that?
99% of
in 2011.
I don't know the figures or
okay. Let me
but what I will tell you is that 2011 PDP lost a lot of states in the southwest. I don't know of
no.
I wouldn't say no. I don't know of the presidency. I've not checked the result of the presidency.
Let us remember
in this thing.
Yar'Adua was voted in 2007, and when it became 2 years later, he died, and what do you call it? Jonathan. The rest. 2011, Yoruba people, they voted for Jonathan against which the other guy, is it Atiku or Buhari? They voted against Buhari that time. So he contested in 2011. Yoruba people voted for him, but when he considered his cabinet and put a lot of people there, I want to put things in the right perspective now. He put a lot of the South people and Southeast people there. In fact, Southeast people have more than the South. Yoruba people were marginalized, but we took it out. Listen. We never complained.
Hold on, Remilekun. Don't use that time for tight time. You won't understand. Just tell him the Jonathan playing the politics very well. No, politics are not being played. Hold on now. Can you hold on? Hold on, Titan, please. Jonathan did not play that politics. He did not play it very well. You don't do things like that. Even the minister I gave Yoruba was a state minister only Obanikoro.
Yes.
Yoruba is a large tribe in Nigeria. You can't neglect Yoruba in the politics of Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Minister of Agriculture wasn't he a Yoruba man?
No, that was Audu Ogbe. It's from the North Central. What are you talking about? I guess you are not even following the politics very well. That was Audu Ogbe. He's the guy from this thing now. Not Central, not from the North.
Now, I think what
This
is
guy,
panning out here is that
this guy don't give Yoruba this thing. And we waited for his 4 years. We are not making noise like our brother from the southeast are making noise like Tinubu. Wait 2027, come and play the politics, and you will see that Babangele back in that. Baba, forget about this. The South, anybody from the South now is just playing game. The 2027 election is between the South and the North.
Yes.
So if Obi or people are coming out from the South or saying you see the South people now, they know that nothing again. The North will not vote anybody from the South. It's now. Now is the time for our Igbo brothers and sisters to come together for us. We work together. We win the game together. You just negotiate. That's how politics work. Okay, if we come for you 2027, will you do this? And Tinubu is a man of integrity. Anything he promises, you do it. You fulfill it. Forget it. All these things that
actually, Kabir, before he can come to the South again, if nothing happened to Tinubu, it will
my brother, Emilekun,
after 8 years.
No. Don't. This is, this is what is.
I'm very straight
I know, but my Igbo brothers and sisters, they are nice. They are very nice people. Actually, let me tell you, I'm a car dealer. My best friend, the person I'm doing business, as I'm talking to you now. I still have almost 20 expensive car with him. Okay, I don't know where he come from, but they are, I just don't know. I don't know why. Doing business with them, they are like, they know, they have what's it called? The business mind is in them. I deal with a lot of Yoruba giving car to them. They will take my car to party. And people will call me and say, we see your dealer number. It's also place now. And when you call them, we give this guy. But this guy, as I've been, if anything happens, we call me, my Oga, see you.
We're still debating from the point. The point is like Jonathan was crucified for less worse than what is going on right now, My problem with Tinubu, let me tell you.
Mr. Titan, I decided to come in now. I'll be hearing it. Jonathan area was the time oil was booming in the world. They made over $500 billion. Russia had his own. What did they do with the money? What did they do with the money? Let me ask you, Mr. Titan. What did they do with the money? What did that?
Wait, how much was oil during Jonathan's period?
It's over $100. You can see the prices went very, very high, and they made a lot of money, but they did not deliver.
Are you saying they did not deliver? Because I know during the time of Jonathan's period, like people that studied in Nigeria people that study outside Nigeria, usually after they do their education in UK, they used to come back home to get jobs. Prices of things were relatively cheap. The dollar to naira was high, but a little bit reasonable compared to what we're having right now. What will I say again? I don't know what exactly you want him to do.
The period he had. What's
the period he had?
Like now, Mr. Titan, when I was working with the French government here, I did not have a qualification. I did not have a compare with the people that I compete with. We are 800 for just a post. 800. And I'm as a black person, in this sector. In this sector, we don't have privilege. But when I delivered for them, I wanted them to give me just 1 week. I left my office every day, 3 o'clock in the morning. The business that they have to do, the work they have to finish for the past 2 years, I did it within 1 week. The boss called me and elevated me higher. It's what you have matters. matters a lot. It is not one thing that he misused the chances he had. So even though he's coming on the air and start talking, and start talking, I don't want to listen to him because he disappointed me. I'm from the south myself. I'm from the south. He disappointed me. I was born and brought up in Lagos. When I see the things right, I will say it. Do you think that I'm happy staying here in the Western world? I'm planning things to go back home.
Wait. I'm trying to understand.
I've been in Nigeria now for 3 months, and I'm still going. I'm in Nigeria now for like 3 months.
I'm trying to
You can't
understand.
compare this place with abroad now. You can't compare Nigeria with abroad.
But you can't
Life
also
is
compare.
cheap in Nigeria. Life is the cheapest place so far, Mr. Tita. Forget about people who are complaining. It's just people that are lazy that are
My
complaining.
brother, forget about the money aspect. There's this esteem that is in you when you are in abroad. You are not going to be free, even though you are the citizen of that country. You are not going to be free as if when you are in Nigeria. As anytime I came to Nigeria, even though if I'm sick when I'm in Canada or this, as soon as I get to that Monitala, I'm free. I'm happy. I will see my people. I can express myself anyhow to them. But in abroad, you will still, if you want to talk to people, you still be scared. Won't these people count it as a racist, or they won't say you bully them or something. All those things is not in Nigeria. You are free.
The only reason
Do you know that where I did my business, the government compensated me with their national to become a citizen here after 3 years. After the faster they have gotten, Other they stay 6, 7. I did not marry to get my papers, or neither did I use children to have my papers here. I used Nigeria passport, the green, white, green. The green, white, green. Because even when I went to the Nigerian embassy, do you know what they told me? How come you are not in the negative report? That's weird. They start having interest in me. The problem we have in Nigeria is just moral integrity. The moral standard in Nigeria, I know is low. I prefer that we start working on the moral issues now. Because of if I tell what is going on, even sometimes I was being, when they want to talk to me in any airport, then I play my card. Understand? I show that I'm still in Nigeria. I still play my card. Then they keep quiet. But they say they have not seen people like us. I say we are here because of the bad eggs are more than the good eggs. But I know that Nigeria is moving forward, Mr. Titan. Don't complain about Nigeria. People are just complaining like Mr. Jewel from
No.
I know Nigeria is going forward.
Let me understand something. Like, this is my problem with Nigeria is that we put in someone that we know is below will work below expectation. Then after the person is there, people now start saying, why don't people?
Excuse me, Titan. Are you saying Tinubu will work below expectation?
Yes, I'm saying it. If you don't like it,
okay, so
that's your own business.
Okay, hold on.
Right, he'll work below expectation.
Hold on right there. Hold on right there now. Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State for 8 years. Obi was the governor of Anambra for 8 years. I know you are supporting Obi, or who are you supporting?
Of course, I'm supporting Obi. I'm not.
Okay,
I'll tell.
Hold on now. Can you tell us the special thing that Peter Obi did to make Anambra State to be so special that everybody want to rush and say, oh, I want to go and live in Anambra. I want to go and invest in Anambra. Can you just name it for us, please? I know you will go back to
no.
the
Relax now.
capital.
Relax
Okay,
now. That's
okay,
not
I am.
Okay, so obviously, Anambra cannot generate the same IGR as
That's not what I'm
Lagos
talking
State.
now, my
Wait,
brother.
relax
Forget about
now.
the IGR
Let
now.
me land now. Let me land. I'll get to the enabling this thing. So, with the little resources he had, he was able to move Anambra State.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Wait now. In terms of education.
Hold on now. You are saying the little what you have. Do you know that the 8 years of Tinubu did not even collect allocation from the federal government? Do you know that?
Lagos State IGR is more than this thing
You
now.
know,
Lagos State
forget about
generates.
that now. But the IGR, Lagos State did not spend it now. They will take it to the federal government now. The IGR is not spent by the state now. It was just of recent that Wike fight Buhari now. What are you talking about now, my brother?
Wike,
Please now. No. My brother, please now. Please. So you raise this eyebrow that Tinubu will perform below expectation. My brother, nobody is better than Tinubu in Nigeria now that will make Nigeria.
You did
Nobody.
not even allow me to even
Because
do
you
this
are not
thing.
speaking to the question now. You are
Which
beating around
question
the
now?
bush
I've
now.
not even said
You said
anything.
they give.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let him land.
Go
Please.
ahead.
Yeah, go on.
Like I said, Anambra State does not generate this thing, and obviously because Anambra has not received.
Thomas, hold on.
Anambra
Thomas, please.
State has not.
Titan. I don't want you to talk about IGR now. That's not my question now.
Okay.
That's not my question now.
Let me just give you points since you want points.
You hold on now. I just tell you, the state does not spend their IGR. They take it to the federal government. So why are you talking about IGR now? Stop now. That's not my question now. You brought this thing, and I asked you, please, just tell me what
The
are the
state
claims?
does not spend IGR.
They don't spend it. They don't spend it. They take it to the federal government.
That's wrong.
Okay, that means you don't know anything about politics.
It was tax they were talking about, not IGR. It was tax.
So what is? Excuse me. What is tax? What is IGR now? What is tax? What is IGR now? Is it not the tax they used to calculate the IGR, the money they make from the state, internal generated revenue? Stop now, my brother. You can do better now, please. Now you can do better. You can do better, please. Okay, let's say nothing.
Sorry, it's not even this thing. It was VAT. Sorry, it was VAT. It was VAT that Wike was trying to get from this thing, not IGR. It was VAT, not.
Excuse me. In Nigeria, we don't use tax. We use VAT. Okay, in Nigeria,
no, we use tax.
We
use tax. There's tax is different from VAT.
Joy, go ahead. Joy, go ahead.
You did not even allow me to say my point because I'm not even sure you even want me to even say anything.
Hello. Let's make this thing one after the other because we can't start comparing Lagos and Anambra again. This kind of discussion is just so that we can be focused on this. I think we don't need to compare Lagos with Anambra. If you are comparing Lagos, just like comparing sleep and death.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I'm not. Excuse me, bro. I'm not comparing Anambra with Lagos State. That's not my question.
Yes.
My question is,
you were referring to
no. He
IGR,
said
Lagos,
no. He brought that now. And that is what I was telling him. Don't go to IGR. If you listen to me, that was what I was telling him. He was the one.
No, the point is that don't make any reference with Lagos to any state in the east.
No, now
it's not even comparable. To even start that kind of conversation, it will just yes.
I'm just no. He was saying Tinubu is going to perform below the expectation, and Obi was his candidate, and I asked him.
That's everybody. The response most people give on this platform is based on their candidates. People supporting Obi.
I know.
Don't see anything good in what Tinubu does. So you should know if you have that. So that's the background is going to respond to.
My brother, this is an international platform. Everybody come here to learn, right? I believe.
So yes, exactly what I was saying. So I was saying, in terms of education, like before, Obi was governor, Anambra State was very poor on education. He invested a lot on education, and there was
My brother Titan, hold on right there. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec.
We are not. Is the discussion about comparing what Obi did in Anambra?
Excuse me. That education that he came. Do you know that during the time of Peter Obi in Anambra, the teacher went on strike for almost 2 years. Go and put it out. They went on strike. I just see, I see that Ekene will come. Peter Obi did this, he did that. Education, this thing is the best during the time of Peter Obi.
All this thing has been said over and over. Even doctors were on strike for 13 months.
Do you know
so
that
there's
during the time
nothing.
of Peter Obi, the teachers went on strike for 2 years. He was telling them that education is not free and everybody has to pay. And Tinubu
Mr. Kabiru, Ejo, Titan, what do you want to say again?
This discussion is not about Peter Obi Anambra. I don't think
understand because he's trying to lay
So
this
no. What I'm trying to
continue.
say, what I'm trying to say is that given the nature of Lagos State, it's not so much for someone to do much in Lagos State. All someone needs to do is maintain on the.
Let Titan finish his points now,
Is to maintain on the
instead of going
foundation.
back and forth.
Is to maintain on the foundation already laid on Lagos State. That is all someone would do.
I'm sorry. That's a lazy argument. I don't even understand that. I don't know who understands that.
Thank you, Prince Daddy.
That's a lazy argument. Are you saying a foundation cannot be destroyed? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that Lagos State already has a foundation, and someone now coming into Lagos State
it's just a walk
build on that foundation. I'm not saying it's a walk in the park. I'm saying someone coming into Lagos will build on that foundation that's already laid down on Lagos State.
Wait. 8 years in Anambra is a disaster. And his brother, they are testifying to Peter Obi 8 years in Anambra.
Have anyone in this place been to Anambra State, or have anyone asked someone from Anambra
I've been
State?
to Anambra and I've been to Enugu. Tell me what is special.
Where in Anambra have you been to?
I can't be naming. I've been to Onisha several times.
When did you go to Anambra State?
I don't want to. It's a long time ago. I don't know.
No, I'm not asking to judge you. I'm just trying to know when and where, ago. So that you'll be able to give me.
It's a long time ago, several years ago.
Like when is it? Like towards
several years ago can be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, several years ago.
No. What I'm asking is is it during the tenure of Peter Obi? Is it this thing?
When was his tenure? It's not from 2007 to 2000 and.
I think it was around 2003 or 2004 and 2009 to 2000 something, or 2011 to whatever. It's another time.
I think
it was 2003 or 2000 and something.
No,
it was 2003. Yeah. It was 2003 now.
I wasn't there. I was there 2002, 2001.
Okay, Mr. Remy, please, Mr. Remy, just let him land. Okay, because of I just want to hear his own point of view. Understand?
My brother, yes. There's nothing he's going to say. Peter Obi is a disaster in Anambra.
We know. Just let it. We are yet to learn now. We are yet to learn.
Wait.
Mr. Kabiru. Mr. Titan, continue, please.
You guys are not.
Even rational mind. We are going to deport rational mind to Anambra.
Relax
It's not going to stay anywhere in Yorubaland.
Mr. Kabiru, please now. Mr. Kabiru.
I support the deportation of rational mind too.
I totally support it.
See the problem. You guys are all from one place and from another place. Wouldn't you want to? No, I'm not saying. I'm not taking anything personal. No, I'm not taking anything personal. No, I'm not taking any. I grew up in Lagos. I lived in Lagos State now, so I know how this thing. So what I'm saying is, and this gets to my own point about people understanding people. Like if I've not lived in Lagos State, I wouldn't know that this is how Yoruba people tend to tease themselves and tease other people, I might take it as an offensive something. That's the same way the way Igbo people talk. Most people in this thing take it as offensive.
I don't even know that you are from Anambra the way you are talking.
I'm not from Anambra. I'm from Imo State.
It's from our state now. It's from APC state now.
Titan,
Hope
if you are
body
talking
now.
about if you are
It's
talking about
from our
Umahi,
state now. You're from Yoruba state now.
Umahi did
Hope
a
Yoruba.
turnaround of a boy. Umahi
Yes,
is a great
yes,
officer.
Titan.
yes,
You
yes,
cannot even
Titan.
compare
yes.
Obi with Umahi at all.
Titan.
Obi does not even
Titan.
came
Huh?
close to Umahi at all.
Remina, hold on. Say
Hmm?
Hope Yoruba. Hope Yoruba. Say it now. Hope Yoruba.
What's Hope Yoruba?
Hope Yoruba.
Oh, is it
Your
my
governor is not
governor?
Hope. Yes,
No,
now.
no, no.
Say Hope Yoruba.
The thing about my state is that the problem with my state is that my state is always there's
You
always
people,
outside
do
there's
you
always
know that you
outside
people are sorry?
influence.
You guys are very funny people. Hello. I like the sound of people.
No,
They don't
no,
hide their feelings at all.
no.
At all. They will just say
The problem with the Southeast is not because
my
our
brother.
governor is from APC. The problem with
Hold on,
us with
hold on.
Mr. Kabiru, Ejo.
relax
Hold
now.
Ejo, let her land. Let you land.
Let me land. So in terms of this thing, like there's a certain way our governors and this thing carry themselves that everyone here can admit that it's kind of obnoxious to those of us that are from that state, a country that is poor, and yet they are very extravagant. You know, I would have wanted someone with a little bit of humility to be in that position, you know. So
who is
maybe
that
that
person?
would be,
Who is that person?
I've
They
said
want
it, that is
technocrat.
Peter Obi.
Technocrat.
I'm not Peter Obi to me is not a technocrat. I wouldn't say he's a technocrat. I won't categorize him as a technocrat. My own stance on
I
him.
think you are talking about him.
Mr. Kabiru, Ejo,
No, no, no. It's not in terms of if you're saying technocrats and we need a technocrat this thing, I won't vote Peter Obi as one of them, you know.
My brother,
I don't think
give us Soludo. We all Yoruba will support him. Give us Soludo.
No, you guys will not. You guys will not
man.
support. You will not support Soludo.
We will support
Let's
Soludo.
forget about
Soludo
it.
is a national man now.
A lot of Yoruba people wanted Peter Obi, but when Tinubu came out, everyone jumped camp.
Hold on now.
No, I disagree with you there.
Hold on
A lot
now.
of people have chosen Soludo over Peter Obi. A
Hold
lot
on
of
now.
Yoruba
We fought Soludo now. Soludo is a national asset now. What are you talking about now? You want to compare the hold on. During the time of Soludo as CBN government, you want to collect it to MFA lane. You can't compare it now. You can't compare it now. You can't compare it now. Soludo is an asset to Nigeria now.
Mr. Tita,
everybody will support. Even if the corner, they support Soludo.
No.
Peter Obi is a cool
I'm not
man
a Yoruba boy.
Peter Obi is a cool
I'm not a
man
Yoruba
now.
boy. I was born and brought up in Lagos. You understand? Let me tell you one thing I like. Let me tell you something that Tinubu did that I love. I call it continuity. The southeast, they don't have that continuity. That's the problem they have. I will tell you. Everybody wants to come and do
It's not even
that.
It's not even that. My brother.
They can't even. They are not united.
My brother. My brother.
Mr. Kabul, let me finish. Let me finish with it. Then I stay behind. You just it. Once you just said, I wanted you just to say just one point. Where Peter will be failed. Nobody continued from where he stopped. Nobody. He only left. He said that he left money.
No, because he does not have a blueprint. Peter Obi doesn't have a blueprint.
You understand?
There's
a way. And again, Remy at Ejo. Let me tell you what this president is doing today. You people don't understand. And I will only pray for God to give him long life and wisdom. That's the two things I pray for him.
More good
long
health,
life and wisdom.
health.
That's the only thing. Sound health means he has got it already now. Mr. Kabiru, Ejo. One thing that I just want him to do the same thing he did in Lagos. Continuity. That anybody that comes in it will think about the progress of the country. The progress of the country. Continue. The progress of the country. That's what we want. Because everybody come, they change, it's setting the country backward. That's the way I do my business. If I want to do business with you, I want to know in case anything happens to you, who's going to continue. Many companies fail in Nigeria because they lack continuity. The children doesn't want to come back and continue with their business. They go out.
My brother, hold on one sec. Hold on, please. Do you even know that Tinubu is not He's not even that a great politician. They just don't know his secret. Tinubu's secret was he always finds solution to problems. That's what makes him a great politician. Always find solution to problem. What did he do in Lagos State? Before, Lagos used to have problem of armed robbery, all these picking pockets, like stolen vehicle, all these agbero. Tinubu tried at
Still
least
happens. All these problems still happens in Lagos.
Yeah, but with how many percent?
Still
It has
happens.
been reduced. It has been reduced compared to during the time of all these marijuana.
No, how would
During the
you
time,
say?
hold on. During the time of marijuana in Lagos Island, the Igbos that are selling in Nnamdi Azikiwe. That time there's no e-transfer banking. They go with cash in TV box.
There's more stability now in Lagos. I agree with you.
They will tear the money on the road, and everybody will be picking it. In Lagos Island, there, I witness, even me, I've picked over 200,000 on that money. They will be, even police will be picking money.
Confession on you. Confession on you.
This guy came and fixed that problem.
Wow.
You won't see anything like that again in Lagos State. This is
Hello,
what
can
this
I
guy
just say
has done.
something?
Go ahead.
So let me say something. Like, so are you going to tell me during Fashila's time they were not robbing banks? That robbing
We're not
banks
going to
was
start
not
this kind of discussion.
It's a momentum now.
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. But
there's no
what I want
discussion
to
of
say
there was
is
no rob. Which kind of discussion is this?
what I want to say is what I want to say is that where does Tinubu's government start? Where does it end? Because every good thing they attribute it to Tinubu is just like every bad thing they say is someone's fault. Is not his fault. At what stage does he?
Tell us the bad thing now. Tell us the bad things that he did in Lagos State now. Tell us now. Tell us now.
Okay. Let me go with I won't say I'm not going to say he's a bad governor or whatever. Like, that's not the purpose of this discussion. What I'm going to say is that if we're going to compare, like, in what I was saying is that no one on this platform has gone to the east or have lived in the east or can say the progression of it. Like me, I'm not going to talk
it's not enabling.
Wait, relax now.
You wanted to make a point. You wanted to make a point about the bad of Tinubu. You are going to the east again. Why are you going like this? You are not making sense.
You want me to talk about them? Relax now. I'm trying to make a point.
Talk about the point you wanted to say. Don't be going back to the east and what Peter Obi did in education.
I'm not talking about Peter Obi.
BQB.
You've not even allowed me to even. I'm not even finished the sentence. You're already saying this thing. You guys can't talk about
the pattern of what you have been saying now. You are trying to say something about the negative of Tinubu, but you are going back to the east again.
That was not even what I was talking about. I said I'm not going to talk.
Let the discussion to be streamlined and straightforward so that we can follow.
I said
it's not Kabiru. That's not
Ejo, BQB.
Wait, what I'm saying?
You should allow somebody else to talk now. They've been on this back and forth.
I've not even said anything. No one has even allowed me to say anything.
Make your point. Make your point. Nobody will interrupt you. So that we can. Somebody else can speak.
Let me just round up so I can go. What I'm saying is, I'm not going to do this thing.
Hold on now. You said
let's listen to him now. Let's listen to him. Let him make his point.
I just want to ask him another question.
You don't need to ask him any question or this back and forth Peter Obi question and Anambra question. Let's listen to him. Let him make his point.
It's not that now. It's not that. He said
let him make his point so that we can move forward. He will ask you again now. Was there no armed robber? Was there no armed robber during Fashola's time? Is that only question?
To go to East to do what now? To go to Igbo land to be farming or what? Which business is there for me to do? When you know that if you come to Lagos, you can make money. If I go to Anambra, will I make money? To go and do what now? To come become a people or what?
That's
So
not
go
the
and do what
reason.
now? Tell me now.
That's not
Tell me now to
the
go and do
this.
what now?
Oh
To
my
go and do what
God.
now? To go and buy
Oh,
palm
Let
oil or
Mr.
what?
no,
Titan
now
make his point
relax
now.
now,
So
relax.
is this what you want to
People move from places to places because of several reasons.
Mr.
It's
Okay.
not
Titan,
one.
Mr. Titan,
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Titan,
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
tell us the economic opportunities in Anambra. That if I move from, I'm talking to you from Alimosho currently. If I move from Alimosho to Anambra, what economic advantage would I have? Tell us so that I
Thank
can
you.
move.
That's what I'm asking you. Thank you now. Thank you.
Don't
Now
just
you
say
are
people
proving
don't
my
move. Why
point.
would I want to move,
Thank
live
you.
here and go to Anambra
Yes,
when people
now
from
to do
Anambra are
what
In the
coming
now?
here?
southeast, no. In
Huh?
the southeast, I would like to
To
know
do
in the
what
south.
now?
In the
Okay, should I
Or
say in the
Southeast?
southeast? Okay,
Southeast,
Yes,
yes.
yes,
yes, better.
To do
I
what
like it.
now? To do what?
As it stands like this, Imo State has the largest gas reserve
Insecurity,
in.
insecurity,
Relax now.
economy.
But you've not
Yeah.
allowed
No.
me finish. You say I should tell you this thing, and I'm telling you this thing.
Continue.
Imo
Finish
State
it.
has like the largest gas reserve in Nigeria right now.
Now
Obviously,
gas I go
that's one
chop.
of the. Yes, it's
Now gas I
gas.
go chop.
You will eat gas because you use gas in cooking. You use
What?
natural gas in
Is
powering
it gas? Am I the one that
this
will
thing.
go to
You use
do
natural gas
to?
in powering some
Tight
stations in Nigeria.
you be Baba
Use
Suwezi.
How do?
this.
Ọlọ́run,
So what? Well,
you be
what I'm
Baba
saying.
Suwezi.
BQ Joe,
So what I'm saying is,
Okay, no
you
problem.
said what's the advantage of the southeast, right?
No, not advantage, Joe. I'm not
Continue.
talking about advantage, Joe. I'm saying that you are saying that people on this platform have not been to the Anambra or Southeast. I'm saying that what is the economic advantage? What is the reason that will propel me now calling to you from Alimosho to move to Anambra? Is it economic reason? Is it security? What would I move to Anambra for now
Like
or Southeast now?
Okay. Let me say. Right now they are trying to build like this thing. There's this place in Inewi in Anambra State where they're trying to build an industrialized city. Also, there's also a place in Aba, and then again, like if the whole issue with the Cameroon border, the eastern western side of Cameroon, if they can settle that, like obviously that was what has been happening with the southeast. It has been affecting a lot of trade because a lot of the trade and this thing they do, especially in Abia states, they sell towards around the border. But right now the border is kind of short. So there's also the fact that the a place that is not developed also have a lot of opportunities for development. But the thing I
Culture.
noticed, no, not
Agriculture.
agriculture. Agriculture is not our strong
No.
suit
BQ Joe,
in this
No.
thing. There's
Okay, no problem.
maybe in terms of agriculture, maybe it's just palm oil, but palm oil is not really our strong suit compared to Cross River has taken over that sector of palm oil. But what I'm saying is, in the southeast, you can get like, obviously, it won't be with what you get because of Lagos State has the population, but there's also as Lagos State is becoming more saturated, there are things you could move over to the southeast that will be a little bit more productive that you might end up even making maybe not as much money as you get in Lagos State, but it's something reasonable. And if they can allow the East to be able to like handle the issue of the gas, they can leverage the gas to maybe set up industry or industrial park close to that settlement. But that's not what's currently going on. The gas is just a pipeline towards other states. They are trying to get a pipeline from Imo State down to the north, and also one towards the southwest. But if it was possible for them to like do the power station down in the east, that will also create like an ecosystem that might generate in increasing more people to come back to the east. Um, so I think that's just it. Like, if there's anything else you want to
Okay,
hear
do
from
they
me,
have
just let me know.
do they have electricity and water? That's what I want to know.
Yes, they have electricity and water.
Because
Honestly.
I was in a Dr. Damage's platform 2 days ago. There's a lady called Ngozi. She was complaining of the water, and when she was talking, the electricity went off. We all started laughing.
But that's
Because
everywhere in Nigeria now.
because the last time not
The
everywhere in
situation of
Nigeria, my
Nigeria
brother,
generally.
not everywhere. Please,
No,
let's set them
most
straight.
places, most places, most places. I can
Okay,
confirm to you
most
that my area now, we've not had light for like 4 days because there is a major fault with the electricity
transformer.
substation in my area. So
Okay,
not having light or
okay.
light went off or something is synonymous
So,
to at least a larger percentage of Nigeria, a larger percentage. So it's a reflection of what happened. So it's not really, I don't see that one as anything off. Then, by the way, what I wanted to say is that every governor that has ruled Lagos has done one thing or the other, because I'm seeing somebody saying, what did Ambode do? What did Fashola did? What did... No, the situation is not like that. If anybody spent 1 year in Lagos as a governor, you are definitely going to do something. There are so many roads Ambode constructed in Adimosho. If you want to know what Ambode did, go to Ekpe, drive around Ekpe inner city. They praise Ambode, they still praise Ambode till today. So there is no, what I'm trying to say is that there is no how little anybody did. The transformation of Oshodi today started by Fashola, was made the way it is today by Ambode. The Oshodi interchange, they constructed the international airport road, changed the landscape of that area in a way. So what I'm trying to say is that every governor has some form of contribution or the other, no matter how little it is. So that's just that one about that. Then I don't want us to, you can't compare Lagos with any state in Nigeria. That's just the way it is. So narrowing down the conversation to comparing Lagos with Anambra, or it's just make the whole conversation not to
No,
be
with the what
tidy
I wanted him
in a
to
way.
do, Mr. BQ. I just
Yes.
wanted to for him to compare the 5 states, is it 5 or 6 states? No, 5 states in southeast with Lagos. Let me see. Let
Yes.
me see. Let me
Even though the
see.
5 states cannot, they are all in indices, you cannot even compare them to Lagos. Of course, you will say
That means
because Lagos has ports, Lagos has.
that means there is problem then.
would you
Is it what you
compare?
said?
Wait. Let me twist. Let me twist this for you. Would you compare the rest of the southwest state, apart from Lagos State, to Abuja?
What is in Abuja?
No,
That's the thing. That's how it
Abuja is
is.
not a
Like,
commercial city. Abuja is not a commercial economic city like that.
There's no
So you can't say Abuja. Leave Abuja. Abuja is not an
Do you know that
economic city.
if they remove what they used to give to them every this central stuff,
Yes, you can
eh,
compare
you know that
maybe Ogun
Abuja will be
State
no more.
or your state with maybe other states, but not Lagos. That's what I'm saying. You can't compare Abuja. Abuja is not really an economic state like that. So what do you want to what do you want to
Okay.
compare in Abuja?
Wait a minute. There is now Mr. Kabiru. He came back. I know that he came back from BQ. I'm aware of it now. I know why he came back, because then I want two of them to talk about.
No,
let us
no, there's
keep
no. See, I'm from Lagos too. I'm a Lagosian. I currently stay in Lagos. I'm in Lagos. I'm talking to you from Alimosho. There's nothing to say. For nobody will say somebody did not do anything. If you fall out with the political godfather and he was booted out, that is understandable. But for you to now say he did not do anything is just too
No,
much. In fact,
my brother,
he did much more. That
my brother,
the political godfather feel that he was not playing politics
my
with them.
brother,
That's the way.
my
Me, I'm
brother,
not a party
brother,
person,
my
but I'm a
brother,
stakeholder too
BKB,
in Lagos.
BKB.
So don't say somebody did not do
Can
anything. No.
anybody hear
Don't say
me?
that one. No.
Can anybody
I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. I'm with you.
Yeah. You know, reason
But
why
don't say somebody did not do
there's
anything.
no. Reason why I said that was because people are beginning to praise him that he did this, he did that. But the reason why I said he did not do anything was what he did. There's no glorify for it. That's why I said he did not do anything. Can you hear me?
what do you mean by that?
We can hear you. We can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Mr. Tita, relax. Relax.
Reason
Let the two of them. We are letting.
why I said that was he's from Ekpe. right? He did like 90% of projects in Ekpe. What about before you get to Ekpe? What can you show for it?
He did so
Was
many
on
roads too
two.
in Alimosho local government. I say in
Okay,
Alimosho local
fine,
government. Everybody commissioned
fine,
so many
fine.
roads here.
Okay, fine. What about the project, that is party, the mandate that they gave him? Did he do it? Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, it's the same thing I'm saying now. I said he fell out with politics, with political
That's
people.
why
That
I said he did
explains
not do
that thing, man.
anything.
Can
That's
you
what
He did
give
I
not
us
give
an
them money
example of
for
the
Osun
mandate?
election.
Can
He did
you
not
give
give
us
them
the
money for
that's
Osun
example
what.
of the
election.
mandate?
Okay, the example of the mandate was he was supposed to complete like 80 or 90% of Fashola, the continuity. Like Fashola starts, I've said it here now, the borderline road to mile 12. He came and he neglected it for the 4 years. He didn't do it. He didn't even touch it. Those people suffer for 4 years. From there,
Do you know that?
So let
Do you know
let
that
me ask you a question.
this
So
light trade that was commissioned now, everybody completed most of the bridges. This light trade that
if
people are
we
selling.
okay,
which bridges?
So
BQB, let me
Hold
ask.
on now, Mr. Adewale, hold on now, Mr. Adewale.
This
I just wanted to.
this rail
Mr.
this
Adewale,
railway system that
hold on.
wait, Mr. Adewale, just hold
Where?
on. This
Which
railway
bridge?
system that they are celebrating.
Which
This railway system you are celebrating now.
Hold on now. Which bridge did he do?
Let me explain
Which
to
one?
you.
Which
Most
area?
of the bridges that pass through the ocean, the
Where?
overpass from Mile 2 to Marina. Most of those bridges were
No,
completed
now.
during Ambodi's
What
time.
are you talking? What are you talking about
So
now,
Actually,
if you
my
are
brother?
saying that,
the
wait,
My
rail,
see,
brother,
the rail,
no,
wait now. If you are
no,
saying
no,
that
the
Ambody
rail
was
bridges
not,
start.
that's not true now.
Ambode started constructing the rail bridge
yes, now that
before
what I'm
Ambode
using,
was the
that
one that
was
was.
my route. That's my
I
route for the
remember being
past
in
10,
Lagos
15
in
years when I was
2000
working
and
in Marina.
I was in
Ambody did all
Lagos in
those bridges.
2014,
You are not saying Ambody did not do anything.
No, now.
and I
No, now.
saw those tiny
Where?
bridges, and I was inquiring about what
It
was
was
those
started
tiny
during the time
bridges.
of Fashola now.
Aja
No,
By
Bridge,
the
Aja
Semet, you
Bridge,
go
bridge.
to
Aja
Semet.
Bridge,
No,
Aja
Fashola
Bridge was
started it
done under
now.
Fashola.
Which
Abuleba
one?
Bridge was done under Fashola. All those bridges are in Ekpe. Aja Bridge, Abuleba Bridge. So many of those projects are under Fashola. They are
Fashola,
in Ekpe.
Fashola started this project. He didn't
Oh,
complete them now.
don't. You better
You
don't.
are talking about
The 4
you are
years,
talking
that 4
about
years of
Fashola Link
Ambody,
Road now.
if Ambody had done 8 years, you will not even remember Fashola.
Oh no,
Aki Ambode did not abandon Mandi.
no. I
Yes,
believe you are. Excuse me. Now I believe you are from Ekpe. That's why you are talking like this, right?
Ambode didn't abandon any project.
I'm
As
not
a
from
matter of
Ekpe, I'm
fact,
from Lagos Island. He didn't
his
abandon.
problem
He did some projects. Yes, he continued some projects. He
Where
did
on the
he
island are
realized
you
was
some.
from? Excuse
Then he
me.
wanted to do his own.
Where on the island are you from? Maybe I'm even talking to my own brother. Self.
No,
I'm a
we are
Muslim.
not brother. My not brother.
his problem
I'm
was
from.
mainly political.
Yes, that's the problem, Mr. Adewale. You understand? It was political. But for you to say somebody did not do
How
anything,
is it
no.
political now? How is it
No,
It's
it's
political?
political
political.
in the
They said
sense
you
that
guys said he did not fund the Osun election. He wanted Rauf
for
Aregbesola wanted to see him to beg for money. He said he was not going to see him. It's so
for
much of political issue,
If that's the
not
way
that he didn't perform.
there's an advisory body in Lagos. You
GAC.
can't just abandon project like
Yes,
yes.
now those are the
You
people
remember the one?
that frustrated
Yeah.
him.
So
He brought
those
Lawman.
are the godfathers. So there's
Most of
no
the
way.
waste collection system in Lagos State are done by those GAC. They own all the trucks in all the local governments. Ambode said we want to revolutionize waste generation and management.
So
He
what
brought
did he make out of it?
vision scape.
What did he make out of it?
They
What did
sabotage the
Ambode?
guy's effort. They sabotage his effort and make the state
That's part of the
looks dirty
continuity
and
I'm talking
ungovernable.
about now. Why okay, when someone look at there, why did he not scrap his Lagos State security? Why did someone did not scrap it?
They
Why did they
frustrated the
continue with
guy's
it?
effort.
They're
No
not
do
That's
born that
things
just
way.
what
like that.
what they did.
Why? Why? You can as well do it now. But the less from how about this lesson? When you make something, Loma that has been there, you have about almost 500,000 people or 50,000 people working on Loma. You come, you say you don't want it to want them one night, and you don't even provide any solution to them. You want to go and bring your own company. No, now things are not done that way now. Things are not done that way now. Look at all those traffic, all those trailers that are parking on the Eco Bridge. That time traffic it's not even you can't even go to the island. You can't even go to the island during the time of our body.
Was it
You can't try it.
was it
What do you
somebody
want to,
that caused the problem of a papa that they are trying
because
to
it,
resolve now? It's not
excuse me now,
somebody now.
because he did not fund the
What would
LASMA
somebody
very
have
well.
done? No, what would somebody have
My
done
brother,
to
my brother, my
to
brother, my brother, we all know the truth. Don't let us just go
It's
there.
not. You are just
So,
trying to blame the guy. Only the guy has left. He did his 4 years, has left, has done his own, made his own mark. But for you to say he didn't do anything and try to blame him, are there no problems now
no,
during
that's what I
Sanwo-Olu's
said
time?
was what I
Was
said
there no
was he
problem?
brought.
Were there no
Hold on
problem
now,
during Fashola's time?
hold on now.
Uh,
What I said was he brought Lagos State back. That's what I said.
Back how?
I'm still standing on it. Okay, where's
No, he
where's the
didn't.
where?
Brought
Hold on
Lagos
now,
State back
hold on,
from where? How?
hold on now.
How
Where?
do you
Okay,
mean
hold
brought
on.
Lagos State back?
Where is VIO today? Are they inactive? Where is VIO today?
VIO is
Who
See,
working.
sanctioned them? It's
VIO
working.
is
And
still there. I see pass across
are
VIO
they?
just now.
Hold on now.
Those white and black people.
Hold on now. Are they active as they are?
They are active now. What are you talking
This
about?
Whether
no, they
active
are
or not active,
not,
how
my
was that one
brother.
somebody? Is it somebody that makes
Excuse.
them not to be active? I don't understand
Yeah,
how they are relating
he
it.
was. He actually called them. Somebody
Is
actually
somebody
called
still
them.
governor now? Why can't for someone to bring them back?
Oh,
Ah.
okay. I've had you.
Because I don't understand. VIO is still on the road. I still passed the VIO just now.
VIO still existing
Hold on
now.
now.
Yes, now.
During the time of somebody, do you see them? Are they on the road during the time of
See,
somebody?
during
Hold
during
on
during that
now.
time, there was so
Hold
many.
on now.
See. There were so many
Are they
people on
there?
the road that stops people. FRSC is there, police is there,
My
VIO
brother,
is
my
there.
brother,
Even last
my
month will
brother,
harass you.
my
There are
brother,
so many
my
people
brother,
harassing people on the road. So you
my
need
brother.
to
You are not speaking the fact. I swear to you, you are not speaking the fact. Somebody brought Lagos State back,
back.
and that's why.
You are
Hold on
just
now,
talking
hold on.
emotionally. Somebody brought the gossip back like how? Is it
I'm
because
not. Hold
VIO
on,
was
hold on.
VIO people were
I'm not
harassing
now.
people on the road? Somebody said they
Oh,
can't be
okay,
harassing people. Is that what you are saying that you brought the gossip back?
Okay.
Because I
I
don't
argue.
understand what you are saying. Is it economically
I
or on what?
argue. Okay, I've argued.
Infrastructure, the guy did more. He did so
I've
many
argued
roads.
now.
Now you alluded to
Look
the
at
fact
what you
that he
just
did
said.
Ekpe.
Look at what you
He
just
did
said.
Ekpe.
Hold on now. Look at what you just said. You said somebody said they are harassing people. That's why he said you don't want them on the road, right? Why can't he say that? Why can't he say that before he become the governor of the state? Why can't he say that?
No, he doesn't.
Why can't he
Why
say
would
that?
no, nah.
Hold on now.
You
Hold on.
see,
Let
Why
me
will you
tell
say
you.
that
Let
now?
me
Will
tell
you
you.
vote for him if you say that?
Hold on now. Let
yes,
me
I don't
tell
know.
you. Let me tell you. During the time of Fashola,
Eh,
VIO was the best people traffic
it's like
management or what is
it's like it's like
they
you are
don't even take bribe. They don't
it's
even
like you
take
are you
bribe.
are, you are working for VIO. That is like
No,
you
it's
have
not that,
interest in VIO.
my
See,
brother.
let me tell you
It's
something. I
not
drive
that,
around.
my brother.
See, I drive
My brother.
around.
My
Those
brother.
guys constitute
My
nuisance.
brother.
Even
VIO.
last month wanted to join them to constitute nuisance until someone cautioned them that
No,
your primary
no.
responsibility is not to be arresting motorists. I'm telling you, this
Last month,
VIO, last month,
I know
they
that last
constitute
month they
nuisance
are.
on the road.
Last month they
If you
are.
drive
Hold on
regularly on
now.
Lagos road, you will
You
not
don't
even
even
talk
know the
good about
history of
VIO
last month.
or last month.
Hold on now. Last month I will not support last month. I will not
Be
support
supporting them. Maybe you said
because hold on
they are
now.
drinking sanity.
Hold on. My brother and everyone, we have to go. I have a meeting
We've
to
tried.
catch up
All
with.
right,
You can see
Thomas.
me. I'm in the
General
Okay.
car.
Thomas.
Yes.
General
Yeah,
Thomas.
bye bye.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. No
Yeah.
problem.
Thank you so
General
much.
Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you,
No
everyone.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. We've come to the end of the section again. Another day, another dollar, as some I always say. There's nothing we can do. What makes us here every time is because we love our country called Nigeria. If not for that, this is almost 9 hours, 27 minutes. We will not be here speaking. I hope Nigeria will be great one day. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. I said peace. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.